All right. Can y'all hear me? You should be able to. All right, good. I can be heard. Now I need to. All these fiddly little bits. Hmm. What the? Okay. Uh, we'll be right with you in a minute. What was that damn thing? Play back through this device. Okay, that was the wrong. I completely cut out. Okay, is it this? No, that wasn't it. Um, all right, if I stop that recording, we lose everything. So it's not that. What? Ah, thank you,
What's
August
good, Jack?
Anderson. We haven't even really started. And the donations rolling. Wonderful. Um, fuck. All right, maybe if we. Nope. Oh, here we go. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, now we'll check on the other end. And if that is. There we go. There we go. Oh, man. That. That was. I don't even know. I don't even know. Always always something of a fucking challenge over here on the Count Jackula stream. Never easy. Why is it never easy? It should be. It should be. You know? Well, greetings, fellow heathens. It is I, Count Jackula, your favorite satanic streamer, here on this Satanic Mother's Day, where tonight we are going to give praise and thanks to our mother of all whores. Hail Satan. We'll also be talking with Yogi, and we are going to be discussing the concept of the Divine Mother, and we will also be hopefully getting a few people in the stream. Remember, the topic tonight is mothers, uh, both terrestrial and divine or magical, if you care for the distinction. And we'll be getting whoever in, but of course, the $20 definitely gets you in the chat. Always applies. You know, I will tell you when it does not. And it absolutely applies tonight. So let's get our Skype up and running. No, don't. No, I am not reinstalling Skype now. Whew, man. Alrighty. Just getting our regular guest host onto the stream. Got to go ahead. Here we go. Hey, Yogi, let's just get your visage up on. There we go.
My glorious visage.
Your glorious visage up on the stream. I saw your video on the Divine Mother and the accompanying ritual.
Oh, well,
that was a good video. That was a good video.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And to everyone in the Slut Pit, to Arthur, Alazia, Guru, Mr. X, all you beautiful, beautiful people, namaste, hail Satan, and kisses all around. I love all of you so much.
Wonderful. Did you say by Arthur? Did you mean Arthur Knowledge?
Yeah, Kev's in the chat.
Oh, wonderful. I actually missed it. I was so busy dealing with everything that I didn't see that Arthur was here. I saw that Envoy of the Black Abyss and Mr. X and Ten-Tailed Ugami were also among us, as well as some of some new faces. Looks that like thank you, August Anderson, yet again.
Don't have 20, but here's 2.
Oh man, you're too kind. You're too kind. Oh, geez. All right. So, on this Satanic Mother's Day, I would like to say a few things. One thing, I did take I am dropping a letter off on Lakeshore Drive. It is a small letter, more of a postcard. So watch for it. Oh man,
the mystery of it all.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Jamie Joe and Russell has donated.
Now hopefully I can stay awake.
Okay, all right, excellent. In that case, let us start setting that up. Jamie, send me a message, send me a DM on Twitter, and I'll send you the contact information, and we'll start, and we'll get you in. And that's the way it will go. Man. Ooh. So I'm going to ask, who you spoke about the Divine Mother, but do you have a Divine Mother who is separate from your terrestrial?
Well, one, that's an interesting question, but two, I think in the stream they're saying there's something wrong with the audio.
There's something wrong with the audio?
Yeah. Is it both of us, or is it just me, or is it just
All right, hang on a second. All right, say something.
Something.
Ooh, yeah, there is. Something's crackling.
Oh.
Right. Ooh. Okay, so you can hear us, but we're coming in like shit. Hang on a minute. What is that? All right, so... Oof. All right. All right. Oh, Jesus. It's still happening. Okay. Well, it has to be the connection, because over on the streaming computer, say something?
Something.
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear on the streaming computer, so it's got to be between the two.
Oh, okay.
It's just... I don't know why it wants to do that, but it does, so... Let's Let's see if. All right.
To Lou Rivers in the chat, yes, we are crackling with sexual energy. Don't blame us. We're awesome.
All right. Oh, Jesus. I didn't do it. All right. Is it this? Oop.
Boop.
Oh. Okay. Wait. How did that change? Oh, yeah, be kidding me. All right, how about now? Okay. Okay. Yogi, say something.
Something.
Okay. All right, that's something. Now let's hope like hell. Okay. All right. So now we should be coming in nice and clear, no problems. Is this true?
Please let it be so.
Yeah, please let it be the way it is, because if not, I think I'm going to kill something. Okay, they're saying we're good.
Huzzah!
Huzzah. Okay, so apparently what it was the virtual second cable was not having it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, the virtual second cable was not having it. Okay, so we got like. All right. So, as you were saying, your Divine Mother, you said that was an interesting question.
Yeah, that's an interesting question because, and this kind of goes along with something that I had offhandedly mentioned to you sometime in the past month, which is okay. So you remember I was asking you about the whole anima animus thing within Carl Jung's uh, understanding of the psyche?
Yeah. At least that's my understanding of it. You know,
Right.
I could be wrong, but
I
that
mean,
seems to be the case.
interpretation. But it's weird because I'm pretty sure I had like it's weird like I'm pretty sure that if that is true, then I've had experiences with the animus at the anima at a uh, at like a younger age because like I remember during like private prayer in the chapel when I was still like a Catholic of having a meditative experience of Mother Mary.
So the Virgin Mother.
Yeah.
Ah.
And then when I and interestingly enough, when I no longer felt aligned with Catholicism and Christianity, when I started searching, um, and I went into paganism, I had a stronger experience with the concept of the universal mother goddess. That's
Hmm.
paganism. But interestingly enough, anytime she appeared to me during meditation or during ritual, it was definitely the mother goddess, but there was something very Mary-like about her.
Okay.
Like she had like this like tinge of the Virgin Mary to her, which I just figured I'm like, of course that's the way she's appearing to me because that's what I'm familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I eventually got into Hinduism, it was the first Hindu temple I ever went to, which is one that's near me, is Durga Mandir, where the main deity is Durga sitting on her tiger.
Right.
you know, and I had an amazing revelatory experience there. So it's one of those weird things where um, I say that yes, I have a divine mother, and my divine mother is the cosmic mother.
Hmm.
And it's one of those weird things where, and this is why, like in my in my video in my previous episode about the aspect of the divine feminine, the idea that the mother can lead you to the father, I would not be a Vaishnava if it weren't for the guidance of the divine feminine leading me there.
Oh, that's interesting because I had the exact opposite experience. Well, it's weird because I didn't. I'll explain more, but let's get Jamie Joe in. Do 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 do. Yeah, because I had an experience where a divine mother led me to the father, led me to another father, who led me to the greater divine mother.
That sounds beautiful.
Yeah. But it was really, truly strange. It was really bizarre. Okay, let's add. Right. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hey, Jamie Joanne, how are you?
Exhausted. And you?
Oh, yeah, doing all right. It little stressed out because, oh man, all that. So here's what happened to me. I had to get a Guru back to his house because so that he could see his mom, which was totally fine and totally understandable. But the problem was that on the way back, there was this huge traffic buildup on the bridge. Yeah. We're like in the middle of rural fucking Northern California. Basically, God, what's it called? It's not Sonoma County. Or is it Sonoma County? Yeah. Okay, so Sonoma County, which is basically like the northern suburbs of the Bay Area. Kind of conservative area, and there's a backup like 3 miles long getting to the bridge that connects Sonoma County with Novato. And that is a good like 20 miles before you hit the Golden Gate. So we drop him off, we turn around, and we're like, all right, so we're probably going to have a layup on the Golden Gate because it's fucking Sunday. And then all of a sudden we're stuck in the bridge in front of the yacht club. Because there's a fucking yacht club over there, piece of shit. And we're just like, well, we're going to be here for a while. No getting around that. Ain't going to be able to get around that fucking, I don't even know what you call it, Spooky, there ain't no way around it because we got to go through this bridge. It ain't like, hold on to your hats, Duke boys. We're going to take Dead Man's Pass. It's like, no, this is literally the only way to point A and point B. So.
The beauty of the highway system.
Yeah, the beauty of the highway system. Oh, God. Well, Northern California is like that. Once you get into Northern California past, the Bay Area proper, it's like a no man's land. It's like there is one road leading in and out of everything, and it's called 101. And wow, man, just fucking wow.
Now, is this the one? No, I've heard of this place. Is this the one where Ron Perlman plays the possessed sheriff?
Oh. Oh, that's awful. But yeah. So hey, JB Joanne, how are you doing?
So, is this thing finally working?
Yeah. You're coming in loud and clear. We could see you.
Okay.
Everything is good. We can see your curly hair and everything.
No, I'm incredibly tired because I did not get to sleep until 3 a.m. last night.
Oh, geez, what was up?
I have really severe anemia, and that causes sleep problems.
Ew.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm probably developing sleep apnea, and so I'm not looking forward to that. You know, I'm going to
Yeah.
be sleeping with that stupid mask, and I'm like, oh
Ugh.
God, no, God, that's just going to be awful. You know, but I'm told from everyone who uses it, they're all like, no, man, you may resist. Trust me, you got the condition. Once you get it, you'll wonder why you didn't have it all the time. And I'm like, okay, well, that's good to know because there doesn't seem to be any argument. You know, the only argument is it looks stupid.
Well, if there's anybody on the planet who can make a sleep apnea mask look sexy, it's you, Jack.
I'll find a way. Like maybe I'll put like a fucking Immortan Joe skeleton thing in front of it. Just like, you know.
Yeah. You'll definitely decorate.
You know. I'll do that shit. Oh man. But yeah, so how Jamie Joanne, how was your Mother's Day?
Mother's Day was good. We decided to go to Bass Pro Shop and shop for Father's Day gifts instead.
Oh my God. Bass Pro Shop, where are you?
I'm in Costa Mesa, California. So we went to the one in Rancho Cucamonga.
Okay, so that's south of south of the Bay Area, right?
Yeah, well, our nearest neighbors are Newport Beach and Huntington Beach, which people hear about a lot more than us.
Okay, so is that where is that in relation to like San Francisco or LA?
Oh, we're in Southern California. We're a lot closer to LA.
Okay, I think is it the really big Bass Pro Shop on the 101, like near San Leandro or San Luis Obispo?
It's in Rancho Cucamonga. I don't drive there because I have panic attacks on the freeway.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I sleep on the way.
Oh, okay. Rancho Cucamonga. All right, got it. Yeah, because every time we go to L.A., me and neither me or me and the Countess or me and fucking Horror Guru, we always pass this gigantic Bass Pro Shop. Like this thing is huge, and we're just like, apparently fishing is really popular around these parts because this thing is bigger than a Best Buy.
Yeah. Well,
It's
they have
gigantic.
a lot more than fishing. Yeah, they have a lot more than fishing. They have hunting, and they have lots of clothes and lots of camping gear. So, but we primarily go for the fishing stuff.
Right. Do they actually sell guns there?
Yes, they do.
Oh.
Yeah, the Bass Pro Shop is like becoming like the huge competition of like shit like Cabela's,
Right.
They actually might join with Cabela's.
Oh, are they now?
Yes, they're in talks of like basically buying Cabela's out.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh geez. I'm not allowed. Man, I ain't gonna lie. I want a gun, but I don't allow myself to own one. You know,
They also have bows and arrows.
that ain't no cowboy imagery. You know, like I love the cowboy imagery, and I the only thing I've ever shot has been a 9mm, which is not a it's a good weapon. It's just large enough that if it's the first thing that you ever shoot, you freak out a little bit. You know.
Yeah. Yay, car alarm!
Yeah, it's just big enough to make you freak out a little bit because it feels it's the smallest gun that still feels like a gun.
Right.
You know, like it feels like a light pistol. Like you're like, oh shit, I could kill somebody with this. 22, you're like, maybe I could kill someone with this. I probably could if I was close enough, but you're like, I feel like I'm gonna break this thing, you know. But the 9mm, that's a good solid handgun. But the one I've always wanted to fire that I never have has been the revolver. Somebody's
yelling good night to me.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, the
I'm just chatting with somebody. Sorry about that.
oh, no problem. Yeah, like the basically the what's the 45. You know, like the revolver, the 6-shooter. You know, that's been the one I've always wanted to do, but I've seen other dudes do it. Holy shit, that thing is loud. Like,
My dad.
oh, he has one?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've also. Oh no, you know what's fun to shoot? And the only reason this has even happened is because I have like friends in the military. I've shot a Desert Eagle.
Oh my god, that thing is intimidating to look at.
It scared the shit out of me to hold it. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, if you look at it just online, you're like, what's so intimidating about that? You're like, you don't realize how big that thing is. That is a hand cannon.
That recoil fucked me up, man.
Whoa, I'll bet. You know, fucking dudes like the only one I've known who's actually used one on a regular basis has been Mendo, because he's an Afghanistan vet.
Mm.
You know, so he had it's the revolver. You know, it's the gun they carry, and you know, so it's like, oh yeah, I've shot that thing. Yeah, that thing kicks like a motherfucker. It's like, that is a fucking mule. You know, and I'm just like, yeah, and he's like, yeah, you could probably handle it, but I wouldn't shoot it one-handed if I were you.
Oh,
I've only.
Okay.
Sorry, I keep interrupting. I know I've only ever done a 365 and some World War II Russian rifle that I almost shot my foot off with because I couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, those Russian guns, like, they don't consider that women are going to be firing it. It's made for man hands. Like the Kalashnikov and shit, you're just sort of like, Jesus Christ! I have these large hands and I can barely do it, you know?
I'm not entirely sure. Have you ever seen a Russian peasant woman's hands, Jack?
True. All right, good point. But still, like, you can tell, like, this is a thing that requires upper body strength to aim. You know, let alone like fucking recoil on. You're like, Jesus Christ, if you're like not a dude, if you're not like at least a heavy build dude, like, you gotta brace that fucker.
Yeah. One of the best Russian snipers was a woman in World War II. So
yeah. But like I said, not that women can't do it. It's just that I don't think the Russians consider that, because it's all in the handle. You know, it's all in the handle and the stock. You know, if you can negotiate your way around that, you're good. But like, most women's hands are much smaller than guys, and the Kalashnikov has that big fucking grip. You know, most Russian rifles do. The rifles that don't, the guns that don't, that have a very small grip, with one exception, which is a very bizarre exception, are the Israeli weapons. The Israeli guns are meant to be handled by both genders, but for some reason, the one that they didn't do that with is their most famous weapon, which is the Uzi. The Uzi is really hard for a woman to get her hands around unless she's got very large hands. They're just big enough to get your hands around if you're a woman normally. But if you add, the aiming scope, the dot, the way it works on that fucker is that it's also part of the trigger, and putting that thing on expands the trigger. So there are a lot of people who can't use the Uzi with the red dot, with the sight, because they literally can't get their finger around the trigger. And I'm like, that is the weirdest design oversight for a standing army that is 50% female. You know, I don't understand it, but whatever. I think they've improved it since. I forget what version of the Uzi that they are on. I think the Uzi 2 fixed that problem.
Maybe they were afraid of Dr. Ruth getting a hold of it.
Yeah, no shit. Well, she was... Yeah, she was in that army. She could. You ever see that video of her like disassembling and reassembling that gun on a talk show?
Not that, but I do know that she
Oh
was
my
their best
God.
sniper.
Yeah. She was a marksman. And
that video is simultaneously horrifying and arousing.
I know, it's so funny because she's she's this little old Jewish woman, and they're like, so we heard you were in the Israeli army. And she's like, oh yes, I served. Everyone has to. They're like, but we also heard that you were you were a marksman. You're being trained to be a sniper. And she's like, well, I was very, she's like, I was very good. They're like, can you still do that? And she's like, probably. And so they bring out the same type of rifle that she had when she was in the service. And she's like, okay. And she fiddles around with it for about 30 seconds. And then within the next 30 seconds, she completely dismantles it. Like, it's very obviously like, okay, how do I do this again? All right, there we go. And then this muscle memory just took over. And you're just sitting there like, holy shit. That took her like no time at all once she remembered how to do it.
It's like this woman could kill me in a heartbeat.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, it's one of those. There's this great episode of Quantum Leap where the whole idea is that dude has jumped into Dr. Ruth. And she has to beat up this stalker who's trying to kill a guest of hers who was on her show. And she she feels responsible, blah, blah, blah. They fix everything near the end. And then for some reason, Sam jumps into a vampire. It's weird. But here's the thing about the Dr. Ruth story. It was autobiographical. It was biographical. Like, that had actually happened. She had this girl on her show. Her ex, or soon to be ex, didn't like it and started stalking her. The girl, not knowing who to asked Dr. Ruth. She's like, I'm not sure what to do. And she's like, why are you asking me? She's like, I've got no one to turn to. And she's like, okay. So she, so she works to kind of protect this girl. I obviously it didn't work like it did in Quantum Leap, but she's like, all right, I'll make sure that everything's okay. You're in town. I'll come see you to make sure everything's okay. And figuring like, I guess I'll just hang with her for like an hour, calm her down, and things will probably be okay. And then I'll just have to leave it to the police. While she's there, guy breaks in, and Dr. Ruth apparently fucking subdues him.
Yeah, she's got the army training to do it.
I know. You're just like, what? That's a true story? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Well, I mean, like Dr. Ruth was still like alive when this episode aired, yes?
Yeah, she's in the episode.
Yeah, okay, well...
Yeah, she plays herself. Every time you don't see Sam, it actually is Dr. Ruth playing herself.
Well, okay, then that kind of makes sense then, because I'm assuming that the board meeting for the story for that episode was like, guys, this woman's still alive. If we fuck this up, she might kill us all.
Yeah. She could kill us all. Yo, damn.
What do you mean still? She is still alive right now. Still giving advice.
Yeah. She's still with us.
You said she was still alive when she did this.
Oh, I'm dumb. I'm sorry.
It's okay. She's at an age where you kind of wonder, is she alive or dead?
Well, she's ancient. She's not that ancient. She's 88.
Yeah,
man. I mean, that's really old, but it's not like I thought she'd be like 90.
And then you consider people like Betty White. She's like 98 years old and she looks amazing.
I know. Well, there's something about like women like Betty White and Dr. Ruth. You're like, and Helen Mirren. You're like, no, they figured something out. They figured out something, because like Dr. Ruth is obviously not the greatest looker. She never was. Like, she's never a good looking woman, but you could tell like she's got the libido, she's got the life force. She's got the whatever you need to make it into your 80s, and still feel like a vital human being. That's a strange alchemy. I don't even know what that is. woman's journey, I suppose.
Maybe she's a succubus.
It could be. Who knows? Maybe she really is the whore of Babylon. Maybe that's it.
Or what about a woman like Sue Johansson?
Sue Johansson.
Johansson?
What? Scarlett Johansson?
No. Sue.
Sue Johansson. I actually don't know who that is.
Sue Johansson is this little old lady who had a late night talk show about sex toys, lubricant, technique, and other such things.
Oh my god. Holy crap.
She's this little ancient old lady, but she knows so much about sex. It's hilarious.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's get a picture of her up here.
I love her.
Go. Yeah, there she is. For some reason, she's also got like a flame sweater thing with her. I don't know what that is. But there's man and woman putting them together, bumping them together like dolls and whatnot.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
But it's one of those things where like I stumbled across that show at like 4 a.m. at one time, and I was like, what is this? But
I can't blame you.
But the weird thing about it is, like, I sat down and I watched it for a little bit, and I was like, you know what? She's a very nice lady, and she's giving very good advice, and she seems very unjudgmental. Who am I to say this is gross?
Yeah. Well, I feel it's very interesting. Like, the things that we find repugnant, I think, change with age and are relative with age. Like, for instance, when you're a 16-year-old, another 16-year-old is fine. When you're 18, that's kind of getting a little weird. And when you're 20, 18 is a little weird. When you're in your late 20s, 18 is definitely weird. It's not automatically bad, but it's worthy of examination. It's one of those, that's close enough, we gotta be sure you're not crossing a line.
Yeah, but, like, an 18-year-old hit on me on Surge the other day, and I was like, no.
Yeah, it's a little too, no.
Yeah.
No, daddy issues territory. I'm not always up for that,
And it was terrible because he was like, I'm graduating this year, but I'm 18. I'm like, no! No!
Oh, geez. There was when I was young, there was one girl that I always regretted not sleeping with.
Oh?
Like, she was a slightly younger girl. She was, I can't remember if she was 16 or 17. But thank you.
Fun fact, you
Thank
can look
you,
up Dr. Ruth's
Matilda
old war photos
Minozzi.
with her in uniform.
Fun fact, you can look up Dr. Ruth's old war photos of her in her uniform. Ooh. But yeah, like, she was this girl. She called herself Undine, which is another word for water sprite. And I really liked her. She obviously liked what I was doing with her. But all of a sudden, I was just sort of like, this girl's a virgin. I'm not sure I should do this. I was an idiot. That was a complete stupid move. Even the Countess agrees that was a bad move. Well, yeah, but like, I was worried. It was weird. Like, also, my relationship with Renee was kind of falling apart that period of time. I was in an open relationship, but I didn't want to rush it to its potential conclusion. But it was still a mistake to not do it, because that relationship ended anyway. Yeah. Well, meh.
We got very off the
What?
topic of mothers.
What? I don't make you throw things at me. You just throw things at me. Ah, no comeback for that. Ha ha! I lost for words. Okay. All right then.
The Countess just throw that shirt I bought you at you again. The
I don't think that's arrived yet, actually.
it did. The Satan Loves Me shirt. You just
Oh, that one. Yes. Yes. That's right. Sorry. That was oh god, Christmas gifts.
You know what was
You know.
was like the day after like you showed that shirt though, the Satan Loves Me shirt, was that I was online and I found this like adorable image of this it's Satan as this like tall like cow skulled winged demon, and he's bent over and coddling a small girl child in a lovely little dress, showing her how to draw a pentagram on the floor, and it says, and it says, now remember, whenever you feel scared or alone, you know how to call me.
Yes.
And I was like, that's adorable.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I can find that. Come on, images. You can find it. Well, just Satan in there. I'm sure. Like, figure this out. Yes. Yeah, I found it. Whammo! There it is.
That image is witchcraft explained.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the dark spirits of the depths. You know, get to know them. So hang on a moment. Babe, what was that you were saying earlier? Oh, it's just a shelf. You know, it is. Someone bought me a shelf. Jimmy the Lamb, I think it was, bought me a shelf for Christmas, which I really appreciated, and we finally got to put it up like a few weeks ago. You know, it's made a tremendous difference in the room. Finally getting that thing up, because we're realizing, you know what? Now that the Countess is basically working from the apartment as well, having the living room was optimized for me and Guru to work in it together. Now there's always this other person, and we're like, we have to rearrange everything, because like there's definitely a bit of this thing where it's like we're driving each other crazy. Yeah, what? Thank you, babe. She said it was a short trip. So
it's not a drive, it's a putt.
Yeah, it was really so. Yeah, but it was definitely causing production problems, and you can tell the moment if you watch both me and Guru's channel, the moment we had started rearranging the room, because all of a sudden me and him started putting videos out again. You know, like it was like, yep, we needed to move fucking shit around because everyone was getting irritated. You know, we're still not entirely done. Like we have to get a new desk. We have to get a new desk for Guru, one that's not quite as deep, so that he can go into this area of the apartment you guys have never seen, and like work behind it, because he's right now, everything is facing away from everybody, and when things happen, he's one of those guys where, and I'm a little like this too, when things happen behind him, he gets a little nervous, and this is really bad when you're concentrating, because that's when like you're most vulnerable to that shit, because you're like do, and then all of a sudden something happens behind you, and you're like, wait, what? Oh shit, what was I just doing? Fuck. You know.
But it's weird that you say that though, because yeah, like I did notice that when you guys started putting videos out again, that things were rearranged, and that was also the day I realized that I paid way too much attention to background detail, and I felt a little creepy.
Yeah. We had totally changed everything. We had also moved the majority of like all my unboxings and stuff back into the garage, We had moved it inside because it was easier. Because we were like, yeah, we'll just leave the camera up and then just stand in front of it whenever we need to. That worked great until someone needed that spot.
You could just
And it
pretend
was-
you're Sherlock Holmes, Yogi, when you notice those details.
I am not a master of abductive reasoning. What do you mean?
Yeah. So, yeah. Mother's Day, as I've said as I've said a few times, like my relationship with my own mother, with my physical mother, my biological mother, not that great. Not that great. The thing that's really tragic about it is that not a bad looking woman. You know, not a bad looking woman. Like, you could see why some guy would go like that. I want that. You know, it's not hard at all. But, whoa. Get under that surface. Oh, it is bad. It's all bad. And there's reason for it. There's a lot of reason for it. Outside of even, like, you know, her mental health issues, which is her life was not great. It was not great. It was kind of bad. Like, how to put it? You know, sometimes you can be born after the period of time when your grandparent gets over the thing that causes them to be a monster. But the rest of the family's been there that whole time. And you don't know why they're being so mean to this relatively nice, innocuous old man who is your grandfather. This is my mother's father, by the way, not my father's father. My father's father was always exactly who the fuck he was. You know, he just, all he did when he got old was sleep more. You know, he obviously is getting real grumpy near the end where he's just like, oh, the world's falling apart. I did everything I could and the world's falling apart. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Who cares? What's going on? I'm gonna hang out with my wife. I'll occasionally grunt at my children and grandchildren, you know, and then I'll go back to bed, and I'll be it until one day I just don't wake up no more. You know, that was Grandpa Shen's answer to the dilemma of getting old and dying, which is fuck it, I don't care. My mother's father. What was that?
I said, well, you know, that's generally what happens, you know, during the last years of a dragon's life.
Yeah, it just gets a little grumpy.
I'm not convinced. Still not convinced.
Yeah, so but my mother's fucking father, he apparently used to be an alcoholic. And he was not. Here's the thing, like, alcoholics are not usually happy drunks. If you're a relatively happy drunk, you're probably not an alcoholic. Because alcoholics, they go from happy drunk and then they become maudlin on a fucking dime.
Or violent.
You either become maudlin or violent. You know, whereas because the happy drunk generally is the person who stops drinking once they get close to that stage. Because they're like, oh, I'm feeling bad. Fuck it. No more for me. You know, I'm good. You know, but apparently my mother's father, he was apparently maudlin and violent. Apparently hit my grandma more than a couple times. I mean, this had stopped by the time I was born. It had long since stopped. But, like, my mom had never forgiven him. She never forgave him. And, fair enough. Fair enough.
I frankly don't blame her.
Yeah. If half the stuff she's talking about is true, I don't blame her. But here was the problem. And I noticed this, which is she got so used to hating him. When he was gone, he started hating her mom. she started hating my grandmother, her mother. And it was really obvious that this had happened. You know, and the bitch of it is, when you get right down to it, I know what she was mad at because it was the thing that made me mad at that whole family, which was this. It was a family rife with pettiness and evil. There was good there too, obviously. You know, I considered my grandmother herself to be a spot of goodness, but here's the problem. There was never any judgment. I don't know if you know what I mean by that, but there comes a time when bad things happen and someone actually got to step in and pronounce judgment and just be like, no, this is too far. Get out of my house. This is too far. You know, you're not allowed to be in my, like, for example, you're not allowed to be, there should have been a moment where it's like, you're not allowed to be in my house or ask me for money or anything while you are married to that man who trafficked in child porn. You're out of the family. Like, it's like everyone needed the patriarch of the family to go, you're out. You're out. Get the fuck out. Don't show yourself here again. I will see your grandchildren, but I will see neither you, my own daughter, or her husband. I will speak to neither of you. You leave your children here. And that will be the way of it. And that will be how it is until you, sir, are gone. You know, and it's one of those, like, it was very obvious. Everyone, the whole family needed that to happen. They needed it. It had to happen. But no, that never happens. And so this entire thing just festers and becomes an infection until basically the entire family is infected with this horrible resentment, to the point where I was just sort of like, no, I'm just gone. I'm just gone. I'm just never going to have anything to do with you people ever again, not even funerals. You know, it's like, oh, someone's dying. I'm sorry. I'm going to mourn them in my own way, but I'm not going to talk to you and I'm not going to see you. We're done. We're completely fucking done. You know, because as my friend Dillo said, dude, you're not allowed. He was the one who said, who stopped me from going to my grandmother's funeral. You know, he was like, dude, we have been looking at knives all day. Do you even realize you have been doing this? And I was like, oh shit, I didn't. I actually hadn't recognized the fact that I had been looking at knives all day. And he was like, you're going there to fucking stab somebody. So you're not allowed to go. I forbid you. And I was like, fair enough, man. Fair enough. You've got a point. I didn't even realize I was doing that. Like, that's the closest I ever got to a true fugue state. And I was like, oh, yeah, no. And I actually asked my brother, dude, how was that funeral? After he had separated from the family. And we had gotten to know each other again. I was like, how was that funeral? And he was like, it was awful. It was awful. You know, he's like, you could have predicted everything that happened, every awful thing that happened. You know, which relatives got up and said which false thing with crocodile tears. It was like clockwork. So he's like, yeah, I feel bad that, like, we haven't really given, that we didn't give her the funeral that she deserved. But all I could say is that's the price. That's the price. And it's really too bad because under better circumstances, my mother's mother would have been a much more celebrated woman. But circumstances were bad. You know, someone needed to pronounce judgment, and traditionally that should have been my grandfather's job. You know, and the funny thing is that my father's father would have had no problem with that. But he never had reason to use it. There was one time he used it. But it wasn't get out of the family. It was just him going, really? You don't treat my daughter that way. No discussion, no excuses. You just don't treat my daughter that way. We're done. That's it. And that was like all he said. It's like all he needed to say. It was like, no, you don't treat my daughter that way. You want to stay in the family? You'll knock it off. And by the way, I don't like your family. I don't like them. And it was really funny because like the rest of the clan is like, and we don't like them either. They can fuck off. We will be nice. We will be civil. We'll still invite you to Christmas or whatever. You're still invited to the family gatherings, but know that as far as we're concerned, you're on thin ice. You know, so behave yourselves. You will behave yourselves. You know, and the funny thing is when you get right down to it, what was it that was so that was worthy of judgment in that case? Well, it was being manipulative and greedy. You know, it's like, oh, well, that's a very clear message about what's important on this side of my family. You know, it's like, oh, no, we do not mind. We do not, like, as I've said before, Shen's would have been a great crime family. You know, because it is okay if you use, you know, somewhat questionable means, but you don't steal from the family. That's the line. That's where the line is. You know, you steal from the family. Oh no. And if like, that's one of those moments where like in the movie in my head, that's the story of me, my brother and my father. And we're all like, you know, all fucking triads, you know, it would have been like, yeah, it would have been my father going like, number one, son, they have taken it a step too far. They have stolen from the family. I want you to send a message.
They have brought dishonor.
I'll do it. They have brought dishonor upon the family. They have brought dishonor upon the prosperity group. You need to you need to make an example out of them. How should I do that? How should I do that, Father? Just make it look bad.
Possibly with an axe.
Yeah. You know, next scene is me like chopping a dude up with an axe. You know, having somebody hold him down. It's like, why not just kill me? That doesn't look bad enough. You know, fucking like cutting his limbs off in like little sections.
You got the basis of a movie there, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, fucking like Hong Kong fucking, you know, crime thriller, you know.
In a nice skinny tie suit with not a nice pocket square, but just a plain white pocket square. So after you're done, you can just wipe the blood from your
Yeah, exactly. Well, the whole idea there was it was actually a 2-part story, potentially 3 parts depending on, you know, how things went. It was intended to be a 2-part story. The first story is actually about the youngest brother, about the person based on my brother, and how he ends up in charge of the family after, you know, the father and the older brother are killed. So in that story, me and my dad are killed, you know, essentially. But, and I had this glorious scene there's a revenge scene for like my murder that I was like, no, this is a beautiful scene. But of course, in the second movie, it turns out I'm actually not dead. It turns out that the character based on me is actually not dead, and he returns. You know, and it's one of those like, I thought you died. It's like, aha, well, let me tell you what happened. You know, and it really was, and it was just basically all about this. The whole thing is just like this idea of this internal Tong battle, like the prosperity group, basically election style, are kind of turning on each other.
Oh my God, no. Brother Alex in the chat just said something amazing. That said, in this story, your family's symbol will be a 3-headed dragon or serpent, and Jack's head is called the serpent that travels down the left-hand path. That's beautiful.
Yeah. You know, because like the older brother of that is like a little wilder. He handles like the nightclub stuff. No, he handles the massage parlors and the nightclub whereas the younger brother handles the extortion. He handles the extortion rackets and the bookkeeping. So he's like really super smart, very studious. In the beginning, you think he's a little boring, but by the end of it, it's like, no, he's actually got this really sharp intellect. But of course, the problem is that the whole prosperity sphere is falling apart. And by the end of it, he's like, all right, now I'm going to rebuild it. And in the second movie, he is rebuilding it. He's one of the bosses. And then something happens. He has to deal with it. And he discovers his older brother is still alive. And at that story, at that point, he is in charge of the prosperity group, but once he's reunited with his brother, this is no longer about the way things were. This is now about the establishment of an empire. Together they are able to just kick it up to the next level. And you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Going from extorting small businesses to controlling senators and shit. And it's just that thing at the end where they're they're kind of triumphant, but it's supposed to feel like Godfather, where you're like, well, I'm glad they succeeded, but isn't this bad? It's like, well, not for them, not for these two guys. They got everything.
Now we just need Godfrey Ho to direct, and we'll slap a ribbon on this fucker.
Oh no, I will accept. I need a John Woo. I need a guy like that.
Yes.
Godfrey Ho. Godfrey Ho is pretty good, but no, I need a John Woo. I need fucking doves to fly in a fucking church, man. That's what that story needs. I always fucking love that. About fucking John Woo movies, where fucking dudes get shot and doves fly. That's good shit.
During the final battle, you walk down the long cobblestone alley with the sun glinting from the angle, the doves flying, and you're wearing the long white Chinese button coat with either a gun or sword or whatever weapon of choice, just outstretched slightly at the side.
Yeah. Just fucking killing fools. That's what it should be like. It's one of the things that I thought was really interesting is how at the time, this is definitely a thing that kind of separated one generation of anime fans from the other. People get really into Cowboy Bebop, and there's a lot of good reasons for that. And one of the ones that they were like, wait, where are they getting all these ideas from? And I'm like, oh, every episode of Cowboy Bebop is based around one or two other foreign movies.
Mm-hmm.
The one genre of movie that they actually don't take from, except to explain to you that they don't do it, is Japanese cinema. It's the one country they don't take from because they didn't want to take from it. And that's the whole joke with the character where Spike meets essentially his twin brother, who's a cowboy, who turns into a samurai at the end. That's the one reference to Japanese cinema. Everything else is a reference to a Western or a Hong Kong flick or, something from another country entirely, and that's one of the things that made Cowboy Bebop so interesting. Because usually anime is kind of regurgitated fucking Japanese cinema. With a few exceptions. Two really good exceptions of anime not... Actually, 3 really good exceptions of anime not doing that are the ones that really stand the test of time. Akira, Ghost in the Shell, Perfect Blue, Paprika. They weren't just regurgitated fucking Japanese cinema. But the vast majority of all anime was, just like the vast majority of things in America are kind of regurgitated American ideas. Cowboy Bebop didn't want to do that. They didn't want to do that at all because that guy, that creator, that guy is a weeaboo in reverse. He loves American excess and shit like that. Loves that stuff. You know, that's why he goes from Cowboy Bebop to Redline to Space Dandy. You know, because that's the common thread, right? You know, because when you're doing Redline, that ain't Tokyo Drift kind of shit. That is like racing movies. That is the stuff that it's not Speed Racer. It's the stuff Speed Racer was inspired by, seen through this other Funhouse lens. You know, he loves that shit. He loves racing movies. You know, he loves Elvis flicks. You know, like, what is Space Dandy but a big, like, critique on, like, 50s car culture and Elvis.
It's rockabilly.
All that shit. Yeah, rockabilly. Rockabilly in space. And that's all it is. And I kind of, it's way simpler than Cowboy Bebop. It doesn't have the gravitas of Cowboy Bebop at all. But you could tell it's still got the same affection.
Right.
Like when they meet the alien who is the master ramen chef. Like, that was an episode where you're like, all right, I see the Cowboy Bebop in this one. You know, when they finally go to the ramen shop and there is the old alien who just makes the ramen and the soup is flavored with the tears of his sorrow. For he is forever, like, because his wife died, and that is what makes the ramen taste so delicious. The whole way that sequence is done, I'm like, oh, for a brief moment, for like 3 minutes, Space Dandy disappeared and Cowboy Bebop emerged. You know? And then it went back to Space Dandy.
And the entire transition was glorious.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was really cool. You know, you could tell that, like, it...
Oh, okay. Guru just shouted out Samurai Champloo.
Samurai Champloo. Yeah, that was another series where it was like, all right, we're gonna do samurai flicks. We can't use traditional Japanese music. We have to have another influence. And what better influence than the Wu-Tang Clan?
No, the first time I saw that show, I was like, okay, there's this new anime that's going to be shown on Adult Swim. It's called Samurai Champloo. I've never heard of this. What is this? I sat down. That fucking intro comes on. I was, and it gets to that point where it's like, some days, some nights, some live, some die in the way of the samurai. I was just
right.
Like,
yeah.
I'm way out of my element here because I've never seen any of those things. Now, if you're talking about the first Vampire Hunter D movie.
I remember that one. Yeah. Oh man, does that mean you haven't seen Bloodlust?
No, I can't get a hold of it.
Bloodlust is that's right. It's out of print now. But like, oh my god, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is amazing. That movie is amazing. Like that was, you know how the first one, like, it's really good in some sections and it kind of cheaps out because it's an OVA. It was a direct-to-video kind of deal. Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, they went full cinematic with it. It's just, everything is beautiful, everything's gorgeous, everything's inspired by Yoshitaka Amano, and one of the guys who worked on that movie, who designed everything for the film to give it its look, was Yasushi Nirasawa. If you don't know who Yasushi Nirasawa is, he's responsible for a lot of revivals. He did the revival of Devilman Akira. He worked in American monster design for a while. They went back to Japan. Let me see if I can find an image of him. Yasushi Nirasawa.
Yeah, I've only seen the first movie, but I've read some of the novels.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a good. Oh no, I don't know if I can show that one. Okay, I could show this one. This is the work of Yasushi Nirasawa. Bam.
Okay, I just had to look up Bloodlust again because I was like, is that the one with the Baron who kidnaps the girl? I had to think about
No. Yeah. In both of them, in the first one, it's just the Count Magnus Lee, who's just the guy that rules the area with like a shadowy iron fist. The second one's where the vampire actually kidnaps a girl and they're running off together, Romeo and Juliet style.
Yeah. I didn't want to spoil it for anyone who hadn't seen it, but
yeah. Oh my god, it's such a good movie. It's so good.
It's so sad. There's so much trash.
Yeah. It's so awesome. Like, I fucking love the moment when Vampire Hunter D's horse has to get a new horse. And he rolls into town, and there's like the one cyberneticist who's like it looks like an old timey fucking Western dude, but he's like he breeds cybernetic horses, so like he's got a lot of engineering know-how. And the two guys come in, they're like, yeah, we need that man. That man's a vampire. That guy's part vampire. We're gonna fucking kill him. And then the old horse wrangler, the cyberneticist, starts telling a story as he's fiddling with something. And he's like, yeah, there was a guy like him came into town a long time ago. They asked him, please, mister, please, save our children, because there was a vampire who would only drink the blood of children. Can you imagine how frightening that must have been? And he saved them. He saved everyone. But because he had the blood of a vampire, they didn't pay him. Tarred and feather him, they threw him out of town. And then he fucking comes up with this huge laser blaster pointed at the lawman. He's like, it ain't right what they did to you, mister. It ain't right. And he's just like, oh my god. He's like, take the horse and get out of here. You saved my life. I'm gonna save yours. It is like that whole sequence. I'm just like, oh my god.
My heart.
My heart. You got me. You got me. It was the most obvious place to go, but you still got me.
I'm totally in for the rest of this ride now.
Oh yeah, totally in. Because while the first Vampire Hunter D one is much more like Hammer flick, Bloodlust has that, but it also takes a lot from the other influence of Vampire Hunter D, which is westerns. So it's very much like Hammer horror meets Western with its own Japanese twist. And it's just a gorgeous looking movie. I remember that thing was advertised on like old internet, and it had the most awesome trailer for an anime I had ever seen. It was so amazing because the thing that really sold it, and they stopped using this trailer when they changed publishers, because the property changed publishers because one of them went out of business. But there was this whole original intro where it's just the push in towards the castle with the girl in the window lying asleep as you go through the graveyard and then the church and then you get to the castle. And it's just this guy going like, when you're safe and tucked in and the night sky rises and you are most asleep. Say your prayers, for out there is the vampire. Who will protect us? Only the Vampire Hunter. And then Vampire Hunter D fucking appears. And he just starts talking about Vampire Hunter D. He has that power. He holds a secret and a great tragedy. And then there's that image of him like riding on the horse where his cape turns into bat wings. Up against the moon. And then the last thing you see is a tomb with a cross on it. And he says, close your eyes and pray. And it was the moment where I was like, holy fucking shit, I have missed this. I have missed that Catholic Gothic imagery of the importance of the cross, and you gotta pray to Jesus for your soul. And I'm just like, no, I have. Oh shit! Another $20 donation from Ready Set Go. All right, let's bring him in. Let's bring him in. Let's do this.
So this is going from a three-way to a four-way, or
it's going through three-way. It's three-way to a four-way, at least for a little bit. And then if it turns into a five-way, I think that at that point we'll have to let you go because there's only so much. There's only so much you can handle on the stream before it just becomes pandemonium. Ready, set, go. Just send me a message on Skype and we'll get you in.
Yeah, when it becomes a five-way, it just reduces to a fucking witch's coven cackling over the internet. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. It doesn't quite work. Yeah.
Yeah, and even as it is, I feel bad every time I interrupt.
No, it's okay.
I know the feeling.
No. Yeah, but I had when that had happened, I was like, I really miss this beautiful like Catholic imagery, which is something that Vampire is super based on because they're like because it's vampires, and you're gonna take from Dracula, and it was actually my favorite thing about Francis Ford Coppola's version is like all the cathedral imagery, and so when me and my brother were doing when we were doing our role-playing game and we came up with the idea of the Dark Ages, we were like, no, this has got to be Castlevania levels of ridiculous. Like, we went so far as to create, because it was steampunk based, this fucking device that the werewolves had because we wanted people to play werewolves. And the werewolves were the prime vampire killers. They had this steam-powered device that was a giant crossbow that shot crucifixes that was literally called the crossbow.
I do wonder where people get this idea that werewolves and vampires are enemies, because according to the folklore, when a werewolf dies, they become a vampire.
Oh, really?
Yes. Oh. Werewolves are not immortal. They can die from drowning or old age or disease, but they come back as vampires.
That is the weirdest thing I have ever heard. But I can actually tell you where the idea of those two things fighting comes from.
Okay.
Tales from the Crypt.
Oh.
There are a lot of stories where werewolves and vampires fight each other because as a little kid, you want to see monsters fight each other.
I still want to see monsters fight each other, and I'm 40 years old.
Yeah.
I want to see Freddy Krueger take on Dracula.
Oh, man. But I really... Hold on. Okay, Big Louie's not quite in the call yet. And it's gonna... Yeah, I hear you, bud. Okay, so here's what we'll do. For the next, 20 minutes, we'll stay with this four-way. Then we'll let JB... Joanne go, and then we'll bring Chaotic Doctor in because he also just donated. Oh man, Red Letter Day over here. So Jamie, was there anything you wanted to ask since you're in the chat?
Well, yeah, I didn't even think about this. I just wanted to stop being a coward and do it. But who was your first Dracula?
Oh, who was my first Dracula? The first one I ever saw? Ooh. Oh, let me think. Dracula proper or vampire?
Probably Dracula proper, because
that's... first Dracula proper would be Bela Lugosi. Because because they would always bring out fucking Dracula for horror movie host nights and stuff like that. But if you want to talk about the first vampire, that would actually be Chris Sarandon in Fright Night. That was the first vampire movie I ever saw. Just vampire in and of itself. Which works because it's kind of, it's slightly based on Dracula.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, I just wonder, because my first one was Frank Langella, and it seems like I hardly meet anybody who actually speaks about him as Dracula. It's always Bela Lugosi or Christopher Lee.
Ooh, that's a good one. Frank Langella.
Langella?
I'm
spacing.
Was that the Dracula adaptation that involved the horse?
Yeah, where they have the horse ride through the graveyard.
Yes, that's such a good adaptation.
Yes. Yeah, and that's actually based on actual folklore. Is if you ride a white horse, a virgin rides a white horse through a graveyard, any grave it stumbles over is the grave of a vampire. But it has to be a virgin.
Yeah, that's Romanian folklore. That's actual Romanian folklore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which version is that movie just called Dracula? What's the name of that actor?
Just Dracula. Frank Langella. He played in Frank and Me. You know.
Oh man, Dracula. Oh, okay. What was this, like in the 80s? 79. Okay. 79. I've never seen this.
His death scene in that film is amazing.
Yeah, I watched it at just the right moment of puberty, and that just like sealed it. I've got a vampire fetish now.
Wait, no, I lie. There was one vampire that was before Chris Sarandon. It was Count Von Count.
That's
Count
true.
Von Count was my first vampire. Let's see, it was him, and then weirdly enough, it was not George Harrison, he's the Beatle, but George.
Oh God, the one with
Love
the
at
tan.
First Bite. Yeah,
The
tan
one-
guy.
Oh God.
Fucking
Hamilton.
yeah, it was Love at
Hamilton.
Yeah, George Hamilton. You know, and it was Love at First Bite, and I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Oh, Chris.
All I knew is that there was a guy turning into a bat, and I'm like, okay, Dad, what's happening? And he's like, he's Dracula, and he's falling in love. And I'm like, awesome. What are we talking about? It's like, Dracula is son, right? I'm like, yeah. But like, I was so young, I didn't even know the fucking stake through the heart shit. All I knew is that vampires drank blood. That's all I knew. They were undead. They lived forever. They drank blood. That was it. Everything else was just fucking whatever to me. They don't like crosses, I think. I thought at the time, maybe, And he was like, well, don't worry about it, son. It's a comedy. I'm like, okay. But the funny thing about that movie is the guy that makes that movie is the Van Helsing stand-in, who's played by Jeff Goldblum.
He's great. He's great in it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's great. Even at the end, when the only thing left is like Dracula's cape, he's like, what is it about Dracula and women, man? He's really young. He's got to be like in his early 20s in that movie. He's like, what is it? And like, he's like, maybe it's the cape. So he puts the cape on. He's like, or maybe it's the eyes. And when he does that, this is the moment where old Jeff Goldblum, whoever Jeff Goldblum was before this moment, when he goes, maybe it's the eyes. He starts doing this shit. That's when old Jeff Goldblum burns away and the Jeff Goldblum we all know and love begins to rise.
Yeah, if you want to see like really old Jeff, like the real young Jeff Goldblum, watch Death Wish. He's in Death Wish.
Oh, that's right. He's one of the rapists, wasn't he?
He was also in Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1977.
He was?
Yeah, he's one of the leads in it. Come on, man.
Are you talking about? Wait, no, you mean Leonard Nimoy?
No, Leonard Nimoy was one of them, but he was like one of them that was like, I don't want to spoil anything, but Leonard Nimoy's in it, yes, but Jeff Goldblum's in it as well.
Hold on,
he's one of the leads.
Really? I thought. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're right. No, you're totally right. Holy shit, I didn't recognize him.
Yeah, and he's very much like that in that movie.
Yeah. There we go. There's the Holy Trinity right there. You got Leonard Nimoy, fucking Donald Sutherland, and fucking Jeff Goldblum right there.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Great movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That fucking version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers is fantastic, and it starts out with fucking. It starts out with McCarthy showing up.
Yeah.
It's not only a fucking remake. It's actually technically a sequel.
Yeah, and the thing I like about it is it's the best cameo I've ever seen in a movie.
Yeah. It's like you wouldn't get cameos like that and again until like we started doing like the Stan Lee cameos.
Yeah. And then the Stan Lee cameos are fun, but they're real meta. You know, they're.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
this one is like, it was kind of like meta, but it was also like, wait, was the first thing actually? Did that actually happen in this universe? What's going on?
yeah. Like, well, like his cameo in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is amazing. It's the
I
best.
haven't seen it yet.
Oh my god, it's the best one.
Yeah.
It's the culmination of all Stan Lee cameos because they just basically let you know what? Stan's not going to be around forever, and we
What
need
is
to
he, the
kind of
Watcher? Or is he the Watcher?
He kind of is.
Oh, I knew it.
Yeah. That's like there's a scene where they're warping through all of these gates, and one of them is the planet where Stanley is talking to the Watchers. He's like, at one time I was an usher and a taxi cab driver. I've done a lot of really amazing things. And you're just like, did they just hint at the idea that in fact Stan Lee is one of the Watchers? And that is just,
and therefore all the cameos make sense.
Yeah, now all the cameos make sense. You're just like, oh please, now we're good. Now we're good. He's forever immortalized in these films. Like,
Just to get back to the whole vampire thing.
yeah.
Say my first vampire that I remember vividly, because we watched a lot of Hammer flicks back in the day. But the first vampire, I mean, Christopher Lee is kind of my first Dracula, but my first vampire was Vampire Lovers, man. That was the first one.
The Vampire Lovers?
Yeah, the Vampire Lovers. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the hell of a one to start on.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like that's fucking. Oh geez, yeah. If you dare taste the deadly passion of the blood nymphs, the vampire lovers.
From what I've been told is actually that the novella that movie is based off of is actually older than Bram Stoker's novel.
Yeah, there are a bunch of there are actually like several like vampire novels that were published before Dracula. One of them is Varney the Vampire.
Yeah.
Written by Polidori.
Yeah. No, he didn't write. Varney the Vampire was written by somebody else. Polidori Roos wrote The Vampire.
Oh, Polidori wrote The Vampire. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find Varney the Vampire.
I agree.
Mr. Malcolm James Malcolm Reimer is the author of Varney the Vampire. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and the
Polidori
Vampire
wrote
Lovers is based on Carmilla. I can't pronounce the doggone name, but
I think it's
Camilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
and then there was the whole like Through a Glass Darkly collection and all that, and that shit was awesome.
Yeah.
Because lesbian.
Yeah.
Why not?
You gotta love lesbian vampires.
Yeah. The dark blue. Yeah, Carmilla is a gothic novella by Joseph Sarandon Lefrenu.
Yeah.
I can barely pronounce that. Yeah, it was published around this. Okay, this one was actually In a Glass Darkly. That was actually published around the same time as Dracula, I think. Mm-hmm. Hold on, Dracula publication.
I think it might have come out like slightly beforehand, but it was around the same time.
Yeah. Okay, so Dracula is published on May 26, 1897. Carmilla is published in 1872. So Dracula comes out like 20 plus years later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. When is Varney Vampire publication?
Because
Varney the Vampire predates both of them. That is 1847.
Yeah, and all of them are kind of late to hit the whole gothic horror thing when it first hit.
Yeah,
because gothic horror, when you think of gothic horror, a lot of people go as far back as Frankenstein, but Frankenstein was actually kind of a throwback to gothic horror. Gothic horror is even earlier than that, in like at least in English. So Yeah, I mean it was kind of like seen as sort of the every time one of these big gothic horror novels that we all know and love, they're almost always throwbacks. Like they're a retro thing. It's almost like a sense of nostalgia people have for them.
Yeah,
Like back in
yeah.
the day,
Oh,
it's crazy.
Oh yeah,
right. Okay. So yeah. The Vampire, by John William Polidori. Yeah, that was 1819. Frankenstein is 1818. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 1818.
Yeah.
Um, man, it's so weird to think that like, um, what's her name? Ada Lovelace, Charles Babbage's partner.
mhm.
And by partner, like most likely platonic, because they were both math nerds. They yeah, they were both math nerds. They created the concept of the computer, or the automatic addition machine. They were the ones who came up with it. So like, basically steampunk calculators is what they
Yeah.
made, except the calculators took up whole factories, you know.
Oh, but it makes perfect sense though that things like Camilla in a Glass Darkly, Dracula, they came out when they did though, because I mean, the Victorian era loved its sexual innuendo horror.
Oh yeah.
Holy crap, it did.
I,
Holy crap, because you couldn't do it directly.
you know, I'll be honest with you. Like, if I've always thought that if I ever had like a shit ton of disposable income, I would actually try to create a collection of actual original print Penny Dreadfuls.
Oh man, like the original ones, like the
Yeah,
ones you can actually find. Yeah.
yeah, and like buy for a penny. I'm like,
Yeah.
yes, I need all the sexual innuendo. I need all the Victorian frustration right now.
Yeah, like that's the whole fear. Well, like it's really weird because the vampire is also closely associated with British xenophobia and British racism. The modern interpretation of the vampire, as opposed to the stuff that we get like directly from Romania, very, very much like all about Britain's racism and xenophobia
Oh,
because they were always foreigners.
yeah, the a popular genre at the time with the British was
Yeah,
invasion literature, whereas like Britain would be invaded. Think like Red Dawn, but in the 1890s.
yeah,
And in fact, you can find both these like genres kind of come together into War of the Worlds, which has invaders that suck people's blood.
yeah. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. Well, like like this would transform into eventually transform into the Yellow Peril.
Yeah.
Which I keep saying like, no man, I don't care what anyone says. We need to bring Fu Manchu back. That was actually like people were like, what would you do with an American League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? I'm like, okay, it would be the Lone Ranger, Charlie Chan, a couple other guys, and they would have to defeat Fu Manchu. And people are, well, why Charlie Chan? And like people always go with like shit like Tom Sawyer. And I'm like, Tom Sawyer does not fit in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
He wasn't
No.
very extraordinary.
Yeah. His ordinariness is the thing that's most important about him.
The
Yeah.
motherfucker avoids work. He's not gonna go off on like a
Yeah. He is not an extraordinary guy, but one of the guys who could be
Mark Twain himself. 'Cause
Mark
is
Twain
fictional
himself.
creation.
Yeah, except I didn't want to use Mark Twain. I wanted to use Mark Twain in the guise of the mysterious stranger.
Ooh, that creepy thing.
Yeah. We're like it's Mark Twain saying all that shit because like who's the mysterious stranger? Well, he's the devil. The mysterious stranger is the
Is
devil.
a mysterious stranger where someone else sits on your hand and then you jerk off?
Oh. Oh. But yeah, the mysterious stranger's the devil, and I was like, everyone always talks about, like Mark Twain as like his most jovial. Why don't we actually make him not a bad guy, not the villain of the story, but actually make him very sinister? Like one of the other people I wanted to bring in was Aubrey Beardsley. Like that is what had happened to Aubrey Beardsley, why he had disappeared. And so, of course, yeah, like, Aubrey Beardsley, the author of the Devil's Dictionary, famously just vanishes down last seen in an alley that is in San Francisco that is now named after him. The alley's still there. That's the last place Audrey Beardsley was seen, and now it's just called Audrey Beardsley Alley. Officially. It's in front of a bar called Vesuvius, which I don't know if it's any good anymore, but in the late 80s, that bar was amazing because it was open in the morning.
You see, no, Jack, you can't have Aubrey Beardsley involved with the mysterious stranger because we all know what happened to Aubrey Beardsley. He ended up trapped behind one of his own paintings in the room with the bed that eats.
Oh, yeah. Actually, wait a minute. I might be fucking it up. I said Aubrey Beardsley, but I think I meant someone else. Hold on. The Devil's Dictionary. The Devil's Dictionary. Ambrose Bierce is who I meant. I meant Ambrose Bierce.
Well, I mean, what time period are you going for? Because Ambrose Bierce was, he was known for his stuff in the latter half. I mean,
yeah. Well, that's when I wanted to set everything because that's when most of these people were actually around. Like, I mean, obviously I'm fucking with time a little bit, but like, I wanted to go back to the guy that the Lone Ranger is based off of.
Well, the Lone Ranger's based off. No, that's what I'm thinking of. The guy Zorro's based off of. See, if you're going to do an American one, you have to have Zorro.
No, I want the Lone Ranger because
you gotta have, dude.
Zorro can. I'm not that connected with Zorro. He could show up, but here's why specifically I want the Lone Ranger. All right, because they didn't do this in the Disney movie, and if they had done this in the Disney movie, all of a sudden the movie becomes worth doing. The Lone Ranger, the actual guy who was called the Lone Ranger, was a Texas Ranger who was black. He was a black dude. And he was known as one of the most fearsome lawmen of the West. People would find out he was on their trail, they'd just turn themselves in.
Well, he did invent the candygram.
Yeah. Oh. But yeah, like Eric Kripke did an episode of one of his newer show where they actually went into that. Where they're like, wait, the Lone Ranger is black? And they're like, yep, he was. The actual guy was.
So really what we're saying here, is that we already had a good Lone Ranger movie. It was just called Blazing Saddles.
In many ways, yes. Because but I mean, imagine actually going back to the Lone Ranger and actually making it like
proper.
Cuba Gooding Jr. or Idris Elba or Morgan Freeman.
I think it would be worth it just to see the looks on people's faces when they've been bitching about, oh no, you changed the race of the character because the Lone Ranger's white, and then you change the race of the character, and then you reveal to them he was black all along, brother.
Yeah. That guy has always been black.
I just love seeing those people.
Y'all been racist all along.
Yeah, y'all been racist all along. And that's actually, to me, why I would put him in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, because when you read that guy's life, you're like, there is nothing that happens in those original Lone Ranger serials that is better than what this motherfucker did. He's one of those guys where he's so dedicated to the law. His son murders somebody. He murders his own wife. He's like, you gotta help me, Dad. He's like, I'll help you, son. You're under arrest. He's like, oh shit. Oh shit. Loyal to the fucking end, it's kind of, you're like, that's beautiful and monstrous and so American, Beautiful, beautiful. And of course, like Charlie, the guy who Charlie Chan is based off of, that guy was a maniac. That guy was a fucking maniac. That's a guy, he would literally arrest people with a bullwhip. Guns are for pussies.
This Hawaiian Japanese motherfucker.
Yeah. He just come in, he's like, ah! He's like, you're under arrest. You're like, what the fuck?
Guns are for pussy.
Guns are for pussies. I'm arresting you with a bullwhip. Who the fuck is this maniac? Like, and that to me is like the really cool, interesting stuff. So, having Ambrose Bierce show up would actually be kind of perfect. Like
we're talking about the same Ambrose Bierce that wrote Incident at Owl Creek.
I believe so. Hang on a moment. Devil's Dictionary. Ambrose Bierce. The main thing everyone remembers is the Devil's Dictionary. And yes, he also wrote An Occurrence at Owl Creek.
An Occurrence at Owl Creek, which is the best episode of The Twilight Zone, by the way. Next to, To Serve Man. But that's
yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
Where's the cookbook?
Plantation owner is being prepared for execution by hanging from an Alabama railroad bridge during the American Civil War. Oh, man.
Yeah, you just read it. You get really into it, and it has this just amazing ending. And it's like, it's so ahead of its time, the way it's written. I mean, it's like there's two American pieces of literature that just seem like they're modern, way before the whole modern period's picked off, and it was mainly because we had that shitty war in the middle of the 19th century.
Yeah, that fucking war and northern aggression, as fucking some people insist on calling it. Like I'm like, no, it was the Civil War. Fuck you. Well, it was about states' rights. Yeah, the states' rights to own slaves. It's about economics. Yeah, the economics of slavery. Let's not fucking beat around the bush.
It's even worse than that, because it was about future states being slave states and them not having a choice whether or not to be free or not. It's
yeah. Like,
it's
well,
so
I mean,
much
like,
worse.
slavery was something that even the founding fathers were trying to get rid of, but they couldn't. They couldn't, and that's why they were like, we have to leave this for future generations, otherwise we just don't have a country.
Why would the Confederate States decide to go to the whole Confederacy route? They wanted to go Confederation.
Yeah, well, that's actually one of the things that I talk about a lot when I talk about, like, say, Europe and the EU, and people are like, oh, well, the EU is dumb and it's terrible and it's broken. And I'm like, no, Europe, you just refuse to get along. You refuse to get along, even though you have had 2 wars over this. 2 wars later, you're all still separate countries. How many wars did it take America to become one country? 1.
Well, yeah,
it took one war.
2,
after we become
the Revolutionary War.
I don't count the Revolutionary War, because that's a war of us breaking away from fucking Europe. But, like, once things came to a head in America, it got settled. That's kind of the way Americans do, which is, once it becomes violent, yeah, we tend to find a way to fucking deal with it.
I think the reason America worked is because almost everybody who came to America, because it's such a fresh start, it's that whole idea of a fresh start, but everybody who came here was annoyed by someplace else. So we were all unified in disliking some other place.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, fuck the Cossacks. Fuck those
I think that's why we're going through our growing pains right now. This is what's going on right now is the adolescence of our country.
Yeah, in many ways. But I mean, here's the thing about it too. You got to give it up for America. As much as we bicker, as much as we fight, as much as we fling political boogers at each other, at the end of the day, it's still fucking America. You know,
Yeah.
which has always been something that I've thought has been really, really fucking beautiful about the country. Like, at the end of the day, there's no such country as Europe. You know, like, even now that they're all democracies, they still can't get rid of their monarchs. They still have to have them.
Yeah.
And you're just like, this is the dumbest thing ever. I got an idea. Why don't we pay you to just fucking die?
They like
You know,
their
just
traditions,
fucking
man.
go away.
They like
No,
their traditions.
there's still like a king of Sweden and shit. And you're just like,
I was literally
really?
I was just about to say, let Sweden keep their monarchy. They're so cute. Let
They're
them
so adorable. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about, which is like they just won't let their monarchs go. And of course, the worst two are fucking Britain and Russia. Russia will not let go of dictatorship. It just won't. It refuses.
Well-
I think it's like a dad that yells at you sternly. You know, he might piss you off sometimes, but after a while you get Stockholm syndrome and you start to like your dad yelling at you.
Well, I wouldn't
Like an evil
even
dad.
say yeah. Well, I'd say it's abusive rather than just stern.
Yeah.
I feel like America's got the stern dad, where it's like, God damn it, Dad, I'm so
Yeah,
sick
but
of your
we
fucking
replace our
stupid
dads,
old man
like we
shit.
got a mom that
Exactly, we
die.
replace him every once in a while. It's like, yo, old dad, sit down and be old. Just sit down and be fucking old. Leave everybody alone.
I think
Summer King needs to sit down.
Well,
Okay.
you know, the thing with Britain, though, is that you can't. Okay, I'm gonna go on a limb here. You can't really get mad at Britain for keeping the royal family, and I say that because technically, in that way, when it comes to the royal family, they're much like Japan.
Which is another one where I'm like, give it up, baby.
Yeah,
But
I'm with you on this one, Jack. It's silly at this point.
But that's the thing. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, like Japan keeps its imperial family because the imperial family are in the native religion of Japan are considered the descendants of Amaterasu, and
Yeah.
half of Shinto is based on the royal family.
Yeah.
Well,
It's a big problem.
In the UK, the royal family is considered like a big part of the Church of England.
They're not just a big part of the Church of
They
England.
are the Church
is
of England.
the sovereign of the Church of England.
Yeah,
This is
absolutely.
This is why part of her amazingly long title. If you've never heard Queen Elizabeth's full title,
No, it's
Oh my God, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
But
crazy.
part of her title is Defender of the Faith because that is her job.
Yes, but I think we figured out by this time, by 2017, that rule by divine grace or whatever, divine selection does not usually work.
No.
It
But
doesn't
like the
usually-
only countries that ever figured this out are all countries that are in the quote, New World.
Yeah.
You know, and even then, some of them still have traces of monarchy. I'm looking at you, Canada. I'm looking at you.
Well, they're not a real country anyways.
Yeah. Looking at you,
I'm
Canada.
sorry. You don't have some other country's monarch on your money.
Yeah. The funny thing is if it was anyone other than the Queen of England, if it was like, say for instance, the King of France, I'd probably go, all right.
Why?
You can be retarded.
But the French,
You know,
the
but
French
the
have
fact that
moved
it's
on.
the King of England, I am like, we fought an entire war against the monarchy of England. Don't mind. That's where my patriotism comes in. It's like that moment in Unforgiven. If y'all seen Unforgiven, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my favorite
No.
Western.
Oh, fucking so great. That moment where fucking Gene Hackman is staring down Ed Harris, who's playing English Bob, who keeps talking about the Queen of England, and fucking Gene Hackman is just like, you still talking about your Queen, English Bob, on Independence Day? And he just fucking kicks him in the fucking balls. And I'm like, yes! Yes! No British piece of shit tells me what to do. America.
Well, the thing is, what's so weird though about it is that, like, and as a person whose family's Canadian, this is what I will say. Canadians, except for maybe very certain days of, like, very special occasions, most of the time Canadians don't give two flying fucks about the royal family. The only reason that they even keep that in there is because they're part of the Commonwealth of Nations.
All the more reason to get rid of them.
Yeah. It's really interesting. Well, it's like
They
the
lack
whole
the conviction to pick up a
the
musket
whole,
and
for example,
go against the redcoats.
the whole pro-rogue thing that happened a few years back, if you remember that. Pro-rogue, basically, all right, so we're going to start over with we're going to have a new parliament now.
You mean Prague?
No, pro-rogue.
Oh, okay.
It's a part of the process of Canadian Parliament.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's largely ceremonial, but in the bureaucracy of Canada, you literally have to have the Queen of England bless the new Parliament.
Yes.
This is largely so ceremonial they don't even bother with it. But it's still in the law because they use the Napoleonic system. The Napoleonic system is different from the American jurisprudence system. For one, that means you never strike a law from the books. This is a problem. So, like, for example, so when Jordan Peterson's like, I am very worried about what this means for future generations, realize, unlike America, which can go back and go, this law is bullshit, it's out of here. Canada can't do that. Once a law is on the books, it's there forever.
But they can always create new laws to circumvent the...
Exactly. They can do that.
Because the Constitution of Canada is actually not solid.
Right. It's not like the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution is very black and white. It's very like, you can do these things, you can't do these. You can do these things, you can't do these. And that's the way it starts. It starts with restrictions on the government itself. No other country founding document is like that. They really aren't. Usually they start out with like, because of the divine right and the blessing of our Lord Jesus Christ, all Savior, or whatever and shit like that. America starts out, we believe that all men are created equal and everyone has the right to free speech. And you're like, whoa, back up. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Where's the highfalutin, granted by the divine right of kings? They're like, no, we're Freemasons, you asshole. We don't care.
Oh, I'm sorry, not to be a dick, but I just realized this. Chaotic Doctor is kind of itching in the chat.
Oh, shit. Yes.
Aww. Well, it was fun being the only girl in the orgy.
Oh. Oh, man.
Well,
it was great. It was
Yogi
great talking to you. It was great having to you.
Yeah.
It was great talking to you, Jamie.
Yeah. So
yeah. Is there?
Next time we'll talk more.
Yeah. Absolutely. But I'll give you one last question for no more than 5 minutes. But go for it.
Oh, I can't think of a last question. I'm too tired, Jack. But I will say this: out of your movie reviews, I miss Uncle Varney. I love him, the Masked Slasher, but I miss Uncle Varney because let's face it, with those things,
craziness,
he brings a new meaning to the word double penetration.
Oh. Oh,
that's
nice.
Beautiful.
Nice. Okay, well, it was good talking to you, Jamie. It was good having you.
Yeah, we'll do this again sometime when I have another $20.
Probably before then, at least. Probably before then. I feel like you didn't necessarily get like everything that should have been coming to you.
No. Well, I wasn't planning on anything. I will say that my favorite chats have been when you've done this monster versus that monster, and I kind of hope that we can do that in the future.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
we could do that.
Hilarious.
Like Jason versus Godzilla. Like,
Yeah,
just figure it out, make that happen.
Hellraiser versus Sharknado.
Sharknado, yeah.
The one I've been thinking about since elementary school. Freddy Krueger versus Dracula, as I mentioned before. I even have a motivation for it.
Ooh, we'll work on that one some other time. Okay, all right, Jamie, you take care.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Slut Pit.
Oh,
all right.
And just for brother Alex in the chat, because he was like saying, "Oh, you gonna talk about Canada without me being the resident Canadian of the chat?" Brother Alex, let me make you feel better by saying, "Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command." Love you, Alex.
Oh, I wish I was back in old Canada. Yeah, fucking.
Where I was
yeah.
Hey. You leave Canada the fuck alone.
Hey, man, I like Canada. I just think their government's a little ridiculous.
You know what's interesting though is that if you take away the oh god, what the hell is that position called? The
banister. The banister. Do they have banisters?
No, not that. You take away the Governor General of Canada, who is the official stand-in for the Queen, since she's on an island. You take away the Governor General and you take away the monarchy out of it, and the parliamentary system is quite effective.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about all the pageantry that goes along with it, with
I love the pageantry.
Their lawyers still wear wigs.
I think
it's time to give up wigs.
I think that our lawyers should wear wigs and be called barristers and solicitors. Fuck
No,
off.
I think our lawyers should have tonsures, just to give them a little bit of humility.
Oh my god.
No. I want judges to have the long wigs and the sash that goes across, and I want them to be addressed not as Your Honor, but my lord. I want that. I want it. It's ridiculous, and I love it.
Not getting
Just
enough.
Where does Canada get? You think it gets of sharing a great border with sharing a? Oh God! Just where does Canada get off trying to share a border with countries that are far superior? With countries far superior to it. Oh, you bunch of francophonic beaver bacon loving bastards! Your country's just a giant piece.
What?
Canada's like
MST3K, Mystery Science Theater 3000 review did a Canadian movie called like The Final Sacrifice. It's awful.
Yes, it is.
And one of the bits they did was just Tom Servo singing about Canada. It starts out as pro Canada, and by the end of it, he's talking about bombing the whole goddamn country.
What I will say is this: I will make one joke about Canada, which is the Canadian Film Festival. I don't wish to cause you any harm, and so I won't. The end.
Oh.
I'll make one.
Oh.
Actually, one good thing I'll say about Canada. When I was there, in Vancouver, which is a different sort of Canada from like Toronto and all that, but
that's where Brother Alex is from.
Right on.
Yes. All right. Hang on a moment.
You're out there. I won't say I was partaking, but there was a lot of pot being smoked, and this is like 2004 era. And I remember the cops walking by, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And the cops they saw us, and they just said, "Hey, put that out." And I was ready for a beat down, dude.
Hey, gotta hand it to peace-loving folks. You know, as oh god, was it Dave Chappelle who was like, dude, he's walking around Hollywood, and a buddy of mine goes, we gotta find 4th Street. Hold on. Now he's a little high. He walks over to,
oh, shit.
I realize he's talking to a police car. I'm like, oh shit. Buddy goes, Officer, I'm a little high. Can you tell me where 4th Street is? And I'm like, oh, we're in it now. And he goes, wait, what'd you say? You're on 4th Street. Thank you, officer.
Oh God, I forgot about that joke. Also,
Yeah.
hi.
Hey, Chaotic, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Unfortunately, I am not rocking the Baphomet shirt today because it's currently in the laundry. Although I am in the same position as last time, so I still got Jesus.
Aw.
Still
I've got coffee here.
Is that
Oh,
Jesus on a piece
God.
of wood?
Yeah.
It's a wood.
You
It's a
think
wood
you would be
carving.
sick of being on wood?
Hey,
Yeah, no kidding.
Anyway, basically,
Oh,
again,
man.
Jack, Yogi, it's a pleasure to meet you, brother.
Oh, it's
Oh.
so good to meet you. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaste, brother. And ready, set, go, or Big Levy, or however you want to be called. Pleasure to meet you too, brother.
No, you're
You
sticking
can name
around
me
because I'm just
whatever you
drinking this
wish.
now.
I shall call you Louis of the Big Dick. That's what I shall call you.
Oh yeah,
Perfect.
That is my Twitter handle, Big Louie.
So I still got Jesus. I still got the guardian angel and stuff I was talking about last time. Although my second stream appearance, and it's a stream on a holiday because if y'all remember the first time I went stream, it was the stream on Easter Sunday.
That's right.
So
Was.
apparently I'm a holiday occurrence. So
You know
Oh,
what?
oh, man, someone is saying that I should have Brendan Trinold on. I probably should. I've never actually talked to that guy.
You know what? I think it's interesting that, like, okay, in the church, I know that like May Day is a special day for the Virgin Mary where they crown her and everything. I know that that's a thing, but I think it'd be kind of cute if they did a Mother's Day thing for the Virgin Mary. Because she's supposed to be the
Local
mother
church
of
here
the
does.
yeah, although now it's kind of this morning I was kind of watching a lot of Robin Williams, and doing the one live on Broadway. I was thinking of the one he was talking about the story of how Mary got pregnant with Jesus. It was like, we are one dash away from Mary Jo and Jim Bob. We could have had Jim Bob, the Son of God.
Oh, fucking
Robin Williams.
Robin Williams. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Jim
one live
Bob, son of God.
And of course, there's always Jerry, the brother of Christ. It's like, come on, we're taking Jesus to the beach. Yeah, man, he'll walk on the water, heal everybody, and I'll just have sand in my ass. Whoopie doo.
Yeah, whoop-de-doo, whoop-de-fucking-do.
Yeah.
Great.
Also, another one. Considering Yogi's here, I couldn't help but think of this. It was the one where everyone's seen Gandhi, but there's one guy in a Bombay that's like, I know Gandhi. He's a prick.
He's a prick.
I see him suck on a pork hot dog and talk to mother saying, "Who's your diaper daddy? Who's your diaper daddy?"
He does get a lot of shade from people, though, especially like in Africa.
Yeah.
Oh, well, with good fucking reason.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
That's the thing.
Like, Gandhi in his youth is not Gandhi in his old age. We'll say that. Holy crap.
That's the thing that gets me. That's the thing that gets me. People bring up like, oh, well, didn't you know Gandhi was a racist? I'm like, at one point, yeah. But
Yeah. Before he becomes
the
Gandhi. Yeah, before he becomes Mahatma.
I like
Yeah.
how
You know?
racist has become the new scarlet letter.
It's so weird. It's so
never
odd.
Because
No, it doesn't.
I've got some fucking nasty, horrible, just some bullshit in my past. Some things that can get you arrested and serve quite a few years of time. All right.
Oh fuck, dude! I've committed straight up felonies.
Yeah, I'm talking about
You
it,
know?
dude. Dude, my first girlfriend, when we broke up, I fucking stalked her. Okay, I was that piece of shit.
Oh jeez.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, no good,
Hey,
dude.
no,
No good.
No,
First
no,
cross,
I'm not
first
that same
cross.
person though. That's what I'm saying.
No.
You know,
No.
you change. You grow up, and Gandhi probably, you know,
Oh yeah.
probably met somebody or probably got enlightened at some point. Probably, you know, who knows what happens? Maybe he was still a racist. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I judge the man by his actions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Also, Yogi, kind of off topic, but not really. I want to
Please.
hear you say one day, if you don't stop, I will bitch slap you like Shiva. I'm just imagining that in my head, and it's glorious.
Okay. At one point, I probably will do it just to make you happy. But I'll be honest with you. My take on that is I don't need to say that. Shiva will karmically bitch slap you without me having to say it.
Point taken. Point
'Cause
taken.
Got like 9 hands or something like that.
Well, yeah, she's got all of eternity to do it forever,
Yeah.
always, at every
I
moment.
I just like the
coming and
idea of
going.
number of hands slapping me.
Well,
It's like,
you know
where did
what's so
that last
interesting?
one come from?
You know what's so interesting is that, like, Shiva, he is often depicted. It's so strange. Like, he's one of the gods who's most often depicted with just 2 arms, 2 legs. Now, there are exceptions to that, but all the really popular images of him have, like, 2 arms, 2 legs, and I'm like, that's fine, because when he gets into the mode of Nantaraja, the Lord of Dance, when he gets into that mode, he's terrifying enough with just 2 arms and legs. I don't want to see any more. I'm good.
Yeah. Well, he's also one of the ones that has more than 2 legs, isn't he? Like when he gets into that mode, isn't he?
Yeah, when he's shown in that, then yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, so question. This is a question. So where exactly does Shiva sit?
Okay. All right. I've gotten into many arguments with other Hindus about this because
Oh, okay. So it's even an argument among those who know.
yeah, it's an argument among those.
Okay.
And here's the thing: is that the reason I am a Vaishnava is because after taking a good hard look at the Vedic corpus in general, it seems to be the oldest surviving understanding of the Vedic text, is a Vaishnavic understanding. And in the Vaishnavic understanding, Vishnu, or Narayan, who takes the form of Ram and Krishna and all those other deities, is capital G God. Like, the guy who sits at the center of everything and all universes stem from him. He is the master and lord of all realities forever.
Okay, and that's Vishnu.
And that's Vishnu.
Okay. But isn't there where does wait, I thought that was Brahma.
No, Brahma is born of a lotus that comes out of Vishnu's navel.
Oh.
Brahma,
Okay.
yeah, Brahma is he's in Vaishnavism, we specifically call him the secondary creator. Like for instance, there's this really great story in the Srimad Bhagavatam when there's this great story about Krishna, where I think I talked about this a little bit, because remember, Krishna is an avatar of Vishnu.
Right.
And there's this thing where at one point Brahma kind of oversteps his bounds because he doesn't know that Krishna is an earthly incarnation of Lord Vishnu, and Brahma's kind of getting a little high and mighty about certain things. And at one point, Krishna, out of nowhere, reveals thousands of versions of Lord Brahma filling the sky. And Lord Brahma is very confused. And he's like, no, what is this? I am Brahma. Who are these other Brahmas? I don't understand. And Krishna reveals himself as Lord Vishnu. Brahma bows to him and begs for both forgiveness and understanding. And Krishna says, Brahma, you are my devotee, so I'm taking mercy on you, but you have forgotten. These here you are the Brahma of this universe. You are in charge of this universe. These other Brahmas are in charge of the millions of other universes that I am in charge of all of them.
Right. Now, question about Vishnu.
Yes.
So, what's his relationship to Krishna?
Okay, his relationship to Krishna is that Krishna is an avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Okay.
Okay. Now, certain sects of Vaishnavism, such as the Gaudiya Sampradaya, who people from the Gaudiya Sampradaya because that's like the Hare Krishna movement is part of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas.
Right.
Now, the reason they focus on Krishna specifically, right, is the way they interpret the text, because Krishna is Lord Vishnu, but without any restrictions on himself whatsoever. Because
okay.
Because usually what happens is every time Lord Vishnu incarnates on the earth, it's always for a specific purpose, and he usually, as part of his play, as part of his divine Leela, his play, when he incarnates, he usually puts restrictions upon himself because he knows that he's here to complete a certain job, so he puts the restrictions of that job upon himself. Krishna is just him, just the complete personality, completely unbridled, without any restrictions whatsoever. So people like the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, they're like, well, if that's him completely unfettered, why don't we just focus on that one specifically? And people go, all right, yeah, that works.
Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, oh, by the way, dude, I forget who it was, who says, why does Vishnu have an elephant head? That is not Vishnu, that is Ganesh.
And Ganesh has an elephant head because his dad Shiva was a little bit of a dick one time.
Yeah, because his dad cut it off in a fit of annoyance.
Isn't that kind of all god pantheons, though? They always have
that is. They tend to do that.
Although the Greek and Romans are the most known.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, part of the reason he got so mad is he thought that Shakti was cheating on him. Because all of a sudden, here's this guy he's never seen. I am the son of your wife, he keeps saying. He's like, fuck, what the shit? Fucking cuts him down, breaks in. It's just like, bitch, you got some splaining to do. The fuck is this? She's like, what did you fucking do with the little boy I made? And he's like, well, who'd you make it with? She's like, myself. You're like, well, how did you learn to do that? From you. Right. Right. Well, I broke it. And she's like, oh, you are putting it back together, motherfucker.
I love that story, though, because the second half of that story is terrifying.
Oh, my God, yeah.
What happens is Parvati, as one of the manifestations of Shakti, becomes so enraged that she unleashes through herself into the world all of the vengeful, wrathful forms of the goddess, and they actually threaten to destroy reality.
Yeah. This is letting Kali loose on Earth to do whatever the fuck she wants.
Oh, not just Earth, the universe.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she threatens to destroy the Earth, Svarga, the Narakas, everything. And the Daves are so horrified that they run to a cave in the Himalayas and they hide because they don't know what to do.
That sounds like it goes from Vishnu, it goes from Hindu to Lovecraftian in about 2 seconds.
Just so here's the great thing. This is how the rest of the story goes, right? Is that Vishnu's in the middle of the multiverse, being Vishnu, creating and sustaining all things. And then, he kind of wakes from his slumber a little bit because he feels this particular universe quaking a bit, right?
He feels a disturbance in the force, and it's like, oh god, what are the kids fucking doing now?
Exactly. And
who got pissed off where?
Exactly. He takes a look down. He's like, "Oh god damn it!" So he calls the sage Narad. Narad, who is one of the sons of Brahma. He's one of Brahma's sons, but he's also one of the greatest devotees of Lord Vishnu. And he's kind of like this cosmic sage who kind of just flies around with an instrument, and he just sings the praises of Vishnu. But he's kind of like a trickster. He's like a trickster deity. Everything he does is for the glory of Vishnu and for the Dharma, but he likes to trick people into like doing the right thing.
Right. He's the one who's often depicted as a monkey, right?
No, that's Hanuman.
Oh, that's Hanuman. Okay, got it.
Narad is kind of,
India got a lot of gods, man.
yeah. Narad is a sage, but he's also a trickster and a gossip. In fact, in India, if the town gossip is coming down the road, a common phrase is, "No, quick, go back inside. Narad is coming."
Got it.
The common phrase. So Vishnu calls Narad, and he's like, "Narad, they fucked up. Do me a favor. You're my sage. Can you go down and use your clever wiles to make this okay? Because I know you can do it because I made you that way, so can you do this?"
It was like Maury Povich.
Yeah. And Narad's just like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do that." Narad shows up in the cave where the other gods are, and he's like, he's just like, Narayan, what's going on? What'd you do? The gods explain what happened, and Narad's like, "Okay, don't worry about it. I'll go calm Mother Parvati down." And Narad goes into Parvati's castle and starts speaking calming philosophical words to her, and she actually calms down because Parvati actually favors Narad. Narad's one of her favorite people. So she calms down and she goes, because Narad brings up to her, he's like, "Oh, Divine Mother, you're the mother and protector of all beings. It's wrong that they killed your son, but all beings are your sons and daughters. Is it really right for a mother to terrify all of her children? The entire universe is shaking with fear." And she calms down and she goes, "You're right, I'm fucking sorry, but they fucked up. My son's gone. I'm just pissed off." And they're like, "Okay." He's like, "Okay, what do you want?" And she's like, "I want my fucking son back." And he's like, "Don't worry. We'll take care of it. Take care of it." He comes back. He tells them what's up. And so Shiva devises a plan. He's like, "Okay, here's what I'll do. Me and Surya, the sun god, we're going to go across the earth and we're going to find a suitable replacement for my son's head. Brahma, when we bring the head back, you're going to use the water of life and reconnect the head and bring him back." So they go across the planet, and there's a very old elephant who's very wise. And he says, "My lord, I know of your troubles. It would be an honor for me to die giving up my head so that your son may live." Cool, that's awesome. Take the elephant's
So he
head.
gave him head.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome.
They bring it back. They put it on him. He comes back to life. He goes before Mother Parvati. Parvati is overjoyed, and she says, "Oh, but wait. My anger's not completely gone yet. Here's what you need to do. All of you need to bless my son with all the material powers of the universe, and you have to grant a boon that before anybody, he will be prayed to first."
Yeah. The built-in acknowledgement of the importance of the fact that you are a material being.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, that's fine. We'll do that. That happens, and then Vishnu goes, "Okay, I can go back to sleeping on my snake couch. Everything's cool."
Yeah, everything's cool. We're good. How you doing, Snakey? Everything fine? Awesome.
Jesus. That's why I love going into world religions sometimes, different religions in different parts of the islands, because they can have some crazy ass stories. Because of that, and the whole thing with, what was it that like Thor cross-dressed to get Loki's horseback or something like that in Norse mythology? Yep. I forget what story was that. And then of course all the classic Greek ones, like Zeus turned into swan, fucked a girl, and that turned into what was it? To Perseus, I think it was.
No. It was Pegasus.
Ah, there it is.
Pegasus. Like, it's one of those, that's a really fine looking horse. I'm going to turn to a swan, sleep with it. Like one of those kind of deals. It's just like, what fucking Zeus the fuck is going on? You know, like, what are you doing, dude?
He's a creative fucker.
Yeah, literally.
Really creative with his fucking.
Yeah, also the god of gamblers. Most people don't know that about Zeus. He was the god of gamblers.
Well, how could he not be? He always takes a gamble. Considering how pissed off Hera gets.
Yeah. He's always taking chances. That's one of his deals.
Gamble, and it's usually with his dick.
Yep.
I mean,
Although,
that's one of the things I love about Hera, is that Hera seems to be the one person that Zeus seems to fear.
Yeah.
I love that.
Hera's very interesting because she's not quite the mother goddess of the religion, but she is the heavenly queen of the religion. It's slightly different.
No, she's like the matriarch. She's the
Yeah.
she's like the alpha female, you know.
Yeah. Strangely, she's also interestingly, she's also associated, like Krishna and Malaktaus, she is also associated with peacocks.
How dare you read my mind? I was literally just going to offhandedly make the joke of like, what? A being that Jack finds interesting? And oh, by the way, is also associated with peacocks.
Peacocks. Yeah. Hera is interesting. But the thing that's really that is a little tragic is that when you get down to it, she doesn't. There are very few stories of Hera doing things when she's not being a total bitch. You know, like that woman becomes so much of a bitch she tries to deny one of her own sons, like fucking Hephaestus.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that doesn't end up going so well for her. You know, she barely allowed Hercules to live. You know, she suffered Hercules to live. Hercules was the fucking paragon of all of Greekness. You know? Like, so much so his entire city-state based off of people who are supposed to be descended from him. They're called the Spartans. You know?
Oh, by the way, Alejandro in the chat, the Bible, mainly the cool stuff is the Old Testament. Oh, you have no idea.
Oh my God, no! It's the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha is fucking amazing.
Oh no! I wasn't even going to say that. I'm saying no. Some of the
Revelations.
I was actually going to say no. Some of the best stuff is the Old Testament, but if you've read it in English, then you have no idea.
It's crazy. Like, yeah, the English text is very sanitized.
Mm-hmm.
Like hell, even the Greek is riddled with problems.
Well, that's the
You
thing.
know?
If you want to read it, you got to read it in Hebrew. I'm sorry, that's the only.
Yeah. Or at the very least, get a direct Hebrew to English translation.
Yeah.
You know, Hebrew is kind of hard to read.
It's interesting because I'm actually trying to get one of my friends full force back into his Judaism, and I say that because, okay, he really wants to be involved in a spiritual practice, but because of his mentality, going outside of a more traditional basic understanding, like in the sense of like there being a God and eternalism and all that,
right.
going to be easy. Like, I've shown him like, okay, what about Buddhism? He's like, no, it's just not for me. What about Hinduism? It's not for me. I'm like, what about Christianity? He's like, oh, fuck no. And I'm like, okay.
Fair enough there.
So, so it's one of those
How
things.
about onanism? Worship of thine-self. Hey.
So what I'm trying...
I did that earlier today.
So did I.
Jesus.
Then I tried to make somebody a mother on Mother's Day.
Oh, God.
Oh, wait. Someone named R. Riley M. seems to have asked a question that she says she never got a straight answer to. But so much to see. Hold on. You kind of have to dig deep for interesting narratives. No, that's probably not it.
I took a whole semester on studying Revelation and Daniel, and I'll contend that I'll never have a straight answer.
Yeah, straight answer to what? That's what I'm curious about. Oh, looks like the Baroness is going.
Oh, bye.
Yeah, I gotta have her back on. Like, I've been wanting to do that.
Let's just pray you don't pass out again.
Yeah. No, not Odinism. Onanism. Masturbation.
Yeah.
Odinism is the act of fucking is sitting upside down from a tree, poking your own eye out, and then fucking dying out, literally dying out with the written word of your entire culture. That's Odinism.
Onanism is a lot more obtainable.
Yeah.
Like, did you notice that? Did you notice that about the fucking Norse mythology? It literally ends when it stops being written.
Yeah.
Like, because everything is destroyed in Ragnarok. Everything, including fate, including words. So there are literally no words to describe what happens when Baldur returns to the world, because that is beyond words and is beyond the touch of fate. Therefore, we can't write about it, because to write about it would be to put it within the strands of fate, according to the cosmology.
Basically,
So it has a really weird ending, because you're like, and Baldur rises. The end? Wait, the end?
Basically, to
Well,
describe
that's the last
Ragnarok-
thing written.
Yeah, basically to describe Ragnarok, when that happens, it's basically the universe is like an etch-a-sketch, and they shake it to start. To erase it
Yeah.
so it can start over.
Everything, the entire story of the Viking people is just basically over. It's over.
Yeah.
You know, it's whatever happens next. No one knows, not even fate. And you're just like, oh my God, what a fucking weird. Oh man,
Yeah,
thank you.
The
Hi,
Christian
can I join
apocalypse,
this party?
Everybody goes to heaven. The Viking apocalypse,
Oh no, in the
Everything
Christian
disappears.
apocalypse, if you're talking about Revelations, oh no, not everyone does go to heaven. Most
well,
people-
you know what I mean, right? Good people go to heaven, bad people go.
Yeah. Okay,
but-
so
but-
someone named Rasmus Henriksen wants to join the party. Okay.
Vikings.
All right. Okay, we can do this. Ready, set, go. Are you willing to step aside?
I am always willing to step aside.
Oh man, pleasure to have you as always. Okay, fucking let me get that name again. Yeah, Rasmus. If you follow me on Twitter, send me a DM with your Skype information, and I will connect with you, and then we'll bring you into the call. So let me make sure I got Twitter up so that it will notify me when that thing comes in.
Yeah, and while we
yeah,
were
but-
on Greeks, I wanted to mention this. I actually have right here a book of my writings. I wrote a little kind of dialogue scene where I made somebody have a conversation with Venus, and I don't know why.
Ooh.
It just okay. It was basically what happened one night. I ended up watching a movie called A Touch of Venus. It was the one in the '80s with like with Vanna White.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
watched that
that-
one and it was stupid as shit. But I was wondering like what would a conversation with Venus be like? So I ended
But
up
that's
writing the
perfect representation of her, though, because she's a
Vanna
fickle
White,
bitch.
yeah, totally. She's
Yeah.
ageless.
Point taken. But I was because we were going on about Greeks and I wanted to find it. And looking back at this now, I made Venus kind of mothery, but also kind of a bitch.
Well, that would fit. Yeah, you're talking about. Okay, so the one with Vanna White in it is called Goddess of Love.
Oh yeah. I was thinking of
Yeah. There's another movie called One Touch of Venus, which is a little bit different.
yeah.
But it's the same story. Like, you know, Goddess of Love is definitely a remake of One Touch of Venus.
Yeah. My favorite thing is that I remember writing this one. Basically, the guy I wrote in this having the conversation with Venus is going through a bad breakup, and the reason
Thank you, Lord Flash Shatter.
the reason she gives to him is that it's complicated, and I told him, and I have Aphrodite say, and I quote, "Honey, Zeus has been using that excuse for and the it's not you, it's me excuse for years." And my immediate response, damn, Zeus can't keep it in his pants, can't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, like she, Venus's birth is really, really, really weird because, she springs out of sea foam, and you're like, what?
Wait,
Don't we
it was
all?
seafoam from. Didn't somebody's testicle get cut off? That turned into seafoam, and she was
Yeah,
born.
Uranus.
Yeah, Uranus's
Yeah,
testicle
Uranus.
got cut off. I forgot by.
Yeah.
And
Falls into the ocean, turns into a woman in a fucking clamshell. You know,
Yeah,
like,
Venus
straight
is-
up.
Venus's origin story, really kind of like shows you like how the Greeks and Romans like thought about love, because like her existence comes from an emasculating act.
Yeah. Don't that just say a lot?
That's
Yeah,
like
and-
You know?
post nut depression.
Yeah. Well, it's
That's what it is,
crazy.
dude.
Like, I don't even how to even put it. Like, yeah, the Greeks do not have a good relationship with the feminine, and for that matter, neither do the Romans.
Yeah.
The
I just
Romans
wanna say one thing before,
ironically, the Romans is a little less bad in a weird way, despite the fact that it's a much more hierarchical fucking society.
Yeah,
Like Greek is kind of is in many ways kind of a wishy-washy liberal. Like, do you really want to do that? Let me show you my 3 arguments about why you shouldn't go out in that dress. Yes,
Well,
it does
yeah.
make you look fat, according to Socrates. Or he, that's Greece. Rome is quite literally, get back in the kitchen, bitch, or I will fucking cut you. Like, that's
Yeah.
fucking Rome and the way it fucking deals with it. But strangely enough, the Romans have a better place. They at least have a place for their goddesses to rule and be worshipped, as opposed to just basically saying, all right, and in there is like, an oracle. She'll tell you something, maybe, if you're lucky. And you just get in there and there's some fucking schizophrenic person, some schizophrenic chick who just like fucking says something. The Romans at the very least were like, oh yeah, our goddesses are, Diana is important enough that like, she has a temple right here in Rome. Yay!
and then
On
top of it, not only is there just like some schizophrenic chick like on drugs in there, you have to have a man interpret the truth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so odd. Like, it's
Basically,
so fucking odd.
Imagine
And the
Oracle
Romans
as
had that too. They kept it, but it was really weird that they were ironically a bit more like the goddess that they actually really liked was Diana, which is their version of Artemis.
goddess, and stuff like that.
Yeah, she's the one that they really fucking like. Okay, Rasmus Henriksen, there's just one problem. Turns out your name is really super fucking common. Because there are a billion dudes on Skype with that name. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to send you over Twitter DM my contact info. You send me a contact request.
Hey,
Because
Jack,
there is
before,
otherwise no way I'm going to figure out which one is you. Because there's like 50 of them.
Oh,
Yeah. Before I leave, everybody, I'd just like to say that I watched something that really helped me. I've had problems with, like, I won't say clinical depression, but I've had my down periods and whatnot. But about a week ago, Jordan Peterson was actually on Joe Rogan's podcast. It's one of the
You returned.
ones.
It was the second interview. Yeah.
And I highly suggest anybody that's having problems with depression, listen to that podcast, because he has some really fucking good advice.
Oh yeah.
In
Like
that.
one day I may actually do a video. This will be way down the road so if you're a fan of Jordan Peterson, you may have noticed something that he said about Carl Jung, which is very interesting. Which is, if you're trying to criticize Carl Jung by calling him a Nazi, that's like getting mad at a fucking serial killer for kicking a cat.
Yeah.
I absolutely know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because there is shit in Carl Jung that you get to, and you're like, oh fuck, oh shit, you were trying. This is what you're trying to do. Like, let me put it this way: Shin Megami Tensei has an entire game series based off of his ideas for a reason.
Well, the thing that Peterson really kind of puts forward is this idea. I mean, it's not his entirely, but the thing he advocates for is that you have a personal responsibility for the rest of the world's problems.
Yeah. You
Not
have a
that
personal
you are
responsibility.
the person that will solve the problems, but you have to be able to solve your own problems before you can help other people. And that's such
Yeah.
a simple message, and a lot of people just what he said in the podcast was he said, "Clean your room.
Yeah,
You cannot fix the world if you can't have a clean room."
yeah. That's
And
kind of
I
a point there.
that. It's somebody just asked me which podcast. It's the latest one. It's in the 900s. Joe Rogan podcast. Just look up JRE Experience.
Yeah, Joe Rogan Experience, Jordan Peterson 2017, because he gave an interview back in like fall of last year.
Yeah.
So if you put 2017, I almost guarantee it's.
I mean, and his first appearance almost made me cry.
Oh man, that was
Going
tremendous.
through.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh man,
But,
sorry, dude.
I'm going to go ahead and pop off. I need to get to sleep. I got a massive headache.
Oh,
and
right.
It's good talking to everybody. Have a happy Mother's Day, and don't forget your father when that comes around. So
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Oh no, we'll talk about that. We'll have a lot to talk about.
Definitely.
Father's Day when that comes around. Oh man. All right, Louis. Check you later.
Later.
See you later, brother.
Something I just wanted to clarify though. When I said that I'm trying to throw my friend headlong back into his Judaism, I mean with this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
The tree of life.
Yes.
I'm
Man, there was
doing-
actually something I wanted to say a little bit on that because we were talking about Ganesh, and his big thing is that he's got this elephant head.
Yes.
Okay, this is really interesting because that's actually a common motif of gods who are in charge of the material universe. It's a
Yes.
common trait, which is they have animal heads. Now, in Egyptian mythology, that doesn't come out at particularly strange because all the gods have animal heads.
Or at least
Yeah, or at least a weird animal that they ride on, like something.
Yeah.
But the thing is that gods who are the gods of sciences almost always have animal features, especially in they tend to have animal features, and it's really weird.
The one I can
so
think
you
of
have-
is that I think in Greek or Roman mythology, Hephaestus sometimes is depicted with like features of a bull, no? Or is that the
No, that's the
Minotaur.
Minotaur. That's the Minotaur. Well, here's the
Yeah.
weird thing. The Greeks don't have, and neither do the Romans, they don't have a god who manipulates the material universe. They have gods of engineers. They have
Gods of-
great scientists. They have great, great philosophers like Daedalus. But they don't have a god who is in charge of the material world like Thoth or Ganesh.
Well, and I think that's also because, the Greek and Roman gods, they don't really have cosmic deities. Not really.
Yeah. They're a little more limited.
Yeah, they're regional.
Yeah, all their deities are essentially lords of the material, and they're also squabbling children.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. But one of the weirdest aspects of the deities, and this kind of brings things back a little bit to my own story, is the image of Baphomet.
Hmm.
The image of Baphomet is really weird because, like I said, where does it first show up? Okay, it shows up when Rasmus. I seem to be trying to. By the way, I seem to be trying to call you. It seems to not be working. I don't know exactly what this is. It looks like it's you. It's got the same face as the Twitter profile and the thing over there. So, I'm not sure what's happening. Trying to get you in, but it's not working. So hopefully we'll be able to figure this out. We'll keep trying. So yeah. So here's the interesting thing about Baphomet. All right, so all right, looks like we're gonna get him in finally. Like we finally got this to work.
Wait, Jack, did you update Skype by any chance?
I did not.
Hey guys.
Hey, Rasmus,
Hey.
how are you?
Hey, I'm from Denmark and I'm Asatru, and you talk a lot about it at the time, I think. So I would just join and maybe add some things. Sorry,
Got it.
I'm a little nervous, so I have my little.
That is badass.
Yeah, I got it in Christmas from my little sisters and parents, and I just love
Oh
it.
man,
Oh.
nice.
Yeah, I'm glad my parents finally have accepted that I am a bit morbid in character. No.
What? You mean that they were shocked that their son, a Dane, has a little bit of
Someone in
freak?
Denmark is morbid? What?
All the way back to school, everybody have told me that I have a dark fantasy and I need to forget all about my fantasy, not use it then.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, and
No,
when my parents
listen to
heard
that.
my parents heard that, my dad basically was close to kill all my teachers. So
That's
Good.
beautiful.
yeah, it is. My dad, he was a young dad, and he had the depression when I was young because he had a horrible childhood that all SJWs would love to hear about because it goes against everything they preaches.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to hear the story or?
Yeah.
Okay. When my dad was kid, my grandfather, he tried to be trans. Yeah, and the problem was my dad was not allowed.
Your father?
My grandfather wanted to be transsexual. He wanted.
Okay,
to
your
change
father,
into-
your grandfather was transsexual.
Yeah, the problem was
Got
my
it.
dad wasn't allowed to talk about it, and everybody knew. And every time he
Ooh.
asked his dad about it, he hit him. Yeah, we are talking about a man who cut the balls off himself in a drunk, and my dad had to dry the blood up.
Whoa!
God damn.
Wow!
I'm not done.
Oh, jeez!
Oh god, it gets worse.
Yeah, my grandmother is retarded, not in the sickness, literally retard.
Okay, so
yeah,
wait,
yeah.
what?
Yeah, she was a retard, as a legally, medically speaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And she has multiple times left my dad in the middle of the city. Just left him. Forgot.
Wait, wait.
She just forgot.
That's quite a strange lineage.
Yep.
That's like a supervillain's fucking origin story. Like, the son of an old retarded woman and a transsexual man.
Worse gag.
Yeah, it's like a David Lynch movie
My
or something.
dad
What
was
the fuck?
forced in a nightdress, a woman nightdress, and one day his grandfather, my great-grandfather, came to visit, and when he opened, he was in the nightdress, and my great-grandfather just turned around and walked away.
Holy shit.
Whoa! That is There's levels.
Yeah.
This shit goes deeper.
Yeah.
To make it worse, I'm the kind of guy who like to dress up as a girl in parties because it's a nice ice. It's funny.
Yeah.
One day my dad heard it, and he didn't even want to look at me when he told me, I don't like that.
Oh.
Literally gave me the cold shoulder, and I have never had the bigger feeling of want to kill myself. Because I always want to be, the proud son.
Right. Every son wants to make daddy proud on some level.
Yeah, and I always have the feeling that sorry, I get a little emotional right now.
Oh, it's okay, man. Take time.
Yeah. I have always wanted to, make my dad really proud of me. So when he told me, I didn't really know what to do with myself.
Yeah. No,
But the best thing, because I one day got really angry at my little sister because she made fun of it. So my dad, he just took a talk to me and said, son, it's not you, it's me. It's me who need to deal with it. You are just you.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
He
At least you could do that. Yeah.
My dad have always been that he, like example, in the neighborhood I live in, young kids used to point at me when I was little and say, hey, the ignorant or the irritating one is walking right there. And one day I was beside my dad, and my dad could see I didn't like it, but he didn't say anything, and he has just regretted all those things.
Yeah. It's hard to know what to do sometimes,
Yeah.
Oh, like it's one of the reasons, like when I'm around children, particularly if someone's like, would you take my kid to, please take this to the park. Do you mind taking my child to the park? I would like 2 hours of not dealing with my child, if you don't mind. You're sure.
Honey, go hang out with Uncle Jack for about 2
hours.
Yeah,
okay, hang out with Uncle Jack for a day. Okay, we could do this.
I actually think people in Denmark would ask you could you look after my kid if they have talked to you a bit? And could you look after my kid a little bit? Because in Denmark,
you're crazy enough to hang out with him. I need sleep.
No, seriously, Jack is not anything unusual in Denmark. A lot of people is dressed like him.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we are quite large in a lot of areas. Like example, if you go to Copenhagen, you can actually risk, if you're near a children's playground, meet our prince standing and looking over his kids. Just standing there.
Oh, wow. That's cool. That's kind of cool.
I don't give a fuck. My kids are there.
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't give a fuck. And it is crazy because, there was a terrorist attack just, 2 years ago, 1 year ago? A terrorist attack in Copenhagen. People are beginning to relax. I mean, we don't care.
Yeah. People forget Copenhagen is the city that is home to Christiana.
Interesting.
The glorious migration of Christiana. Long may she live.
Oh man, but yeah, like it's yeah. So like one of the things that I enjoy doing when I'm around like other people's kids is I live in California, and I will be, and I know a lot of liberal people. They're all fabulously wonderful. They're beautiful. They're understanding, and they want to talk to their kids and make them understand. And I cannot tell you how many times I have had to go, no, he needs you to be his father, or she needs you to be her father. It's like, what does daddy do? Daddy tells you what the fuck to do. Okay? That's what daddy does. Daddy goes like, I don't want you doing that. Stop it. It's like, yeah, but what if they don't do it? You still have to say it. Eventually it will penetrate. And you'll be like, you're going to knock that off. And it's like, but what if they don't listen then? I'm like, well, that's what the spanking is for if it goes on way too fucking long.
Oh, that is illegal in Denmark. You're not allowed to hit kids in Denmark.
Ooh.
At all.
Oh. At all?
At all.
Oh, geez.
Oh, geez.
I understand
But-
that, but at the same time, that might be going too far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Daddy
You know?
gives the orders and the beatings. Mommy comforts you after those.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
if you ask the elder generation, they would agree with Jack. But the problem is, in the 80s, there was a kid who got nearly ripped his ear off when he should have a punishment from school. And we have another
Ooh.
case of a teacher who
No, you
just
can't
took
have that.
sandpaper and put on the side of the girl and just rip it down.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yikes. Well, like I remember, like, oh, geez, like, how to put it? Some of the stories that come out of, like, all right, so I went to Catholic school.
Yeah.
That gets pretty gnarly.
Mm.
That can get gnarly. Like, I came in at the point where basically society and the government stepped in and was like, "Hi, Catholic school. We're the rest of America. We would like you to stop almost killing our children every day."
yeah. Stop beating our kids with rulers.
Yeah,
paddles,
yeah,
and Every
Oh
sense.
no. Oh no.
That's mild.
No. That's mild. Like, if you weren't a nice white kid, you could get a fist. You could get a fist in your face, and not just one. You know, because Jesus' love is infinite. So there's a lot of fucking fists in your face gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah, listen to Joey Diaz tell you stories of fucking, like, Catholic school. Like, and he's talking about Catholic school in, like, fucking in New York. You know, like New York in the
Yeah.
60s. Holy shit. Gnarly. That is gnarly shit. As he said, like, I know what you're saying. Joey, you should never hit a woman. She's a fucking nun. Big fucking difference. And the thing is having gone through that, I'm like, no, I know what he means.
Yeah,
I
no,
know what he means.
My dad went to Catholic school in the in the 70s. My dad went to Notre Dame Catholic School, which is here in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
It had Benedictine nuns.
Oh, my God.
My dad saw a nun trip a kid down 2 flights of stairs and
Yeah.
then walk
Yeah.
the fuck away.
Mhm.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, the Church of Denmark just shit their pants. What the fuck is going on in the world?
Yeah. Those are the Benedictines,
No.
man.
You know why that is? Let me tell you why that is, Rasmus. Because fucking Church of Denmark, you Protestant motherfuckers still have the ruffle on. I know about you.
Oh, man.
Don't say that. Our church is fucking awesome. I have actually seen my priest smoke weed. Middle of the street, didn't care. Fuck it.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Let me tell you something. Here's the thing, right? All European Protestant churches, let me just say, I love you. You guys are amazing. You have a very, you're not great religions, and that's because all great religions are based on shame.
Yeah.
Coming from a Catholic, all great religions are based on shame. But it's very interesting to be a European Protestant, you know? It's a very light atmosphere. You go to church, you listen to a sermon or two, you socialize, everyone goes home and has a wank. That's not the case when you're Catholic.
You have
no.
a debate with your priest if God exists or not, and it is the priest who say God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I literally didn't think that would happen, and when I told my priest I actually think I'm Asatru and not Christian, he just looked at me and then said, "That's good. That's great. Keep at it."
They are the European Protestant churches, by and large, are a great credit to the pursuit of the Logos.
Oh yeah.
You know, yeah. The Jesuits of the Catholic Church are also a great credit to the Logos.
That's why they'll never have.
Not so much the Benedictines. The Benedictines are kind of not. They're kind of Hobbesian nightmares.
They're cunts.
Yeah, they're complete cunts. Like, good God. Like, the only reason I got off as light as I did, and I wouldn't say I was unscathed, is because the school I went to was Franciscan.
Yeah.
You know, and even that was, like, not great. It was just less bad. Like, basically, what's the difference? All right, the Franciscan nuns won't try to murder your children. they're not constantly holding back murderous rage. They're just holding back annoyance and the desire to smack you in the face again and again. And if you're like, wait, you're talking about smacking children in the face, how is that good? It isn't. But Benedictine, like Yogi said, fucking, they will stab a kid. I don't know how else to say it. They will fucking straight up stab a kid.
Franciscans,
it's crazy. Yeah, it's one of those. The Franciscans are the liberal ones, you know. It's like, no, we'll just slap you. We won't cut you.
My dad would tell me that when he went to high school, there was a Benedictine father who legit like held a kid like half his body out a window on the second story.
Oh yeah.
If you do that again, I'm fucking letting go.
Yeah.
What?
Good God. Yeah. Like.
Style.
Yeah, that shit would happen. Yeah, fucking, it's crazy.
Well, because Jesus loves you, and we have to beat the love into you.
As far as I can tell.
I got off with a chancla or a belt.
I will never take shit from a Christian when I tell them I actually do blood sacrifices.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know how else to say it, but apparently the God of Man just gotta have his pound of flesh somehow. Good God.
Hey,
you know?
Odin asked for the same thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what's extremely fun, though?
What?
You know what's extremely fun is to, like, sit down with a conservative Christian who pulls out verses from the Old Testament, from the Torah, and just explain to them how they're wrong. And explain to them how the God of the Torah is not even a God the way we think about it.
No, he isn't. And not even slightly.
And they freak the fuck out. Let me tell you something. This word does not mean what you think it means. Let me.
So it doesn't mean asshole.
Whoa, what was that? Some sort of huge distortion happened. I think we're good. I think we're good now.
Okay.
I was just trying to figure out where that was coming from.
But no.
But yeah.
You know what's interesting? Do you know what the literal translation of this is?
No.
I actually don't.
Okay. So the tetragrammation, what usually gets unfortunately turned into Yahweh or Jehovah or Yahovah. Okay. Yod He Va He. What's
yeah, I remember my dad told me about it. Sorry, just keep on.
Yeah, but yeah, Yod He Va He. It literally means that which was, that which is, that which shall forever be. In the Torah, especially if you look at it through the Zohar and the Kabbalah, in the Torah, God is like a universal consciousness that everything is a part of. For instance, another name for God in Judaism, Ein Sof, the one being. In the traditional Jewish sense, God is the only being that exists in the universe. You're a part of God. I'm a part of God. Every living being is a part of God. We are just one being split amongst many viewpoints. It's not a guy in the sky who judges you. And the Christians...
Yeah.
It's like...
Whoa!
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, Rasmus, it's your mic that's doing it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm using a Yeti mic, so I have volume control, and in order to hear myself, I have to turn it very loud. So when I get that, it blasts in me.
Oh, that's it's blowing your ears out. Oh, yeah,
that's why you hear me go like, oh.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're trying to talk through a fucking CB radio. Holy shit! Ow!
breaker. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the convoy going home. How you doing there, Rubber Ducky?
What are you talking about? This is height of Soviet technology.
Russia's hacking in, goddammit.
Oh,
God damn it. First the presidency and now this stream. Is there no is when will it end?
Is my too high or what?
All right, now it just sounded good now. It just seems like there's some distortion. Is it does your mic have like automatic gain control up or something?
It's one of the cheap from iPhones.
Oh, okay. So at that point, it's literally probably just the head jack connection. Like when, yeah. Because what happens with those is that the connector, like this bit, and the wire inside, it can fuck up, and that's what's causing that.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's cool. Like we'll work around it.
Yeah,
Um,
my ears will bleed, but I'll be fine. I'll be good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just that's because unfortunately my Yeti mic's kind of messed up because I have to have it at a certain volume to have it in both ears. If I have it at any other volume, it just comes out of one ear. So I have to keep the volume at a certain point to keep them in both ears.
Well, Chaotic Doctor, you're Hispanic, aren't you?
Hispanic and Filipino, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you're Hispanic and Filipino. You were raised Filipino or Hispanic, Christian, and or Catholic. You used to having your ears bleed. You're fine.
Point taken. Although, thing is, no, I'm not used to my ears bleeding. I'm used to my ass bleeding because once you get a Mexican abuelita pissed off, she will find like a chancla or a heel,
man.
and then have you pull your pants out with your bare ass hanging out and just smack.
My fucking round.
And that's on a bad day. On a good day, Abuela just takes off her sandal and throws it at your head and goes, "Stupid."
Stupid.
Yeah,
That's
God.
it. Hispanics, it's chanclas. Filipinos, it's the belt. So you're literally getting whipped with leather. You're literally getting whipped with leather.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You wonder why a lot of Filipinos are into BDSM.
That's why a lot of Catholics are into BDSM.
Oh my God, yeah.
I'll say
oh my God, yeah.
Once you get out the leather stuff, you don't fuck
weird.
around.
That gets weird fast. You know?
No, it makes perfect sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. I'm just saying it gets weird. You know, well, yeah, let's put it this way. Like, Hellraiser comes from a place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it ain't, and that ain't a Protestant place. That is a Catholic place. That's where
thing
Hellraiser
is, Yoki,
comes
you
from.
say just sandals. I have gotten platform heels thrown at me.
Oh, I'm just saying that's like that's when she's not in like a horrific mood. When she just wants to like slightly hit you, it's the sandal.
Yeah, it's the chancla. If she wants to go full throttle, it's either the platform heel or the old classic of go give me a stick.
Oh, I've gotten it with a wooden spoon, personally.
Yeah, the wooden spoon
geez.
or the stick. Yeah.
I've got...
Yeah. Just a little trick.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I don't know what's actually causing it. It's got to be the connection, or it's got to be a loose wire within the mic. You know, it has to be because like that. Because that sounds exactly like what happens.
Every time it comes up, I'm like, oh, sweet Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. God damn.
But it's okay. Rasmus will forgive you because you're adorable. You're cute, and we love you.
You Yogi, that means a lot. Thank you very much.
Yogi, please stop calling me cute. I have way too many gay guys who say that to me.
Yeah. Are you heterosexual?
I used to be bisexual, but after some bad experience, I just dropped guys completely.
Okay, so technically bi, but like you're just not doing that anymore.
Yeah, the thing is, in this call, I'm the straightest guy here.
I have quite things.
Even then, I have a little queer. I have a little queeristic tendencies, just a little bit.
Well, of course, you're Filipino.
Exactly.
God damn it. We're racist on these horrible levels, but like only certain people are ever gonna understand why.
Hey, we have the same argument as black people who say the N-word. I am Filipino. I can make Filipino jokes. I am Mexican.
Oh God, yeah.
So I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, it's like Filipino. The difference between I think is interesting is I'm sort of like, all right, the main difference between Hispanic and Filipino is whether or not your eyes are slanted and whether or not you throw giant wooden spoons from the hot rod or not. Everything else in America, largely the same.
That's why.
I'm Danish.
God.
An Eskimo from Greenland. Or Greenland.
You something about an Eskimo from Greenland?
Yeah, I'm Dane. We don't care about racism right until we talk about the Greenlanders.
Unemployed in Greenland.
Let's just say Denmark have some really dark slavery history with Greenland.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
Yes,
Holy
you do.
shit! I didn't realize that.
You steal
Alright.
you steal
Oh, yeah.
their walls and everything.
Greenlanders hate Danes tremendously.
Yeah, they do.
Oh my god. Well, that's interesting. That's really fucking interesting.
Well, it's great because the stereotypical the stereotype is that like Danes don't treat Greenlanders like they're actually a country.
Actually, you're not far off.
I'm not saying that that's true. I'm saying that's the stereotype.
No. A lot of Danes, Greenlanders, because they want to be independent, but they also want our money, and we keep telling them the game just don't play that way. They hate us, and we are irritating at them sometimes.
However, Denmark and Norway, y'all are best friends.
And Denmark and Sweden can't stand each other.
Yeah, Sweden is the
Wait. In that relationship, Sweden and Denmark are the two that don't get along?
Really?
Yeah.
We have
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
war against each other.
Oh man.
Countries who have
Also,
war against each other.
Also, and like Rasmus can tell me whether I'm being like wrong or not here, but also my understanding is that generally Danes think that Swedes are a little too uptight.
Yeah, and the Swedes think Danes are too drunk.
Oh, they think the Danes are too drunk.
Yeah, we are one of the we have most young people who drink, and we are proud of it.
Oh man. Well, it's really funny when you go to, I believe, I think it's Liechtenstein. They have a word that describes a stupid drunk person, but it's the Liechtenstein word for Swede. So basically, if you go to Liechtenstein and their fucking horrible word that they call you if you're a drunk asshole in public is "Stop being such a Swede." And you're just like, what? You gotta be kidding me! Like, I don't need Europe ever fucking lecturing me on racism ever again.
Oh yeah, no, Europeans are toads racist.
Oh man.
And the fun thing is that, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Swedes and the Norwegians think it's have the stereotype that Danes don't know how to react to nature or animals.
Not right. Swede and Norwegians thinks that Danes don't know how to talk to people of other races.
Ooh. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there's the stereotype of accidental racism. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is,
But it's considered accidental.
Danes are really relaxed people. So, like the word "nigger" is a word we can use, and then later, as why are you all hitting us?
So basically, like, yeah, it's all cool, and then that's the thing that the culture gets known for stereotypically by its Nordic siblings. It's like, that's the guy who just says the N-word all the time. Is he racist? Not really, but he can't stop saying it. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's really interesting. The idea that the country's just so relaxed that it's just like something racist happens, like, oh wait, was that out loud? Whatever. It's cool.
I heard a story. Like from the international news that happened in Denmark. I think it was maybe 5 years ago. That perfectly encapsulates this, which is okay. I'm not sure about the situation right now, but in the past, 2 decades, Denmark hasn't really had a lot of exposure to Muslims. Like, Islam is kind of a new thing for Denmark. Well, I mean, in the sense that there's not really a huge population of Muslims in Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, in Denmark, it's 94% ethnic. Yeah, you're kind of right. The problem is we really tried to, make Muslim welcome the last 20 years, maybe 30 years, sorry. And the problem is that now with that big group of Muslim coming to Scandinavia, and Swedes have literally just closed the border and said, no. You Danes take them. And the Danes just standing there. We don't have the people to take care of them. They need to learn the language. They need to learn the culture. We don't have people to teach them. It's not a question of it's
oh
a
my
question
god. So basically Sweden was like, yeah, come on in, Muslim people. And then one attack later, they're like, hey, Denmark, this is your problem now.
Actually, you're completely correct. Sweden basically invited the Muslims to their country and just suddenly closed the border.
Yes.
Oh,
they kind of they react very.
No sense of proportion, just all in or all out.
It's going to be racist, and Denmark just stand there. Well, we didn't invite them, but they think we invite them because they can't see the difference in Sweden and Denmark.
Oh no!
Oh
shit! So basically, you're getting roped in. So basically, Denmark is getting roped into Sweden's problem by proxy.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So that have tried everything to scare people away. The law about Denmark taking gold, all values from immigration who have a certain amount of valuables on them. Like watches and jewelry and that kind of stuff.
Wait, what? What's that?
In Denmark, there's a law now because of all the immigrants that if they have over 10,000 kronas in valuables like jewelry and watches and all that, we will take them as a kind of welcome, as a payment to come into our country. Only problem is nobody has that much money, jewelry and that.
Oh, so it's a total so it's a sham. It's basically it's the government's pricing them out. Oh,
10,000 kronas. How much would that be in American?
Oh,
it's out of here.
Oh, probably like $1,000.
Yeah, around $1,000.
Yeah, which is not an obscene amount of money, but it's definitely more than the average refugee is going to be able to have.
Yeah, and
because they're escaping an entire fucking region. Like, they don't have money. Any money they had is gone.
Yeah, exactly. And because of that law, the whole world just saw Denmark as the new Nazi country. And we sitting there, what are you talking about? We are trying to save our country and save these people because people get irritated that there are so many homeless Muslim immigrants that doesn't speak Danish or English. So we can't communicate with them.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. It's wrong time for fucking America to become isolationist.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's really terrible. It's really terrible because, like, in general, Scandinavian culture is so welcoming and hospitable, and this entire situation just fucks everything up. It really does.
Yeah. Well, like, as I said before, like, as I said before during the economic collapse, of 2008, when they were like, well, we're just going to not pay for Greece. And I'm like, you have to. It's like, well, we're not responsible. I'm like, yeah, but you have to. They're like, yeah, but we didn't make these promises. No, you don't understand. For the safety of all of Europe, you have to bail out Greece. It's like, yeah, but they're misspending the money. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the minute Greece falls, you've got an immediate immigration problem. So there's no way you're not spending the money. So you have to just spend the money now while it could actually do something. Otherwise, forget it. It's over. And
Everything goes to shit.
yeah, Greece, yeah. And it's all because of where it's located, purely. It's purely geography.
And don't forget Brexit, who make the things worse for everybody, especially Denmark, because
Brexit made things horrible.
We had a deal about them about fishing in their territory when they were a part of the EU. When they dropped out, the deal was like, what's going to happen? And that's a big part of Danish economic system, who just is in danger right there.
Oh, man.
So we have more things to blame Donald Trump and David Cameron for. Cool.
Yeah. Well, like, it's one of those weird things where, like, it was something that the European Union really... The European countries really failed to grasp, which the rank and file Americans don't really grasp either. Luckily, the system itself is designed to handle it at this point, and that's this. When you're part of a group, you rise and fall together. Yeah, just period. Just fucking period. Once your economy is a single economy, you're in it together, and if one of you falls, everyone goes down.
Yeah, like, and in Denmark we kind of know that. That's because also why we didn't join Britain with the Brexit in this moment, because Danes have always hated the EU. They make really, really, really weird laws sometimes.
Oh man.
Yeah, forgive me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand when it comes to, like, trade and stuff, like, Denmark is perfectly happy doing business amongst itself, Sweden, Iceland, Finland, and Norway. And
China.
And China, okay.
Yeah, Denmark have a lot of deals with China, and it's actually begun to be a big problem because we don't want to trade technology with them.
Yeah. Because... because China do that thing. That thing I keep telling everyone China do, which is like, yeah, come here, share our technology with you. All right, our technology now, get out. Yeah, they do that. They absolutely do that. That's the thing that happens.
We are afraid that they use the technology to be independent economically and just throw Denmark out of dealings and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's the danger of being a physically small country.
Because Denmark is not afraid about the communists and all that many other countries are afraid of in China. Denmark is just like, they're communist, whatever.
Oh, Denmark.
Denmark's like, we've seen worse, like.
We have actually. I mean, we have the Russians to be afraid of, literally.
Yeah. Fuck, communist or not, Russia's the problem.
It has become a kind of like expected situation when the Russians have a submarine outside of Danish border, and we just tell them, if you leave, we take it as a symbol of war. And then they leave. They came back next year.
Oh, man.
I always feel bad. Poor Denmark. Denmark just wants to be cool. Denmark just wants to, like, be able to, like, chill outside the cafe and have a beer. Denmark
was it Denmark or the Netherlands in that South Park episode? It's like, I think they're going to give it away. We got to get rid of Denmark. Or like either Denmark or the Netherlands. So they just nuke it for some reason.
Actually, quite funny when we talk about South Park, the last season where Denmark was a big thing and all that. It was just like, yes, we are noticed. We like that every time somebody notices us or mentions us. It's just like, yes. Well, except your presidential elections, we didn't want to be a part of that at all.
Yeah, it makes us sound like that Denmark is the European equivalent of Canada. They're just excited to be mentioned in anything.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, Denmark has been a really big part of European history. We are extremely, but everybody forgets it. I mean, it's actually only been 10 years ago that what is called that FN acknowledged that Denmark actually fought against the Nazi under World War II.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
the
Oh man,
was-
Rasmus, I hate to do this to you, but we might have to reschedule this because the mic situation's getting really bad.
Yeah, my
You
ears are
know,
bleeding, and I think Jack's
yeah,
starting to
yeah.
get a
I
headache.
think the stream's starting to go like, whoa, we can't like fucking
Yeah, the
even
airway is
deal.
too much.
Yeah, so if we, the it really is only the microphone. That's really the only thing.
I will one and then I come back someday.
Yeah. Please, we'll absolutely have you on again. Because like technical difficulties, that's not your fault.
Yeah.
It would have worked. It was great having you though. It was really interesting, like hearing about like Denmark and its position in the European Union and in Europe and
I'll talk
how
about it.
everything is going there. Yeah. I'd love to actually talk about it more, but I think it until the mic's fixed, I think that's probably a bad idea.
And we talk maybe next week or something.
Yeah. If you get into like another mic, absolutely, we'll have you back on because it's really cool talking to you.
It's nice to meet you. I have been a big fan, and Yogi, I actually also love you. So
Oh, what have you've actually seen my stuff?
yeah. I mean, Hinduism in Denmark is kind of irritating, but when you talk about it, it's acceptable because people doesn't stand with books and try to ask buy it.
Yeah, that's honestly, I'll be honest with you. I kind of have had this dream. I've had this dream to kind of like, I'm like, it'd be really awesome. It would be really awesome to kind of create a religious society that was kind of like the Hare Krishnas, except we were less annoying and we went around actually just being cool with everybody. That would be really awesome. We should do that.
Well, that would, yeah.
Here's some weed. Let's just chill.
That might require you to start somewhere other than America, but
It's something like that.
You see that? No, that's the thing. I need to start in America. The reason I need to start in America because this is the place that.
Oh yeah, that's where you're born. This is where you live.
Yeah,
all right, Rasmus. It was good. It was good having you. Like we will talk. We will talk again.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey.
Oh man.
And you know what's extremely fun, by the way? What's extremely fun is just the other day, I got a letter that I've been waiting for a long time.
Oh, what is it?
I got my letter of my certificate of registration from the United States Copyright Office because I've copyrighted two things. One, okay, so you know how like sometimes if with Skype when I go off camera a little bit, that little like lotus symbol shows up sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, did you actually make that?
Yeah, I designed that. That's my symbol.
Oh, cool.
And so I got that copyrighted because here's the thing. Ultimately, I've been thinking about this for a while. If my stuff through YouTube like gets to the point where it can actually sustain me financially, which I'm, that's the dream, but we'll see where it goes. But what I actually want to do is I do want to form a progressive Hindu religious society that I plan to call the Atmajoti Society. That's the other thing I got trademarked was the name. So I own that. So I own that now, and that lotus will be the symbol of the organization. And instead of forming an LLC from my YouTube channel and be like, nah, fuck it, let's go whole hog with this. Let's form a 501c3.
Oh, jeez.
So be recognized
actually become an actual like nonprofit organization.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
fuck government, I'm not paying your taxes. I'm spreading the light of Krishna. Fuck you.
Oh man. Actually, yeah. Alex, I think we can do that. Also, I don't know why, but I've noticed this 3 times, so I am assuming it is significant. There has been someone in the stream called, I think, R. Kylie M.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I'm curious as to who that is. Like,
I
it caught my attention.
I think they've left actually.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay. All right. I'm going to get a cigarette, and then we'll have Alex in for a little bit.
Cool.
Is everyone good with that? All right. I'll leave the mic. I'll leave the sound up so that you guys can continue to talk if you wish for, obvious reasons. And I will be back in just a few minutes.
No, Jack, come on. I'm seasoned. I've been on here several times. I shall not converse with a novice. Never.
Well, fuck you too, buddy.
Yeah. Oh man.
Although, admittedly, Yogi, I might have to use you because like I told Jack last stream, I can't run the stream and Skype at the same time. So I might need you to run that, Jack, just in case they have questions for both of us, or as it's probably the case, only you.
Got it.
I'm cool with that. We can do this. I will work together. Symbiotis.
Yeah.
All right. I will be back in just a few minutes. You guys hold down the fort.
We'll try. Anyway, so actually, I keep seeing the rainbow flag in the back, and I keep thinking of the time I actually have history with gay pride around my city.
Oh,
Because I have family that's on the committee of gay pride for the gay pride here in my city, and I have worked photography for a main gay pride festival and multiple drag shows. So
May I ask what city you live in?
El Paso. I'm on the very southwestern part of Texas, like the ones like that's border both New Mexico and regular Mexico.
Well, I've been to El Paso. El Paso's nice. I'll tell you what though. You know what's a weird place in Texas is where my relatives in Texas live, which is a place called, I'm sure you've heard of it, and I'm sorry if you've ever had to go through it, but Wichita Falls, Texas.
I haven't been that far west, but I know what you're talking about. Most far west I've been is like Houston. Even then,
it's in the middle of nowhere.
I know multiple cities like that. Trust me, I have been on many road trips where I've landed in middle of no goddamn nowhere cities. Like, try going through New Mexico one time. Just go through like stuff like Cloudcroft. You will see nothing but like 2 general stores, a Mexican joint, a gas station, and desert.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. I've been through New Mexico. I like the landscape of New Mexico. But okay. No, the weird thing about Wichita Falls, Texas is I went there, and here's the thing. I've been in multiple places in the South and Southwest. I've never seen a town so white where there are literally no black people, Hispanics, or Asians. None.
Shit.
I went to visit my relatives there, and the entire time I saw no one of a different ethnicity. Not even doing like the horrible menial labor jobs that you would expect in a racist area. Nothing.
So this is like 50s America then.
It was really bizarre. No, it was amazing. All the houses in their neighborhood were the same house, just different colors.
Oh, Jesus, that sounds like fucking.
The lawns were all the same. It was the same ranch house.
Holy shit!
Every yard had the same tree in it, and I was like, "Where am I?"
That sounds like a Twilight Zone episode. Jesus Christ!
It was.
Holy hell!
And then there, in the doorway, is my great grandmother, just home from church with her beehive of hair.
Jesus, that sounds like this is the 50s. What you talking about?
No. Look, I love my cousins. My cousins are loving people. I never want to go back.
I would imagine.
Ever. It was so wrong. Everything about this was wrong.
Like I said, that sounds like a Twilight Zone episode. Actually, I think that was a Twilight Zone episode. I forgot which one. It was. I want to say it was the one with the little psychic kid in like the middle of nowhere, where like everybody is like all nice and everybody's paranoid because if you piss the kid off, everybody disappears. Like you just.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I forgot what.
Made fun of that episode.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Oh. Then where am I?
You're in the state of being, man. You're not back. You can't come back because you never leave.
Left. Whoa.
You're always just.
All right, here we go. All right, Alex, I am sending you the group invite. All right.
Wait, Brother Alex, that's Deep Fryer, right?
Yeah. Brother Alex, the deep fish fryer of the Slut.
Yeah, it's because me, him, Alasia, Trev, and I forgot who else, were actually trying to start a whole tabletop RPG group within the Slut Pit.
Ooh, that sounds like that'd be cool.
Yeah, although
Yeah, I think so.
yeah,
Ah.
last stream we started it, but the problem is we were trying to figure out what system to use because I suggested Fate Core, Alasia was setting stuff like Pathfinder or Shadowrun.
I mean, no, I can start with anything. I'm just, I want to do more than just base Pathfinder because it's like, I've done enough of that. I've done.
Well, I have no idea what any of it is, so I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah. Well, it'll
And also,
definitely be.
have a
Well, I
running
always
theory
go by the solid rule of it's Game Master's choice.
That's always good.
Yeah.
By the way,
Unless the game master is not the host, in which case there is some room for debate. If the game master is almost always hosting,
Yeah.
sometimes they're not.
But no. I'm
Sometimes
like,
they're
no,
not.
Game Master's choice. I've always been very, very, very consistent with that. You know, because the Game Master don't want to run. Guess what? Game sucks.
my rule is that if I have any new players, I don't play 3.5 or Pathfinder because they are
Really?
terrible. They develop terrible habits for later games. Because
Ooh.
everyone who starts there become these system obsessed munchkin, can't role play worth a shit.
Well,
Min-max.
oh man,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I might be bad then. Nah, I
No,
always
here's
play
the thing,
characters, but
here's the thing. I started with 3.5, so I'm shit talking myself. But
got it. I'm told
Yeah.
5th edition is actually really good, but I haven't had a chance
fifth
to
edition
play.
here's my word for it. If you think like clunky, sorry, I have to adjust these so they're not all the way in my ears because I get this weird submarine voice.
Right.
5th edition, if you think of like clunky and broken and not incomplete game mechanics as like extra refuse or trash around the system,
Mhm.
5th edition is very clean.
Oh,
It's
nice.
It's very fastidious.
I will add to that. 5th edition, in my opinion, is actually really good for people who have never played any version of D&D before.
Oh yeah.
Good night, Ileana.
Night, Ileana. They
Night, Ileana.
rebooted it almost entirely. Like 3.5 had 3rd edition, and 3rd edition piggybacked heavily off of AD&D and 2nd edition, right? 4th edition made a huge divorce, and then
Yeah,
fucked up.
4th
like a
edition
fucker.
was completely different, but it was so broken after
Exactly.
once you got into like
MMOs
10th
we
level,
learned,
that system was
like-
completely broken.
Yeah. Here's what I do. I will use 4th edition for in one case. If I ever run an RPG where the characters are doing like I don't like Sword Art Online, so I'm going to say .hack, like a .hack thing, where
Right.
they're actually in the game. When they're in the game, we're playing 4th edition. When we're out of the game, we're playing some like modern urban game.
Oh, that's cute.
Because
cute.
it just feels like an MMO, right? So
Yeah. 4th edition really is intended to feel like an MMO, which is like, it made sense that they would try that. But the biggest
But it
problem
didn't
that it
work.
has is it didn't hold on to the things that make pen and paper really excel at. Like one
Yes.
being the lack of needing a board
Mhm.
is pen and paper's biggest
Yeah.
strength. And
Do you use
fourth
hexes or squares?
edition, yeah. Fourth edition depended on the board, and that was the big problem.
I
Like,
could
you
run it
know.
without it, but the trick I would generally use is the one square is 5 foot by 5 foot, and you get a 30-foot of movement allowance. So I learned quickly how to just times things by 5.
Yeah. Going back to
Or
the
6 by
third,
6.
going back to the
I don't know.
third edition one, the third edition way of dealing with it was way simpler. You know, like
I
movement
like Shadowrun
in
because of the
movement.
meters.
Well, yeah, I liked Shadowrun as well because it didn't require a board at all.
And
You
it's
know.
meters.
Yeah, in meters, so that we
The
had
superior
people had an
system.
idea what it was. Because even if you're in the American system, you're like, a meter is a funny word for a yard. You're like, okay,
It is
you know, it's good
well, it's,
enough, you know.
It is a 1 stride unit. There you go. Problem
Yeah,
solved.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like one
Yeah.
good pace.
but that's the thing with 4th edition, though, the whole, like, reliance on a board. It's like, what? In my day, all we needed was graph paper and cardboard.
Yeah. Like when we were designing Praxis, we really wanted to not follow in that. We really wanted to get away from the board while making everything feel like extremely dynamic and giving the thing that there were 2 things about that game system that I really wish we could have brought into it, because it's something that I'm like, no, tabletop needs this. 2, 1, not making people wait around during combat.
Oh god, yeah. Fuck.
Like because
Obviously, you have to do like a talking stick or a turn thing just so people don't talk over each other. But like, combat should go like this guy.
Yeah, actually, we had this brilliant idea because we actually noticed how we observed how people play. This was our starting point. We're like, all right, how do people actually play? And we noticed that during certain actions, there'd always be that guy who it's not his turn, but he's like, God damn it, if it was my turn, I could have given you a +2. Like, yeah, or it's like someone like takes damage and they're like, oh God, I can't cast a healing spell. I gotta wait till my turn. Is he gonna be dead by then? And we were like, wait a minute. Let's take all of those and make them things that you can do at any time. Except, but now you need a limiting factor, right? Because if anyone could just do anything at any time, it's chaos, it's pandemonium. So what we did instead is every round you have 5 action points. Your normal move and your normal attack costs 0. But if you want to use a special ability, the special ability is action points. And that was the power of the sorcerer. The sorcerer, because it had a lot of abilities that they could use at any time, and it always interrupted all other actions, but they always had to spend the point to cast a spell. So it's like, okay, so they can only do this like 5 times. You know, so by the time they get to their action, it's like, all right, I can't get my big spell off because I healed everybody this round. But I can still do my basic magic attack because that's free, because we were like, yeah, just give it an energy type and have it do as much damage as a gun. Done. You know, like the sorcerer could just fucking get bolts off. You know, or if they want to just fire a gun, they can. And then, of course, we created the gun mage, which we realized way later we had based off the gunslinger from the Dark Tower.
Oh, that actually reminds me of a vampire character I had. He was a Tremere assassin who really favored like modern firearms. So what he would do, but one of the most basic Tremere things is the whole like blood doping thing, where they can temporarily
the
raise
blood
their
magic.
generation. Yeah, they can. The most basic blood magic is they can temporarily raise their vampiric generation by
right,
like
so they can
the blood in their veins.
Right, so they could dominate people of higher generations. That's what makes them dangerous.
Yeah, they could trick around the standard archetype. So what my character would do was like he would put that hyper focus in, and almost so someone used the aura vision auspex power on me while I was using like lining up a shot, and it's like there's black energy pouring off of me and into my sniper rifle, and it's just like my body is tensing and becoming like this perfect arcane machine into the actual physical machine, and then fire at things with like bullets that are guided by fate.
Yeah. The idea we had was that for the gun mage was all bullets that were done by magic, but we decided we were going to get really weird because it was this really powerful ability that we always pointed out in the literature because we're like, if you're playing a gun mage, you want to take this power. It was called the Life Force Exploding Shot, which was, it's really expensive, but you use it, you shoot the enemy, and then after he takes all this damage, everyone in your party heals for a small amount of damage. Because the idea is you're literally blowing life force out of the guy with your bullet that then fucking goes to your party.
It's a drain spell by a
it's a drain spell. It was totally based off the Final Fantasy drain spell. You know. Yeah. It was drained by bullet. And people were like, and the thing is everyone who played a gun mage, you took that power and you're like, this is the most awesome power ever. Like, I'm doing tons of damage and I'm healing everybody. And we're like, yeah, exactly. And they're like, well, how do you minimize this? And we're like, well, you haven't fought the engineer. The engineer had a couple of options. And the whole idea behind the engineer was we didn't want to quite call them the mad scientist because we needed to focus them a little bit. But that's essentially what they were. They're essentially mad scientists. And you could, if you were an engineer, you start out with one or two things. You either had the laboratory coat. And the laboratory coat is literally a coat that has a pocket dimension that is your laboratory. So you literally are pulling chemicals and fucking things that you built ahead of time out of nothing. Or you have the gear frame. And what the gear frame is it's basically a mech. It's basically you're in a steampunk Iron Man suit and you're fucking fighting guys that way.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
What RPG is this? And
this
where
was
can I
this
get
was
it? 'Cause
one
that
me.
sounds awesome.
You can't. Like, this was an RPG me and my brother were developing before he left to go to Bethesda called Praxis, the Timeless City.
Damn it.
Yeah. And like the main. I keep thinking of maybe eventually doing a Kickstarter and trying to finish the damn book, because the biggest problem that we had was not even the money to print the book. We had the money to print the book, but the money for distribution, when we broke the numbers down, we were like, all right, all we need is this much money to get to the second book, because we had this plan. Like, the second book was going to be like the old World of Darkness Player's Guide, where it's going to have a bunch of other classes that we were like, well, we're shelving this for now so that we can focus on these ones, but then we're going to put these in later. One of them being like expansions to the rogue, to the scoundrel, which was our rogue. One of them being the courtesan, because we wanted the idea of actually having the femme fatale as a player character class that actually is part of your party. Another one was the space pirate, the straight up space pirate. But we were like, no, we got to put those in the second book, because first we got to get people adjusted to some of the ideas that we're already doing. Like, another one that we were really looking forward to was the Gloom Warden, which was an entirely lore-based class because there was a group of aliens called the Noctis, who are creatures made of living nightmare. And they're constantly fighting a war against this thing called the Gloom. And because their planet's surrounded by it. And they have to constantly move. Their cities are actually on the backs of giant monsters that move around the planet. Because if they stay in one place too long, the gloom comes over them. And that's bad.
That reminds me, I had one time I characterized the orcs of my setting as basically sort of like Mongol raiders, but here's the trick: instead of being fast on horses, they take their sweet ass time because they have giant siege cities built on the back of huge plains.
Oh, nice!
Who eat trees.
Oh man, what we did with the orcs, we were really super proud of. We turned them into communists.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dirty green.
Yeah, the greenskins joined the Green Revolution, and the whole idea was that their race was like they're the workers, they're the ones who put everything together for the Empire because we had already had a completely separate empire for the dwarves. So we're like, okay, well, why don't we put the orcs in that situation so that we could bring the orcs in because we like orcs, and then we were originally going to base them off Rome, and so we called it the Orc Praetoriate. And they were this very noble, very learned people who were nonetheless very brutal. And we did it that way. And then all of a sudden, one day, the Countess was like, I have an idea. What if it's the Orc Proletariat? And all of a sudden, we were like, rise up, ye victims of oppression. And we were like, holy shit. No, that's it. That's the orcs. That's the orcs of this world. They're the workers' party, and so if you played an orc, so you had
some long, fruitful conversations with my current game master, guy by the name of Ernst. Very interesting character. Guy is also trained in film and film school, like you. I believe you said you went to film school at some point.
Yeah.
Did you? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, you have a lot to talk about there. I always go to his Friday movie nights because one, he's been screening Takashi Miike for the past 2 weeks, which is great.
Man.
And two, it's where you go in Vancouver. In my current circles of Vancouver, it's where you go to get really high.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Seems like a good combination of things.
Yeah. And, he has like this tiny space that's smaller than my current bedroom that he lives in because he's just paying for a space out of his parents' basement. But the thing is, he's got like a good sized table that can fit like 4 people around it, a TV and sound system, his big ass rig computer setup, and then huge on the wall as shelf libraries of CDs and records and movies and books and all that kind of stuff. And it's actually like his room feels really spacious, right? And like he spends and it's got one of those like full couch beds things. And it's just like this man is an organized god. He has created this tiny concentrated locus of awesome that he just decides to dwell in. He's like he's got this like he has a very small reality, but he has completely mastered it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh,
Sounds like
someone had mentioned, actually, I think it's probably what I was talking about, the gun mage had brought up the caster gun. And we were like, yeah. That was also part of the inspiration. And the ultimate, the one of the big ass powers that we made that like no one ever got to because we hadn't tested it out was the cannons of heaven. And the idea behind the cannons of heaven was this, which is as you go up in your power as a gun mage, you become in charge and more of the order of gun mages, which was the Ballista Arcana, also known as the Esoteric Order of Arcane Ordnance. And their big thing that they had was they had an interdimension. The secret was that their temple was actually in trans-dimensional space, so it could literally appear anywhere and at any time, literally anywhere and any time in the timeline. And if you got powerful enough, you could command the cannons of heaven, which are the cannons that defend the temple. And you could just say, shoot here. And it was basically a suborbital strike.
This sounds like a fucking great power metal album.
Yeah.
That's why I've been throwing the horns this whole time, because this sounds as fuck.
Oh, so Rosenrot234 in the chat says, it would be fun to play a mute or silent character, like with rare funny moments of speech. And that reminds me of something I've been really wanting to do. I need to find someone who wants to play World of Darkness with like old World of Darkness lore, right? Like classic style.
Right. Masquerade, Apocalypse, Ascension.
Yeah, exactly. And what I want to do is play a blind, schizophrenic Malkavian who can hear the players at the table. So I will, and here's the trick: I will wear a blindfold while playing.
Oh man!
And just listen to, and just like anything I hear them talking about out of character, I will be able to see when they're like affecting their body language and emotions, and obviously being in character. And so, since I won't be able to naturally tell the difference, I'm just like, no, anything I hear is something my characters hear. Anything I physically hear right now is something my character hears.
Oh, that's a good.
You guys
out of character is the voices in your head. Right
that's really interesting. No, that's a good way. That's an interesting way of doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if somebody walks into the room and say, "Hey, Ernst, your pizza's here," it's like
the tip is $24, and all the characters like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that's Mad Harry. He just fucking does that. You pay him no mind.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I have
I'm gonna fucking run with that one.
I have two things to say. One, Alex, I never say this enough. Your beard is amazing.
Oh yeah, beard is looking really good, man.
I know. Look at it close up.
Oh, I wish to stroke it.
Hey, Horror Addicts is in the chat. Is it the Glory or the Danny?
I think I remember she clarified. I think when it's Horror Addicts itself, it's gory, but when it's Danny Nightmare, it's Danny.
Yeah, Danny uses his own like little sub.
Yeah, and Horror Addicts is usually gory.
So
I've never had a chance to play a Nosferatu. That's another thing that I'm seeing in the chat.
Oh man, actually, it's really funny. My Nosferatu character, actually, I was trying to remember, like, where did I? All right, you know how when you make a character, all of a sudden you have this moment where you're like, wait, this sounds familiar. I've done this before. What is it?
Yeah.
Satanic Jackula. His early incarnation, I was like, where did this come from? And I remembered he was based on a Nosferatu character I played in a LARP. Who I would put makeup on because he's a Nosferatu, and I just like try to get gnarly latex face paint. He was supposed to look like something. He's supposed to look like a burn victim, and his name was Keith, and he called himself the Horrorist. And they were like, why is he the Horrorist? He's like, well, his whole thing is trying to figure out how to scare people to death.
Like, actually accomplish it.
Like, actually scare people to death. Like, that's his goal. That's his, like, driving everything. Like, it's one of those, like, if he hadn't been so fucking hideous, he probably would have been a Toreador.
Mm-hmm.
But because he looked so horrible, they didn't want to have anything to do with him. But he was actually a lot more like that than the rest of the Nosferatu. Yeah, he's actually a lot more.
If there was an actual Toreador in the coterie who could eventually give a grudging respect, realizing, oh no, you are chasing a kind of perfection of your own, aren't you?
Yeah. He is.
Oh, that's why. It's like, why do you always hang around with that disgusting
creature?
Well, you see.
Yeah, he's chasing after the same thing we are. He should have been part of our clan.
Oh,
Yeah.
The second thing I wanted to say though is that Jack, God damn it! Ever since a few minutes ago you said the phrase "orc proletariat,"
I know it kind of grabs your imagination, doesn't it?
Well, no. It's just that now in my head I just keep hearing the Warhammer 40K orcs. I just keep hearing them in the back of my head going like, "Orcs is for revolution."
Yeah, orcs is for revolution.
Orcs is for controlling the.
Let me just grab some. Okay.
Yeah, orcs is for controlling the means of production, boss.
Just imagine for a second that my pipe is a sickle.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It was the whole idea. Like, it was the whole idea. And so one of the powers we gave the orcs was called Unionize.
Oh my god.
Which if you were powerful enough, because it was also just a class straight up called the Worker. And the idea is that they were the temporal mechanics Like, but because the machines had been built, they just put the machines back together, like the time travel machines and all the things that keep the timeline straight. Like, it's one of those, you just call them, they show up, and they're like, right, get to work. And they just start, like, like they're fucking mice in a clock tower, and they just rebuild everything. And so they could build all this shit for you, including, they could always repair machines just by hitting them.
That's
Was one of the worker abilities, which is like, if you just attack a machine, however much damage you do is how much it heals. Is how much like structure endurance it gets back. So you're literally banging on shit. And the idea really was like, we need that tank up. I'm working as hard as I can. But the other one, we also had the idea of, for some reason, we got really fascinated with circus workers. And so we had this one ability called Roustabout, which is they literally throw barrels at people. We got weird. Yeah, we got weird. Because we just had this image of like this huge.
You can find a barrel and throw it.
Yeah, we just had this image of this huge dude with a bowler hat and suspenders with a gigantic wrench, and that was the worker.
Alicia wants me to ask you something or say something to you.
Oh, sure. What?
The game that she got for you and Guru earlier, Magica. I can vouch for it myself. I've played it. It's not as like in depth as something like Warframe. It's much more very casual and very shenanigans. So it would actually make great stream fodder.
Oh, sweet. Okay, cool.
So sometime she's going to bed right now. But sometime.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that sometime then.
Because we could have little wizard duels.
Yeah.
That's what the game has.
Yeah.
You have like these 8 elements, and you can randomly combine them by hitting a set of keys on the keyboard. And then they have different spell effects, and some counter others. So it's kind of like 3, 2, 1, draw.
Nice.
I shoot a laser. Well, I put up my magic shield. It bounces straight back at you. Fuck you. You explode. Meaty gibs everywhere.
Well, you know what's so funny is that you say, we can have these little wizard wars through Magica. I'm fine, because as Jack knows, I'm in the middle of my own wizard battle.
Oh, you are?
You gotta tell them about this. This is amazing.
I don't know about this.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I've declared wizard battle on Alex Jones.
Yeah.
He's a powerful adversary. Mind yourself.
Yeah. Well, here's the weird thing. You don't understand. Someone, I don't know who, but someone has introduced Alex Jones to Chaos Magic, and he has been going nuts.
Wait.
No, like straight up. Straight fucking up. Yeah, he's straight up using sigil magic on Twitter. You're what?
I need to tell my friend Ernst about this real quickly, because this is like a class 5 supernatural emergency.
Yeah. You're
Alex
like
Jones. His main power is delusion.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those weird things where you're just sort of like, Alex? Like, it's weird because you're like, all right, you are the sort of person I know who would get into this, but who's telling you to do this now?
Where are you getting this information?
Yeah. What is happening? He literally drew a sigil and put it on Twitter to fucking, I think, what was it? Wasn't it to like destroy fake news and to wake people up to the reality of the VR simulation?
Oh, well, Jack, you I sent it to you in conversation. You have Twitter.
Yeah. But it's been a couple of days, so it's like it's back there. We've had a lot of conversations since.
Oh yeah, this is true. So yeah, basically, and I shared this with Jack, and he couldn't fucking believe it because he was cracking up a bit. Yeah, Alex Jones totally made this sigil to like to destroy fake news and like influence like the virtual reality that's pulled over people's eyes. And I interpreted that as like, no, you see, I know how sigil magic really works. It has to do with intent, and your intent is to further fucking delude people. Don't you fucking lie to me.
To be fair, his subconscious insanity is so much that he will succeed in his task of delusion.
Well, the thing is the one thing I almost wanted to like just fucking yell at him, but I was like, no, I think I'm gonna see where this goes. Was this whole idea of the VR simulation theory, which is the idea that we're actually in a huge simulation of reality and that we're all hooked in it somehow, Matrix style. And I'm like, well, Alex, like all conspiracy theorists, you're half right. But the problem is this. Human beings are both the victim ofs and the generators of that simulation because of the way our minds work. It's that, yes, we are all in a simulation of something, but it's a simulation that's generated by the mind, just by dint of our existence. You know, do you think a tree always looks like that to everything that comes across it? No, it does not. Not even close.
Have you ever watched one of those videos of they put they put like a GoPro on a young kid's head while he's walking around like a downtown city?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like how the city looks from 4 or so feet down.
Yeah, they look at entirely different shit.
Yeah, which makes me realize I need to start learning the perspective of others. I need to start walking with my knees bent at the same head level of everyone else, because I've always been a head taller than most crowds I'm in. So I actually exist in an entirely different plane.
Yeah. The Z dimension is different for you. You are quite literally.
Oh, so the thing about this is, so Alex Jones did that shit, and so I was like, no, fuck it. I'm doing this. I set to work on a very intricate sigil, and not only did I create it, I drew it out ritualistically to attack Alex Jones's sigil, and then I put it up on Twitter, and I linked him to it, and I said, you know what, Alex? Let's fucking dance, you beady-eyed sentient rhubarb fucker. Let's dance.
Here's the thing, though. I hear a sigil for destroying fake news, and it's like, so essentially, Alex, this is magical suicide for you.
Yeah. You're like, Alex, you're one of the generators of that of this.
So it's magical suicide. So instead of a gun, it's lightning bolts.
Yeah. You're just like, okay, that was the weirdest. That was the weirdest shit I've seen Alex Jones do some shit, man.
So we basically just committed super mystical suicide.
Yeah. Yeah,
Jesus
but I'm like,
Christ.
I've seen him do some strange shit, man. But that fucking Sigil Magic Twitter thing was the weirdest.
Hey, Alex.
Because
Jones,
now,
Alex
to be
Jones,
fair,
can I get a sigil for that real male virility?
oh, well, you can make your own. Yeah, fucking $20. I'll tell you how to master that shit.
And we got a real life wizard with us, so he'll teach you this.
Yeah. What's really, God. Now, what I was going to say was, now, to be fair to Alex Jones, I have done that exact same type thing, but it's about things about me specifically. Like, magical crusades like that don't work. There are too many people involved. There's too much shit involved. There's too much tension. You can't actually violate another person's will. You can only subvert it.
You can try, and it goes horrendously wrong.
It goes really badly. It doesn't tend to work. You need, before you cast a spell on anybody else, you need their consent in one form or another.
Yeah, it's the old...
so one of the things that you gotta build in...
If you believe in sympathetic magic, you need some body parts.
Yeah. That can also work. But here's the thing. One of the things that I personally will build into something is the option to say no. I always build that in, which is like, okay, well, I want this. I want this. It involves another person, but the spell can be stopped by the person just going no, by not wanting whatever the outcome of the intended spell is. Not by just not wanting it to happen and just be like.
So you're making it
okay.
magic like sex, basically.
Yeah. You kind of have to when it's with another person.
Yeah.
When it's with another will. Especially another human will, because the weird thing about people is they can be influenced very easily, but if they are directly targeted, it gets really hard. It gets much harder. Because, for lack of a better way of putting it, the soul doesn't mind being cast adrift on the waves of fate. So if your actions are just a part of someone else's spell, but it doesn't really affect you. All it really affects is whether you got coffee that day. You don't really care. You're willing to be along for that ride on some level. But if someone picks a fight with you, all of a sudden you're very focused and you're like, no. And casting a spell on someone is essentially is a lot like picking a fight with their will, even if it's beneficial to them.
Mm-hmm.
They have to consent to it, because there's something inviolate about the soul, about the will, that most things can be completely annihilated, can be completely negated, just through someone noticing and then saying no. This is something that people talk about when they talk when you're supposed to be dealing with demons, or what they call demons. If you feel the presence of a demon, you have to be very, very stern. You don't want to be disrespectful. If you're disrespectful, now you're dealing with it on a whole other level that you might not want to be dealing with it on. Because that game it'll win. It'll win that game if you just completely insult it for no reason. But if you're stern, respectful, but still say no, usually they're just like, okay, all right,
Hey, Jack.
back off. Yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is it you, Asmodee?
Asmodee. Yeah. And that's actually something I want to get into right there, because that hooks in to why the Whore of Babylon and why today is the Satanic Mother's Day stream. Casting as Gory says, casting a spell on or for anyone that has trepidation or fear can be dangerous. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's that rule applies all the way down. But I want to say this. That story, I kind of want to. What I'll do is that one that might just be me and Yogi, because that one is gonna be hard to talk about, okay. And yeah, that one's gonna be both hard to talk, not just emotionally, but physically, because it gets in a lot of weird territory. But just to tell you what Yogi was saying when he talks about Asmodeus, yeah, it is. It involves Asmodeus. But what Yogi is talking about, what he says, is that you, Asmodee? Alan Moore was in an interview where he was asked, why did you get into magic? And he describes this encounter with an entity that calls itself Asmodee, which is the root of Asmodeus, Asmodeus. And it's a really, really, really interesting fucking encounter. There are parts of it on YouTube. You can find the whole interview for that matter.
Oh, please, I will find it. Or I will
it's really cool.
Make sure I find it.
Yeah. It's really cool. The whole interview is an hour long, but I recommend it. It's really good.
Speaking of long interviews, there's some long form lectures that Satanic Temple will be putting out soon that I'm very much looking forward to. They're probably
me too.
Yeah, the satanic feminism in adult film.
There's a lot of that. In fact, the majority of satanic movies are feminist. Not all of them. Like one that obvious that isn't is Race with the Devil. Race with the Devil is pure satanic panic. You know, it's a bunch of guys in a fucking Winnebago being chased by Satanists. It turns out this entire area of fucking Texas is Satanists. That's the whole plot of fucking Race with the Devil.
And I'll guarantee you, it's probably the nicest part of Texas.
Yeah.
Very true.
And it's a really fun movie. I recommend it, but bear in mind, it does have a satanic ritual. But after that, I don't know how to say it other than it's just Satan gonna get you ooga booga. And
I mean, that's how I act on public transit. So
yeah. So like, that's where that movie kind of ends up. And I love the ending because you find yourself going, all right, at that point, this is magic. At this point, it's magic. At this point, these Satanists actually have satanic powers. Because how else the fuck would you do that? Yeah, Race with the Devil. It's not the best Satanist movie, but I love it. It's not as good as The Car. Car's a great Satan movie. But that's also one that's not feminist. But like I said, it's Satan's car gone for a joyride by itself. It's sort of like, I'm Satan's car. Yeah, it's Satanic Herbie. The car is Satanic Herbie.
Okay,
and it's glorious. Oh no, it's great. It's awesome. And because it's Jaws with a car, and the car is Satan.
Yes.
Like, if any of that sounds like your cup of tea, Jaws, but the shark is a car that is also Satan in the middle of the desert, so there's no water. If that sounds like something you want to see, watch it. The Car.
That sounds like watching Corman's Mad Libs.
It kind of is. It kind of is, but I don't think it's a Roger Corman production. I think it's entirely separated.
You know what's great? You know what is like a good film that I think like that talks about feminist themes and Satanism is Rosemary's Baby.
Rosemary's Baby. Another one, a really good one, is Alucarda.
Oh.
Alu-fucking-carda. Oh man, that one's bonkers.
Why must you tickle the cockles of my heart, Jack?
Oh man, Alucarda is so great because like this to me, that's like in many ways the Satanic Witch movie to end all Satanic Witch movies, for the simple reason that this is the one where if you watch enough Satanic movies, you find yourself going, this is pretty good, but I kind of want someone to just go all the way with it and just go bonkers. Alucarda is that movie. All right, it's about a lesbian couple who sell their soul to the devil. One of them turns into a vampire for some reason, and the other gets carry powers. And I don't know what to say, except most sound clips that you hear of people saying, "Hail Satan," actually come from Alucarda. Because it's got some of the best ones.
And I assume they say it a lot?
Oh, yes. Alucarda herself, name a character in the movie, says it a lot.
So basically...
So could you do an Alucarda drinking game?
Could you do an Alucarda drinking game?
Every time they say "Hail Satan," take a shot?
Every time something unexpected happens. Every time there's an inexplicable moment, take a shot. This is also a euthanasia game, by the way. You will be done by the end of that movie. I love Alucarda. It's the best.
You'll be dead.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite Satanic movie of all time. Because
I'll be fine. I've drinking a bottle of that special tequila that has the pickled rattlesnake with the open venom packs in it.
The old tequila worm stuff. Yeah. Hey, I live near Mexico. I know.
He's talking about the one that's got the rattlesnake venom in it.
Oh wait, yeah. That's deeper in Mexico.
I forgot the power of the rattlesnake.
No, because I've known tequila bootleggers, so I'm used. So I have seen the classic tequila with the worm inside and the rattlesnake.
Antichrist is weird. If you're talking about the Lars von Trier Antichrist movie,
No
that
shit.
one's weird because that one's not technically satanic.
Is that the movie with the talking fox and Willem Dafoe?
Chaos,
That's Crush.
Chaos reigns.
It's the one
Yeah,
with Willem Dafoe getting
that's
his neck
Antichrist.
crushed.
Okay, here's the thing you gotta understand about Antichrist. Just going in, and this is already gonna be insane. Antichrist is not about Satan in the archetypal Judeo-Christian sense. It is about Satan in a Jungian sense.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you're already in. So you know that thing that Jordan Peterson says where when you break open the categories, hell breaks loose. Hell comes in, snakes come in. That's the fox. Yeah, that's the fox. That's why he says chaos reigns. These are all Jungian ideas. These are all Jungian concepts. Because why? Because he's dying and there are all these maggots coming in through the fox. He's the barrier between worlds. He's the barrier between day and night and man and woman. Because he is all barriers in this context. But maggots are coming through. Death and rot are coming through him. So it's leaked. It's leaking. Things are leaking into each other and are being bad. You know, and why? Why is this happening? Well, for two very important reasons. Because the two main characters, he and she, completely fail to attain Jungian enlightenment. They completely fail in that task. Like, everything that they meet and everything that they encounter is Jungian. Including the shit it says, like chaos reigns. Like I said, that whole idea of if you mess with the structure too much, you invite hell. That's a Carl Jung thing. You know? I'm at the point in the Red Book now where he has encountered his next adversary would probably be overstating it, but the next guy who pushes him. The first guy who pushes him is represented by Elijah and Salome. And his own desire to understand the nature of Christ, the nature of the Logos. Once he goes through that, and this ends with some pretty crazy, like, David Lynch imagery. Like, there's, like, the most striking one is the moment where blind Salome, who, if you'll remember, she is the woman who asks for the head of John the Baptist, is nailing Carl Jung up to the cross, going, I'm doing this because I love you. I love all prophets. I love you so much. Now I'm going to take your head as you're on this cross. I have to take your head because I love you. And he's just sitting there like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And fucking, like, Elijah's like, no, there's no help for you there. You are Christ. You are going to die on that cross, Carl. You're going to die on that cross. You have
This
to.
is why, Jack, this is why I love you, because you can find interesting, crazy shit to talk about.
Dude,
I've been
Liber
looking-
Novus is crazy.
I directed one of my friends who was trying to find like some sort of like life ethos and how to deal with the shadow, right? So I directed one of my friends towards that the resources that I was sent by Yogi. Thank you, by the way. And
glad it helped.
Yeah, so I directed him down the Jungian path, and he said, "Oh well, I need something to fill some of my spare time with. I'm going to start researching into Carl Jung's past." Yes, and so the first, I don't know as much about Jung as I would like to if he's going to go off and do that on his own to give him recommendations in the mornings. But all I've said so far is save the Red Book for last.
The Red Book is super advanced. You want to at least read one other Carl Jung book, like probably Man and His Symbols. Like, that's the easiest. Like, that's very accessible. It's very easy. You know, like, But if you find yourself going like, I don't get it, you're not going to get the Red Book. You are not going to get it at all. Because you have to have at least some sort of grasp of the concepts of man and its symbols in order to make sense of the Red Book. Like you just do. There's no getting around it. Because when he gets into the Liber Secundus, which is the second half of the Red Book, this is after he dies on the cross. He encounters a figure called the Red One. And the Red One is interesting because he immediately identifies him and goes, Are you the devil, Red One? And the Red One goes, you all say that. You all think I am. You all think I'm the devil. Why? You Christians, you're all alike. And he's like, there is an air of pagan about you. And he goes, there's an air of the Christian about you. Well, why are you here? You called me. He's like, what? I called no one. I didn't call anybody. And he's like, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You called me and I showed up, but I'm not here to plague you. I'm just here to, I'm here to be friends. He's like, but I find your presence irritating, Red One. And at this point, like Carl Jung is envisioning him like himself, like as an archer on a watchtower. And as the Red One speaks to him, his armor turns green and starts to turn into leaves. So you're like, oh, whoa, I know where this is. I see where this is going. You know, and I haven't gotten to that point yet, but I'm like, oh shit, I see where this is going. But after the guy's like, there's the air of the Christian about you, he starts talking to the guy and he's like, by your tone, I suspect you come from the Italian school. This is a big telling phrase. The Italian school is reference to a school in Italy. It is specific reference to a school in Italy that taught the Hermetic Corpus, the works of Hermes Trismegistus, the one for whom Hermetic magic is named. Yeah.
Took me a minute.
Yeah. So he calls him this. He calls him, you have the air of the Italian school about you. And he's like, there's a bit of the Italian school in you. And he goes, there's too much of the German in you. You know, because Carl Jung was German. You know, and he's like, well, I believe that a righteous man must move through Christ. And the Red One's like, but what of the Jew, Carl? What of the Jew? The Jew can be righteous. He has no need of Christ. And then Carl Jung says something that's not necessarily telling about just him, but reveals something about modern racism and where it comes from. Now, big caveat. I am not saying Carl Jung was a racist.
Okay.
But what he was German. And there's a very particular reaction, a German reaction to accusations of racism, which is very typical when you are talking to racists in the modern context, you know, the modern time.
I will be vetting this statement because I have German grandparents who grew up in Nazi Germany, so.
Yeah, which is, why is it when I say things like that, you automatically assume I'm anti-Semitic? And he this is written down, and I'm like, holy shit. That's interesting. That's the reaction that white nationalists always have whenever you call them racist. I'm like,
it's like,
wait, this is something.
Stove your skull in, but if you call me a racist, I mean,
yeah. And I'm like, wait, no, this is actually something about German culture, because that's German culture's reaction to it. It's like, oh shit, no wonder fucking like racist National Socialism took over the goddamn country. You're very weak here. You're very easy to wound in that area. Interesting.
Yep. Sure.
Interesting.
There's a very specific style of German pride. There's probably a word for it.
Yeah,
It's like,
and that's
how
probably
dare,
it.
it's how dare you impugn my image as a moral person. I am a moral
Yeah,
person. How dare you? I
yeah,
think
and
that comes from the
that's
Holy
the
Roman Empire.
yeah,
I'm
and
gonna
that's
guess.
something, that the white nationalists and like alt-righters all have.
Hmm.
They all have that same kind of pride. It doesn't come from Nazis specifically. It comes from the German character. It's something about German culture.
And the German culture, the main Germanic culture, was shaped for decades and decades and decades. Well, actually, let's completely inaccurate centuries by the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah, that might
That's
be
what
part
that
of it. That might have something to do with it. Yeah.
The
William the
territories
Conqueror and all that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so okay. So something that I think I'm intuiting that's something I wanted to say like kind of fits into this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it was something that reminded me of it is that earlier, I think it's funny that Alex brought this up in the chat. I think it's funny that currently we're both doing the same thing right now. You and I are both trying to get Jewish friends into the Kabbalah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Who's
So
trying to do that?
my buddy Dove, the software engineer, he was the guy that I helped him through the whole feeding your demons ritual.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's see. We have this kind of, I'll explain to you. I have this thing I call the economy of gratitude, which is how I contextualize at least my human reactions with people.
Okay.
So I do a turn for you, and there is not the expectation that you do a turn for me, but there is the expectation that you're the kind of person who believes that it's okay for me to have an expectation of you. So if I do something nice for you, okay, let me do it again. If I do something nice for you, I have an expectation that I'm going to get something back in return. It's that I have an expectation that you're the kind of person who would want to give something in return because you're a good person who makes good on their debts, and that's flattering. So the idea that I am expecting you to expect me to expect your gratitude it's this cycle of expectation and gratitude. So what we actually trade back and forth materially in terms of time, money, and like gifts we get each other doesn't actually matter. It's the act of we are engaging in commerce because we are friends. We are engaging in a commerce of gratitude because we are friends. We are on good terms.
Yeah. Now, do you mean that earnest? Do you mean that earnestly or sarcastically?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like how a bank won't give you a great credit rating until you've been a client for a while, and it's
Right.
a credit of you can play on credit of gratitude as opposed to actual transactional gratitude, because there's something about gratitude that is transactional.
Yeah. There is.
But,
That's
so
why it's
instead of
it has the same root word as ingratiating.
Yes.
Can
I take a gratitude loan? We trust each other to take loans of gratitude from each other.
So where's that going?
Oh, okay. No, that was just a thing I was bringing up. Back to the software engineer thing. Oh, sorry, the getting him into Kabbalah thing. So he's a software engineer from a Hasidic Hebrew background.
Oh, geez, Kabbalah should be right up his alley.
Yeah, like he makes a lot of money. He's like software engineer. He's not a software engineer. He's a software engineer. You know the difference?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because he does all the hard work, but he's in the position where he's like $90,000 a year. That's his position.
Wow. Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
So as I was saying,
that'll pay the bills.
Here's how this turns of gratitude has gone. I spent a night while we were drunkenly wandering around on a Friday night, constantly encouraging him again and again as he got drunker. No, you have to study the Kabbalah. You're in the perfect place. You were born into the perfect faith for it, and you have the natural aptitude towards these things. Do it.
Yeah. If you're born to a Hasidic family and you're good enough at math to be a fucking software engineer,
and then he was like,
Kabbalah's should probably be your thing.
Yeah, here's his reactions to the night as we go from place to place. Okay, I'll look into it. Actually, yeah, this sounds good. It's like, yeah, okay. Oh, actually, yeah. So he's gotten kind of psyched for it. So he's really looking into it now.
Oh man.
And so,
oh wait, Gory, just Gory. You mentioned Diana. Oh,
yes.
Interesting. Oh, that's very interesting. We're gonna have to get Gory in here, actually.
We will at some point. But anyways,
Yeah. But I'll let you finish up.
He feels like really happy and excited about looking at this Kabbalah stuff, and so that played into the gratitude loan economy. And so he's eventually, in return, he has finally gotten me to get off my ass and go to the gym on Saturdays.
There you go.
Now I'm deadlifting.
Now,
Oh, sweet.
Oh yeah, Dove is not he's not in his prime anymore. But when we're back working in Silicon Valley, which he hated, he does not like the environment. So he moved to Vancouver because it's like a Canadian Seattle, and his company had another branch of their business here. So that's why.
Okay, so he's not. So he's not into the whole. He's not into the whole Silicon Valley thing.
No. That's where he went at first after he went to university, because it's just where you go.
Oh,
he's like,
yeah.
I hate it. I hate it here. Do you have any branch offices around the world? And he's like, yeah. we have one up in Vancouver. So that's why he's here. But
Got it.
back when he was in Silicon Valley for a few months, and he had no friends and nothing to do, and he was like bored out of his skull. He was like, to cope with stress, he was so into weightlifting, he could deadlift 300 pounds.
that's amazing.
That's good.
That's
really
crushed a
good.
coconut with your thighs strong.
Yeah.
Now,
Wow.
That's Nemesis 4 strong. I don't know
okay,
if you've seen the Nemesis movies.
okay, now,
Oh, man.
okay, now, when you do want to get Gory in here, she can replace me, because I'm going to have to go soonish.
Oh, you have to go soonish? Okay.
I have to go soonish, because I actually have work today, oddly enough.
Got it. Okay.
But now the reason I brought this back up again, the reason I think it's interesting, because this kind of ties into all this, is okay. Now, earlier I held up this particular diagram that I drew of the Serphot. Okay. Now you notice there is a snake going down this tree of life.
Yes.
Now, a lot of people would look at that and say, that's not the tree of life that I usually see. It usually doesn't have a snake in it. Here's what's weird about it. The tree of life with a snake coming down the Serphot is actually a traditional Jewish Kabbalistic image.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to point this out. And here's the reason for that, right? Because, again, if you ever think that the Torah is kind of weird and fucked up and that God is mean and abusive in it, seriously, read it through the commentary of the Zohar. It paints a completely different fucking narrative that is moved. And and it's interesting because this ties into the Genesis story. So, now, Jack, I mentioned last stream in chat, I mentioned to you that the Zohar explains what the serpent in the tree of knowledge of good and evil is.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Now, the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life are not the same tree. They are two separate trees that are said to grow in the Garden of Eden. The tree of knowledge of good and evil, what that actually represents, because here's the thing. According to Jewish mysticism, again, we are all part of God. It is all one being. It is Ein Sof. It is the one consciousness, the universal spirit.
Right.
The tree of knowledge of good and evil, and to eat the fruit of it, is to decide to inhabit the physical world. It's the choice to be separate. It's the choice to make differences between good, bad, man, woman, up, down, left, right, light, dark. And
the choice to the soul's choice to live, to be alive.
Well, not even to be alive, but to be alive in this condition.
Okay.
To be alive in this condition.
To be is as opposed to being isn't.
Well,
yeah, or whatever it is.
Well, no, not even isn't. It's the idea that, like, to be in the world of dichotomy, to be in the physical manifestation.
Yeah.
And the serpent that's in the tree of knowledge of good and evil represents, because here's the thing, what is the snake? The snake has always been a symbol of knowledge and wisdom across multiple ancient civilizations. And in this case, he is the serpent that is knowledgeable about the material. He is the seduction of the material, and therefore he is the snake that poisons. He is the snake that has venom because he seduces you into taking the suffering.
Am I the snake? Are you the snake? Are we the snake?
Well, here's what's interesting. Now, the tree of life, which is the other tree in the Garden of Eden that the Sephiroth is modeled after, tree of life, also has a serpent in it. But that serpent has a very special name. Because both serpents have a name, oddly enough. The serpent that's in the tree of knowledge of good and evil, his name is Almaek. He's related to the Almaekites, the enemies of the Hebrew people. The serpent in the tree of life has a very special name. His name is Messiah, or
Messiah.
The Messiah. In the prophecy,
Messiah. Oh shit.
In the prophecies about the Messiah.
Oh shit. I was right.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, okay. So I had this theory for a while. I had this theory after you'd mentioned the thing with the Zohar. I am like, okay, well, what's Christ actually being nailed on the cross for? What's his big transgression? They never tell you, because to tell you gives the game away. But I'll give the game away. And this is this. Jesus being nailed on the cross for daring to bring the true message of the Zohar and the Torah to normal people.
And that's what's okay.
That's the crime.
And that actually goes further than you actually know, which is very interesting. So here's the thing. So it's interesting because and so that's the thing. The serpent of the tree of life is the holy serpent, is the Messiah. And people say, well, that seems weird. If you read the Old Testament, what does Jacob bless his son with? May you be a serpent in the path. May you be like the Messiah. And interestingly enough, the word Messiah or Messiah in Hebrew has the same numerological value as Noshak, serpent. The Messiah in the prophecies is referred to as the Holy Serpent. He is the serpent who has the anti-venom to the poison.
Oh, shit. So what you're saying is that the Holy Ghost is actually supposed to be the Holy Serpent.
Well, no. The Holy Ghost is the feminine divine.
Oh, okay. That's the feminine divine, but the Messiah is the Holy Serpent.
The Messiah is the Holy Serpent who shows you the ways of the tree of life. Who shows you the ways.
Oh.
And here's also what's interesting. There has been a long-standing theory amongst Kabbalistic Jews that they won't say that Jesus is the Messiah because he died. Because when the Messiah comes, the Messiah is supposed to set everything right. Jesus didn't fucking do that. He does not, and he also doesn't fit most of the prophecies. They won't say.
Remind me, there's a great joke about Judaism, about Jewish self-hatred that I have.
I will remind you. Now, what's interesting is that what a lot of Kabbalistic Jews, they do kind of have this weird conspiracy theory, though, that what Jesus was a rabbi who actually did try to bring the Kabbalah to people.
Yeah.
They have this as a theory. Because here's the thing. According to Judaism, which I find amazing, the Kabbalah has always existed. The Kabbalah is the soul of the Torah. The revealed Torah is considered the body. The Kabbalah is the soul. And without understanding the Kabbalah, you can't really understand the Torah. Now, what's interesting is, according to Kabbalists, when the temple was still around in Jerusalem, it was so aligned with the sacred geometry, and God was so present in it that you could just be there and study the Torah, and the Kabbalah would reveal itself to you. The Kabbalah would reveal itself to you by studying it. Man. This is why, and Kabbalists will say, this is why when Jews go to the Kotel, to the Western Wall that still exists, why they have such a powerful experience, because it's still connected through time to the sacred geometry of the temple. God's presence is still imbued in that wall in some way. interesting is the author of the Zohar, because the Zohar was written in the 2nd century. The author of the Zohar is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and what's interesting is that he lived in the 2nd century after the temple was burnt down, after it was razed to the ground. And it's said that the reason he wrote the Zohar was because God revealed himself to him in a vision and said, the temple is gone. The Kabbalah cannot be revealed anymore. You have to write it down. Yeah.
God, that's
Yeah. And don't it just bring a whole other level of meaning to the phrase, you must live the word?
Oh, and it makes it even better, Jack, because you know how you've said that your view is that like paradise and the inferno are here and we find them with ourselves?
Yeah. They're with us.
Interesting thing. The Kabbalah says that God didn't banish us from the Garden of Eden. We never actually left the Garden of Eden. We're still in it right now. It's just that because we've eaten that fruit,
you can't tell.
We can't tell. We're not with it.
We are no longer aligned with that specific astral dimension.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's like here's reality as Eden. Here's reality as Eden, and here's reality as human perception, and they used to be like this.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been tilted off each other.
Oh,
that consumption of the apple
is interesting.
Because that's the thing.
Wow.
In the Kabbalah, as opposed to many mystical systems in the West, where Kabbalists aren't trying to raise themselves up towards divinity. They're trying to bring divinity to them.
Back down to this place. Doesn't that just change the entire context of the line in Genesis, which is eat of it, and you will have the knowledge of God?
Yes,
you will have His power. You will have it.
That's reflecting for me somewhere. Remember, if you've seen Full Metal Alchemist, like the original manga story on Brotherhood, if you know the villain's motivation and actions, that's what he wants to bring God down.
Yeah. He wants God.
He wants to bring God down to his level by alchemy.
Yeah, it's very God. That's really interesting. I'm on.
It's great because the idea in the Kabbalah is that we're all the soul is referred to as divine sparks. We're all the sparks of the divine, and we're covered in these shells. We're covered in this perception.
Right.
And the idea is that, again, we're all God. We're all part of the one being, but we're so separated by our perceptions. That's kind of why, if you really want to understand Kabbalah, interestingly enough, there's one musician, a modern musician you need to listen to. Do you know Matisyahu?
No.
Matisyahu, he used to be Hasidic. He's left the Hasidim since, but he's still a strictly very observant Jew. He is a Jewish reggae and hip-hop musician. And everything he sings is the Kabbalah, because he studied the Kabbalah while he was in the Hasidim. This is why, off of one of his first albums, Youth, there's a song called Temple, where it's talking about the destruction of the temple, and there's a very central theme to the Kabbalah in the chorus of that song. The chorus of that song goes, "'Cause this is your place, this is your kingdom, this is your face, broken reflection. We are shadows in this world, but we are all the reflection of God."
Yeah. It's really weird because you've got that, and then you have this completely other path, this completely other way, and this is what was so terrifying about Carl Jung, which is that he was saying, oh yeah, you can find paradise here, and hell, and godhood, and everything. It's all here. It always has been. But how do we do this? It's like, all right, do you know who you are? Because you do not. It's like, How do you know I don't know who I am? Because those who do know can tell. And you're just like, okay, all right, know yourself, know your thoughts, and realize that not everything in your head is one of the other two. It's that whole, like, there are things going on in your mind that have nothing to do with you. You just happen to be listening in on the conversation. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean? Things talk to you. Things are there. Things from the deep unconscious. And in the Red Book, he shows you the depths of the unconscious. He actually describes it. And you realize what he's talking about. You're like, oh shit, it's hell. It's hell. Hell is the unconscious. The unconscious is hell. Like, it's all these weird, strange things live there that come up and they erupt like demons. But the thing is that's not the only thing you need to be afraid of. That's not all you need to be worried about. And you're like, but wait, these things are in your mind? Oh yeah, they're in your mind and connected to everyone else's mind. And you're like, whoa, how do you know that? If you talk to someone long enough, they'll start to see the same things you do. Everyone who does acid together understands this concept because that happens with great rapidity. You're like, whoa, wait, why are we all thinking of the same thing? It's like, because we're all on the same trip, man. Because now all of a sudden you're aware of these things actually crossing through your mind as you hear things people say. It's like telepathy is real as long as you realize that the conveyance for telepathy are these little sounds we make with our mouths. And the unconscious to Jung is hell. But in hell is the great treasure, which is the newborn God within you.
And hell is also how we are connected to everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. It's that whole, like, we're all connected through suffering. Yes.
Yes, much like how the myriad worlds of the glorious Imperium of Man are connected by warp travel.
Yeah. We all human minds are connected through suffering. Through our anxiety, through the things that we worry about. But you're down there. Your soul is down there. You better go get it. It's like, or what? Or someone else makes use of it.
Stay there.
It's going to stay there, or someone else will make use of it. And you're like, well, what kind of use could they have? And it's like, oh, you're valuable. Your essence, your thing that makes you, oh, that is valuable.
Consider how many coal miners have died being exploited by people.
Yeah. Or consider what it is. Consider what it is that the demon always wants.
Mm-hmm.
Always wants your soul. It's valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Why? It's the most valuable thing ever. It's you. It's really you. It's the knowledge of you. It's the knowledge of yourself brought up to if you bring that up to the conscious level, if you're able to do that, to bring your true self up to your conscious level, that is what makes you the Ubermensch. That is what gives you the power of good versus evil.
So in the unconscious mind, others are unconscious of others are constantly intruding into that hell space that is in the back of your mind.
Everything is, yeah. But
and
there are things that live there.
People.
There's other people, and there are other things that live there.
There's a phrase, "Hell is other people." I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
There's definitely. It's definitely. There's definitely part of that.
If you want to be tautologically and canonically specific, the demons are other people. The intrusions of other people's unconscious into your subconscious is the creations of demons.
No. Demons. What real demons are. Demons are made of the same substance as gods. They're made up of the same stuff, and we have
Quintessence.
a word for that. No, it's a better word for it that we use in the modern context. They're ideas. They're ideas. Demons are ideas. And some ideas are very, very old. And they have been around with humanity forever. And they don't seem to go away. And these ideas sometimes accumulate names. They accumulate names like Krishna or Asmodeus or Lucifer.
There's a strong element.
And you see, yeah. And here's the thing:
is a membrane, and the ideas of others they intrude onto the membrane, but they don't puncture through it. They just shape through it.
No, you're looking in the wrong direction.
Okay.
Ideas take hold of you. But here's the thing: that doesn't come from the depths. That comes from higher up. It comes from what Carl Jung referred to as the spirit of the time, the zeitgeist. Other people are the zeitgeist. Whatever they're doing, that's the zeitgeist. And to the Ubermensch, the zeitgeist is the enemy. It's the enemy. Why? Because it's trying to determine for you what is right, what is wrong, and who you are. Carl Jung says you have to dive into hell, into the unconscious, and extract yourself. Bring that up to the conscious level so that you can really know, so that you can know who you are. And that's what the first part of the Red Book is all about. And in the second one, he starts to meet other people who have made journeys that are in the same vein as his, but have taken very different paths. And one of them is the red one. And bear in mind, at the end of the day, this book has a red cover. It is called the Red Book.
So
the appearance of the red one is massively significant. And he doesn't show up until halfway through.
By the way.
Yeah?
Just to add, just to like upset the apple cart a little bit and throw a little bit of, before I leave, throw a little bit of the feminine mystique back into the stream.
Oh.
Just a little bit. Interesting fact. I just realized that I didn't mention this. Interesting fact about this. So, the top of the tree is always Keter, the crown, God the Father.
Right.
Malkuth, which is always on the bottom, is seen as feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, interestingly enough, now this may seem a little bit sexist until you realize that the Shekinah, the Spirit of God, that dictates Malkuth, that's how the divine enters into our world, is through the divine feminine. And interestingly enough, the Kabbalists say that when the Messiah eventually comes, the mystical teachings of the Kabbalah will form the basis for the new understanding of the Torah, the new understanding of the law. And funny thing, the Kabbalists say that when the realignment happens, when we come back into the oneness, this tree will be flipped upside down. And the feminine shall be on the top above everything else. And I believe at one point, didn't he? Jesus said that the first shall be last, and
the last shall be first. Yeah. The nature of the nature of the unconscious and the nature of the conscious, the spirit of the depths and the spirit of the time will flip positions.
Oh shit!
You know, and so when Jordan Peterson is like, that's like fucking calling Carl Jung a Nazi is like fucking getting mad at a serial killer for kicking a cat. This is what he's talking about. It's the idea of it's literally up. It would literally upend everything, and that's why it's so terrifying. But here's the horrible part. If any of that is to be believed, if anything that Carl Jung says is to be believed, unfortunately, the problem is It's our destiny.
The turning of the cycle is inevitable.
It's going to
necessary.
happen. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
It is
It has to
inevitable
happen.
out of necessity.
Yeah. Not only does it have to happen, it just will. It will happen. And what does that world look like? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Because, man,
Nobody knows.
Because, man, we've been telling you for over 10,000 years. It's just part of the cycle, man.
Yeah.
The cycle goes until the universe comes crashing back in on itself. And then what happens? The whole fucking thing starts
all over again.
Universe goes out, universe comes in. You can't explain that.
Yeah. Totally. Oh, by the way, something I did want to bring to your attention, and I know you got to go, which I'm really sad about because I really wanted to talk about some very specific stuff.
I know.
Yeah. Maybe I'll talk about it with Gory. Like she's a witch. She might get it.
Yeah. Yes.
It's very pretty peacock.
Yeah. These are for.
Is that a candle holder?
It's a vase.
Oh.
It's a vase is shaped like a peacock.
You say candle holder, I kind of thought it was a bong. I don't know why.
Yeah, I actually.
I would love.
Hey, I just. Yeah, I could see that. Oh man, now someone should make that.
A peacock bong.
A peacock bong. Yeah, I also bought 2 of them.
Trust me, there's someone to see who makes peacock bongs. Dear God, there's a huge glassware, custom marijuana glassware culture in British Columbia. It's like Vancouver specifically. Holy shit. You want a bong that looks like any given object in your line of sight, it probably exists already.
A dildo bong.
Oh man. Oh, Gory's gotta go. Oh, that's damn it. Yeah. Oh well.
We will have them soon. We will have a witches' coven.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Unfortunately, I do have to go. I have childrens to take care of today.
Okay. I think I'll use this opportunity to get a cigarette.
Would you like to hear my joke first, Yogi?
Oh, I'll hear your joke before I go, but please do be.
All right.
Not to be me. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I understand. So Jesus is hauling the cross up to the hill, and he puts it down. They plant it up. Oh no, sorry. When you crucify somebody, they're lying on the ground. And point is, so they put him on the cross, and they drive a nail through his hand, and he goes like, "Oh shit! Why? Why are you doing that?" And the guy nailing his hand to the cross says, "Well, it's because you're a filthy Jew."
Oh.
Jesus says back to him, "So are you." The man says to Jesus, "I don't quite see how that makes a difference."
Wow. Oh.
And with that, I go to teach Dark.
All right. You take care, Yogi.
All right. Bye, Yogi.
Oh man. All right. I am going to go get myself a cigarette, and then we will see where we is.
You take cigarette. I gotta take a piss.
Okay.
I can't entertain the chat alone, so you might want to mute it. Nope. Okay, he can't hear me. Shit. Can you guys still hear me? Oh. So you can hear me, okay. All right. I'm not a devious enough person to come up with some kind of interesting thing we could do while it's just me having your attention. I will have to work on something. I will bring it. I mean, it's 2:40 a.m. and my apartment walls are things, so singing a song is maybe not the greatest idea, but I mean, I can.
All right. Sorry, I was holding that in for a while because that conversation was expanding my brain, but it was also making me hold in my.
It expanded your brain and bladder, yes.
Yes, that so. And I do apologize if you hear like a few noises during that conversation. It's just me trying to adjust because, unfortunately, as young as I am, I have like very old joints. So
Oh yeah, my sibling is the same way. They can like they wear 2 knee braces everywhere they go.
Yeah, so I can't really have a joint somewhere too long, otherwise it starts to hurt. So I'm like,
Like
so
yeah,
I was
just
just you saw me shifting around and trying to adjust. So now, because I am on my bed now, I'm laying down, making sure my joints straighten out. All fine.
they need the chat is demanding I sing them a song. My microphone quality isn't that good though.
What song would that be though?
I don't know. They want some song and merrymaking. What do I know?
Merrymaking.
Do I know any sea shanties? No, I don't remember any sea shanties.
There might be one I remember.
I have.
Oh, I wish I was in your bird now. Baron load sing. Let go loud time and sing. God damn them all. I was told we gonna see.
Hey, we're back.
We're
back.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I tried to think of something devious to chat to do while you were away, but
yeah,
not that devious.
So, Alex, you did you wanted to come on, but I got the feeling it was for a reason.
No, I just haven't been on for a while.
Oh, okay.
Although,
you just want.
To be fair, I do actually have $20.
Ah. Well, what?
But I'm just
when you want, you're definitely a friend of the show, so I don't have there's.
But I'm glad that I was able to get one over on you for a little while.
Yeah.
Although I believe I might be doomed now because I just took money from the Mystic Triad, so I might be fucked.
It's okay. I wonder, are there any? I don't.
You will let me live.
Yeah, I will let you live. This sounds like a really weird question. But this is to the Slut Pit in general, which is it has been it was supposed to be about Mother's Day, and it's largely been a sausage party in the actual Skype call. So I was wondering if anyone of a esoteric bent who is female
magical
is
lady
in the chat. Now is the time to speak up.
Yeah, because only one is Jamie, who I ended up kicking out, and I wish, like, if she sees this, I sincerely apologize. I didn't mean to be a dick, but it was like, I kind of want to get in. I thought I was gonna be there for an hour and out, but I've been on for...
Yeah. But we fucking just
we went
keep
on
going, man.
Where
keep going.
Where did this all start? Do we remember? Like, how did we start?
I don't know, but here's the point. I don't care because I don't believe in beginnings or endings. Your life is a journey. You are merely picking up when you are born.
That's a good point.
Very true. Very true.
Nomadic cultures knew this the best.
Okay.
Start walking it, baby.
Okay, so Linwee 1000 says she would love to join.
Yes.
I do not know Linwee 1000. Linwee, do you follow me on
seen
Twitter?
Her in the chat before. It'll be interesting enough.
I would hate to say I wouldn't want. Let me put it this way: I'm definitely not against like talking to a transsexual person. Obviously, I have a lazy on a lot. But I definitely want a cis female on as well.
At some point.
Yeah. but
For the differing perspectives that provides.
yeah. Because it is a little different. It is a little different, and it's different in some interesting areas. Although I wouldn't mind having both of those things on. It would just be that I would definitely want. Oh no, it's not Sacrifice the Virgin. No. Maybe it's getting drunk on the blood of the righteous, but it's not Sacrifice the Virgin. Okay. All right. So, Linwy, do you follow me on Twitter? If you do, send me a Twitter DM, and I will send you my Skype contact, and then we can get you in here. That would be cool. Someone named Lois Lane says, I'd try, but I'm the queen of the lurkers. Well, Linwy, follow me on Twitter at count, as you can see down there, at count _ Jackula. Send me a DM and I'll send you the Skype information.
Question: why is it so hard to find a virgin sacrifice in the slut pit? Answer:
there are no virgins.
It's a slut pit.
It's a slut pit. There are no virgins.
It's like, you coming in your virgin? Oh, not for long. Yeah, you come.
Well, that was actually
you come
part
here to sacrifice your virginity. Sure.
Exactly. That is my
favorite satanic porn plot. We must have a virgin sacrifice. Yes, you are sacrificing your virginity to me now.
You're a virgin? All right, good enough. Wait, I'm not dead. Oh no, it wasn't about killing you. It was,
It was about taking your purity. Purity.
Yeah. Papa Palpatine says that he is a virgin.
Not for long.
Oh no, male virgin doesn't carry the same weight.
Yeah, that's the thing. Male virgins, it's like, we'll get you a prostitute, you'll be fine. Female virgins, they want to keep that. Most parents want to keep them that way until they are married.
Yeah,
which is a dumb idea.
Well,
virginity is an interesting mystical concept in some aspects, but socially it's kind of backwards and pointless.
Well, it serves
consider two lesbians.
Yeah, well, it serves a purely patriarchal purpose when you're a woman. Which is we need to make sure that we know who the father is. That's the whole purpose of fucking.
But if we just passed goods, if we just passed titles and land down,
Yuki asks, how long does one actually stay a virgin? To be honest, somewhere between like 14 and 30 years usually. Like I lost my virginity at age 17.
It's sort of like that. That's the range, but the common range is like 18 to 25. So it makes a bell curve.
Yeah. It's definitely a bell curve. Yeah.
Like it swoops up and then comes together again.
Yeah. Oh man, about a virgin with wizard status due to age.
Oh god. So I used to run on 4chan before it became a fascist shithole, because that's what it is now.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's so weird. I know. Yeah. It's so weird.
Because I used to run on 4chan back in like the Project Chinology days, right? Like we're gonna.
Very different place. Very different place.
So yeah, there's this meme that goes around on the traditional games like tabletop role-playing games board, which is if you make it to 30 without having sex, you become a wizard. Don't fuck this up.
Oh. Wah, 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 wah.
It's like, speaking of getting older, I turned 22 in 3 days. It's going to be weird.
Oh, wow. 22 is a good age.
22 means I am drinking age in every country around the globe.
What country has the age of 22? I know 21.
I don't know, but
there must. Oh, no. Apparently there is one.
Apparently.
Well, thank you for reminding me that I'm the youngest guy here.
How old are you?
Yeah.
I'm the 19-year-old here. Although
that is.
At least you're legal.
At least I'm legal.
It's like you can come to a bar. Oh wait, you're American. Our drinking age is 19. It's good.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a funny story. You know how Geek Juice, like Mr. X and Jillian and all them have like a stream sometimes?
Yeah.
when I was 12 or 13 years old, accidentally got on a stream with them.
Oh no.
Oh, nice. That must have been fun and awkward at same time.
Well, they had random conversations about everything from like pop culture to sex, as you do. And the joke I made, they were talking about glory holes. I said, "What if there was a glory hole at an Arby's?" And they were like, "No."
I have seen one at an AMW.
I mean, there's plenty of roast beef curtains.
Very true. Yeah. So that's why I'll admit I haven't tried to get on a stream since because I just felt out of place. But now that I'm a lot older and wiser in big quotations there, but at least I know well enough not to be like a complete awkward asshole, especially because I was on a stream with.
Oh fuck! Did you meet me in high school? Oh god, you want to talk about awkward asshole?
No, trust me, that was me in high
school. I was a bad person.
That was me as well. But the thing is, I wasn't the asshole that was mean to everybody. I was the asshole who would make a bad joke and make everybody laugh.
Nice, good.
And usually the joke was on me because I'm the guy that makes self-degrading humor funny.
Well, that's the way you do it. The job of the jester, of the comedian, of the joker, is to show everyone how we are all like this.
Yeah,
to lay the lie bare and just have it there.
My favorite Louis C.K. bit is the one about his underwear, like his discovery of boxer briefs.
Oh,
okay, my crotch doesn't look attractive. It's a fucking pig's face, okay? Scrunched up all together. And you know what? I wear boxers, and all that shit swinging freely? No. And it's like, I wear like just regular white grandpa underwear, and it just like holds a cup of sweat up in my taint. Like a cup.
Yeah.
But the boxer brief, it's just like, everything just fits. And
yeah. Well, that's what I wear. I wear the boxer brief for that exact reasons.
They're just the best. They're the best, and they're also the sexiest because they line your ass.
Yeah. They're you can walk to the bathroom in a fucking apartment full of people unless you kind of grew up like me. And I didn't even grow up that way. It was like I moved to San Francisco, so it's like going to the bathroom. Jack, you're naked. I'm like, I know. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm glad you noticed.
When I was still living with my roommate, that's basically my modus operandi, which is just I'm getting out of the shower. It's like, So instead of bothering to like get dressed, because all I have is in the bathroom is a towel. So I'm walking back to my room, and it's like I'm too lazy to like wrap this around myself and tuck it. So I just gotta like hold it up at crotch height across my roommate's door frame, and then just like walk past it. But sometimes apparently I would drop it too early sometimes.
Right.
So it's like, dude, just be comfortable with it already.
Yeah, and I want to go back to my story real quick. That's kind of why I do hope that I can give you $20 and do one on time to get on the stream with you and Mr. X, so I could tell him that story face to face, and have him possibly remember it and chew me out because I apparently almost got Chris Hansen on their asses, or that was the joke. That I was the 13-year-old there. They were afraid that to catch a predator would start, and they'll tell everybody to sit down and have a cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Courtney Howard, you were having a conversation earlier with Gory about witchcraft, weren't you? You know, I noticed that Gory was mentioning someone named Courtney Howard, so I assume that is you.
Jacob Martin says, I never had the asshole atheist phase. I went straight from threatening to become Catholic to make my Calvinist dad upset to Taoism.
Oh, nice.
No, you guys have the atheist phase. I have the prefer with no religious affiliate phase, i.e., I don't hate your religion, I just don't care.
It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of like, well, like one of the things that I find very, I remember that period of time where the YouTube atheist was fucking king. The
that was
YouTube atheist was king. You know, that he fucking ruled the internet. And I'm like, yeah, it's not quite that way no more. Although still extremely influential. Like if you think that those guys like went away and lost their influence, you'd be fooling yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that was one of the things that was so like potentially upsetting with the idea of like YouTube not allowing atheist anything, because you're like, don't fucking do that.
Yeah, that's bad. That's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
bad.
that'd be bad. Yeah, but like, you know, like basically, I don't know how to say it other than YouTube's very obviously going through its identity crisis at the moment. You know, just as a company, as in everything. Hey,
Yeah.
okay, so yeah, Courtney Howard says, yeah, that was her. That was her that she was talking to. Oh man, cool.
Man, I'll admit that's why I love the Slut Pit, because I can find different people to talk about different things to, and it'd all be in one weird concentrated place. Because I have, yes, because you know we are. I have talked to Satanists, a practicing like Satanists, which is I think I did talk to somebody who does do Buddhism. I forgot who it was though. It might have been a while ago. I'm not sure it was there. You know, I've talked to different people in different regions. I mean, we have brother Alex here, who's from Canada. There's Christina, who's a Dane. There's also Ross, who was also a Dane. That was blowing my ears out, but you know, he's still good company.
Yeah, he seemed like a really nice guy. I was really sad that.
Yeah, Apple just wasn't on our side tonight.
Yeah.
So that's why. That's because my philosophy as a writer right now is more try to get different perspectives on everything. Always look for alternative angles on everything. That's why I always had an interest in the idea that different cultures see divinity differently. The idea of
like before Neil Gaiman wrote American Gods. This is a pretty tight segue, I think. He did a road trip of the American folklore countryside because he was curious.
Yeah, hence why he put all this stuff like the Mystery Spot and all that shit.
Yeah.
You know, like they are kind of these weird temples that people fucking make pilgrimages to.
Yeah.
You know, the power of the gods must be there. All right, guys. I've got. I'm gonna bring Kim in, and now I think it's time for the feminine part of the show. So I will bid you gentlemen adieu. Obviously, we will see you in the pit, and I will obviously be talking to both of you guys later at some point.
This Thursday might not work out because I'm probably going out for like some kind of birthday dinner or something because the 18th is when I birthday. So
okay,
if I am here, I'd love to get on. I may not be. People drag me.
And honestly, I'm pretty much good because after Wednesday I start summer, so I'm basically around whenever. So
got it.
So hey, I'm always down, just in case if you need a younger, more idiotic point of view.
All right, guys. I will talk to you guys later. You take care.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
Hello.
Lovely smile with horns.
Hello.
Smile with horns. Smile with horns.
So you are.
I am Kim, aka Linway 1000.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. I've been trying to do this forever. I cannot see the chat at all, so.
Thank you, Pat. By the way, thank you, Patrick. Yeah, I'll give Horror Guru a hug when I next see him. He is back at his mom's place. Spending Mother's Day and a few days after with her, and then we've got me and the Countess of family coming in, and so we'll be entertaining them. So I'm probably going to be picking him up. He's probably going to be back here in like June. You know. So what? How should I call you? Should I call you Linwee or
Just Kim. Kim's fine.
Kim? Kim is fine. All right. All right. So how did you find the show? First of all.
Oh, I found it a long time ago through some of the horror movie reviews, and
Yes.
got involved in the Slut Pit before it was the Slut Pit.
Yeah. Back when we were just doing we were just streaming whenever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before it even really became the Satanic stream, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back when it was just like shit we were doing, like, I'll get on now. Why not? You know?
Exactly. It was kind of awesome, and then it got named, and then it just got more awesome. And I've tried to stick around for as much as I could, but
Yeah.
gets in the way sometimes.
It life has a way of doing that. So you practice witchcraft or Wicca?
I am not Wiccan. I am
Okay.
an eclectic pagan witch.
Okay, so you're not specifically Wiccan, but you are a pagan. Where are you coming? Where are you talking from?
Port Angeles, Washington.
Oh, so that's why you and Gory were talking so much, because you're in roughly the same neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess she's like just south of Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like in the area between. I think it's the area between Portland and Seattle, which is only about like 2 hours of distance.
Yeah, it's like a 2.5-hour drive.
Yeah. I should have guessed like somewhere in Washington or Oregon by your house's decor. It kind of screams Washington and Oregon.
That bad? Yeah. My mom made that.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man. So how did you become a pagan?
Oh God. Okay, so rewind back to high school.
Okay, how far a rewind is that?
Well, I'm 32, so
Okay.
So okay. Middle school and elementary, I was a private Catholic school girl. It did not take.
Yeah.
I was the kid that was constantly raising her hand and pointing at every contradiction in the book. Like, why? That makes sense. What the hell?
Why this? Why that?
And then, so what happened was I got into high school, and in high school, I went to a public high school. And I started to kind of explore my options and explore a lot of other things. And I got into a lot of the things that I really loved that I wasn't allowed to get into before. And, horror movies, all kinds of things that I was never allowed to really explore, and got really into it. I mean, I was already secretly into all kinds of, vampire stuff. The Craft was my favorite movie as a kid, that kind of stuff. And then I just sort of discovered it, I guess, on my own. I ran into a friend, and her mom was one, and her mom kind of introduced me to it. And for a while, I kind of didn't know what to call myself, because I didn't really have access to the knowledge until I got into college, and then I started buying books. I just hit half-price books real hard, and then developed a library and just researched the hell out of it. And I think part of what got me into it was when I was in Catholic school, I went to a Jesuit school, and the priest.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the priest that ran the place had religious leaders from all the different kinds of religions, including Hinduism, Buddhism, you name it. Any working religion, he had them come and tell us about it. So, as odd as that is, because Catholic school, you
right.
They indoctrinate you into their one little system.
Right.
For me, it was weird because we had a very weird priest. And
got it.
Yeah, he actually told me, like, one of the last times I saw him when I was in 8th grade, Because the nuns would get sick of me asking questions. And they would go see Father Roger. I'd be like, all right, fine. So I'd go see Father Roger and I'd ask him the question. And he'd sit there and be like, okay. And I think the last time I did that, he goes, you know what? I'm getting sick of this. And it's very clear to me that you are not one of those people who are in need of the luxury of religion.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was a weird
Ooh.
conversation. I went, really? Because I know that there's something going on. I've seen too much shit to not believe in anything.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and actually one of the things that got me kind of realizing that I was something else was that my dad taught me how to meditate at a very young age. He started as a Zen Buddhist hippie Catholic person. And he taught me to meditate because I had nightmares all the time. As a kid, I had this recurring night terror. And at 10 years old, he goes, I am sick of you climbing in bed with us. So you're going to learn how to meditate and control.
Right.
So he taught me how to lucid dream. And I've been doing it ever since. So I am now to the point where dreaming for me is more of, let's see how far the rabbit hole goes before I can't stand it anymore.
Yeah, so
because I can build.
So how deep does the rabbit hole go?
Pretty deep, because when you can world build and astral travel, it gets interesting.
Right. Okay. So what's the nastiest thing you ever ran into?
Oh. Okay. So you know how they have those recordings of the sounds that the electromagnetic fields of the planets make?
Yeah.
I meditated to the sound of Neptune once.
Okay.
And I ended up astral traveling, or at least I think I did. I'm not sure. I think it was astral traveling because I remember it way too vividly. I mean, when you can taste and touch and smell shit, it's... So I did that. I ended up on this planet that was like this dark, nasty... I want to almost say machine planet if the planet was coated in an ocean of nanites, but they're not really nanites. They were organic, and it was weird, and they were evil, and they just consumed everything, and it was really nasty. It was scary as fuck, and they started trying to absorb me. And I freaked out, and kind of, I don't remember how I did it, but I kind of slammed myself back into my body.
Hey, what do you think? Should we invite Courtney Howard? I think we should.
Sure.
I think we should.
Totally okay with that.
Yeah. Courtney Howard, if you want to be in the chat as well, send me a Twitter DM and we'll pull you in.
Yeah. I should probably warn you, in case you haven't noticed, I am a chatterbox, so.
Oh, that's okay. That's totally fine. Yeah. I've had a lot of experiences which I guess you could call astral travel. I don't know if that is it specifically. I've oh god, what do you call it? I've had remote viewing experiences. That's very odd. That's truly strange. You know, that is really, 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 really strange. Like when you feel like you're looking into a place that is not in front of you, but is a place you know it exists. All right, Courtney says she's at work. Okay, that's a good reason. That's a very good reason. But yeah. Like I've, it happened out in the desert actually. It happened at Burning Man. I was staring up at this wall, and all of a sudden, I could see the tops of RVs that were somewhere else, and I'm like, "What?" A friend of mine had an experience with his girlfriend where they astrally projected into a nightclub, and I'm like, I want that one. Why don't I get that one? You know, like I'm just looking at literal trailer parks.
Right, it's right up.
This is what I'm looking at. It's
Yeah,
like, I can scry for you, but they better be in a trailer park because that's the only way my powers work. God, that would fucking blow.
Yeah, it's right up there with Superman. Why can't I X-ray vision into the girls' locker room?
Yeah. Why is it the only space that I can't do that with? Like, God, I remember the fucking history of that fucking X-ray vision. Because they were like, yeah, we wrote X-ray vision, and then we had to use the lead explanation for why you couldn't just look at everything, you know?
Oh, God, yeah.
You know, like, those guys had a hell of a time. Yeah, I've had that. Have you ever met anything?
Oh, yeah. No, there's one I actually routinely go back and talk to on occasion. I call him Wisdom. I don't know what his name is.
How does he appear? How does he manifest?
Well, okay, so when I first started kind of realizing I was astral traveling, it started with an experience where I kind of came out of my body and realized I was looking at myself asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And at first it scared me because I'm like, wait a minute, did I just die? No, okay. Wait, oh. And then I kind of realized, wait, I can go places. Screw Earth, I'm going to space.
Okay.
So I left. And I just kind of blitzed through space at Mach speed looking for whatever. And I finally found this pretty looking planet, and I lit down, and the sand on the beach was kind of this blue, and the ocean was purple, and the sky was orange, and there was a planet with rings setting, and it was gorgeous. And I'm sitting there going, this is really cool. All of a sudden, this weird entity that looked like if water tried to take a humanoid form.
Yeah, like in the abyss.
Well,
Yeah.
Eyes was walking down the beach, and it stopped and kind of cocks its head and looks at me like, what are you doing here? That's cute. You know, it walks up to me. It kind of sits down and it's like, this should be entertaining, and asks me where I came from and what are you doing here? And, you know, like that's interesting. Your species shouldn't be here yet.
Yeah.
Like, okay. And I, you know, and I was like, can I ask you some questions? He goes, go right ahead. And he's kind of highly amused with me, right? And I did the stupid thing, and I went, all right, what's the answer to life, the universe, and everything? He goes, well, I can't tell you that. It would kill you. And I went, okay. He goes, I can give you part of it, though. And I went, all right. And he pokes me in the forehead, and I slam back in my body with, like, this huge terror acid images flowing through my head at Mach speed that I could not comprehend.
Oh, what did you see?
Oh, God. Multiple dimensions. Just universes within universes exploding simultaneously, and basically amounting to the fact that, you know, we are not even close to there yet.
Where exactly? Where is there?
I don't know how to explain it. Well, there was this sort of, it kind of culminated in this view of like this central universe that was nothing but all I can describe as light. And that seemed to be the source of everything, and I don't know what to call that because it wasn't exactly contained like the other universes were contained within their own sort of bubbles. It's very weird. I really don't know how to describe it. There aren't words for this. I've never actually described this before, so I'm having trouble. Yeah, that's about it. It's actually eerily close to a little bit of in Doctor Strange when he goes through like all the different, and he ends up in the dark universe where Dormammu lives. It was a little that, except instead of it being the dark universe, as if every one of those balls was its own universe.
Yeah.
And whatever was at the center was just this like something emanating, like you couldn't see through the light to what it was.
Right. You know, Got it. Okay. So did it? Hi, Cat. Speaking of things speaking to you, yes? What is up? You little fucking cat, you bastard. You fucking crazy bastard.
Adorable.
I know, he is adorable. Oh man, but yeah, uh, that is. Do you have any questions for me?
Oh shit, I really haven't thought about it. Um, not off the top of my head.
Okay then. Not a problem. Not a problem.
I
Oh
was
man.
really wanting to talk this kind of theological shit with you guys forever because that's the kind of stuff that keeps me hanging around. I love it. I can't get enough.
Yeah. We talk a lot about it.
It was kind of sad you got off because
Yeah. Me too.
I was so
I
enthralled.
was.
I completely stopped typing. I'm just listening to this spiel about the Kabbalah.
Yeah. There's a lot of very strange, interesting stuff that happens during these kind of like weird momentary cracks in
Yeah.
Western culture, which like we're experiencing right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're definitely experiencing like a fracturing. Like we had reached this point where it felt like kind of like, this kind of secular atheist way of seeing everything was just going to work. It was just going to work. It was just going to dominate. That's how it was going to happen. It was going to go down that way. And then the unexpected happened. Although when I really think about it, I'm like, no, this was inevitable. It was entirely inevitable because you've got this one problem. Okay, so secularism comes out of Christianity, no question. There's absolutely no question. Theologians who were trying to get away from the idea of God, and they're like, well, what if we had these principles? Because what they really wanted was to reduce it down to the major principles and have that be the important thing, since a god can be hijacked by a priest.
Yeah.
So they wanted to get away from that. But you get this problem when you've got everything based on the word. And this is, that works as long as two things keep happening. One, people keep talking. And two, everyone knows what they're talking about. Everyone knows what words mean, essentially.
Yeah.
And you will notice that this huge collapse, the election of Trump and all that shit, happens when the major proponents of secularism, who are liberals, all of a sudden they decide, well, you're not entitled to a platform, and then they start getting mad at people for using language they've never heard. So once you have a community, so basically what you have here is you have this moment where it's like, all right, and God is supposed to appear. Nope, just kidding.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Now we go in the other direction. And it's like, oh, well, why did we do that? And I was saying at the time, why are we doing this? It's like, how could you be telling people they're not entitled to a platform? It doesn't make sense. I live in America.
Yeah.
And as an American, I'm entitled to a platform.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's one of those like, yeah, well, a magazine doesn't have to publish anything. And I was like, who the fuck is talking about magazines in this day and age? Very few of us.
Yeah.
Very few of us. We're not talking about a magazine. YouTube is not a magazine.
No, we're talking.
Neither is Twitter.
Yeah.
They are forums.
Yeah, exactly.
And in the forum, you can say whatever it is the fuck you want.
Yep.
For the most part. But as that definition of acceptable speech got narrowed and narrowed, I'm like, oh, no good can come of this. No good can come of the liberals taking on the tactics of the conservatives. That's basically waving the little white flag and surrendering while making it look like you're doing it with pride. No, you've given up. You're at the end. You're at the end of the logos. This is it. This is it for you. You have moved against it.
Yeah.
And the other, because one of the problems of always living by the word and within in reason, in the world of reason, is all sorts of things fail the test of reason, that are part of the human experience, love being chief among them.
Yeah.
Love is not a rational idea. It's not rational at all.
No, it is anything but.
What was that?
Yeah.
Or I'm like, oh no, now there's a vacuum, and now either everything turns over or something else comes in. But the thing that only happens very rarely is someone replaces it with something. Someone actually stands up and goes, I'm going to replace everything with this idea. Now that we are at the end of this line, I am saying we go in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with that is it has to win over both liberal and conservative forces. It has to fight a war on two fronts.
Yeah.
And that's why I was a Bernie Sanders guy. Because I'm like, no, that's it. That's it. That's the third path that's invisible to everybody. That's it. That's the political way out of this fucking nightmare.
Yep.
Because I'm like looking at it. I'm like looking at that election. I'm like, everyone's like, Trump can't win. Trump can't win. Trump can't win. I'm like, are you sure? Because this is getting scary.
So when I heard he was running, I was terrified from the get-go. I was like, no, he's a reality TV star. All it's going to take is him winning over the dumb fucks.
Yeah. Like it's not even dumb fucks. It's just like a guy like that. All he has to do is tell people what they want.
Yeah.
Tell people what they want to hear. And then they'll be like, he's just like me. And you're like, you don't want your president to be just like you. You need the leader of the country to be a man of vision and integrity and honesty. You need that. It's like, well, why? Simple. Because if you move, you don't want your fucking leaders sending you into hell for no reason.
Right.
You just don't. And in fact, if you have to go into hell, you need someone with more reason. Because they've got to light that way pretty fucking well. They have to make sure that is well lit so that you can see what you're doing. But I took one look at Trump and I was like, this is it. This is it. This is the hell at the end of the road. Like, and I looked at people like, I looked at people like Ann Coulter and Milo Yiannopoulos, and I am like, people don't understand. To me, the mother of horrors has a different connotation entirely. But there's another translation of the whore of Babylon, which is the idolatress.
Yeah.
Who gives rise to the Antichrist. Because that's the other thing about walking the path of Christ. You could get to the end and it's something else.
Yep.
You can always make the other decision. It's always possible.
Yeah.
So the person at the other end of that, you want that to be a good, wise person.
Right.
And I was looking at the two options and I'm like, I've got greed and less bad greed.
Oh, God.
To choose from.
I didn't know what to
This is not good.
Yeah. I was at a loss. When Bernie left, I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now.
Yeah. Because he was winning. The funny thing is he was winning the battle on the conservative front.
Right.
The liberal front. The ironic thing is he could win over the people, but he couldn't win over the party.
Right.
And that made me angry. That made me really angry.
I was so pissed off.
Yeah, it was one of those, like, we had the way out. It was right there. That was the way out.
It was so close.
Yeah, so close. So obvious and so close.
Oh.
Just couldn't let it happen. Oh, no. Oh, no, can't have that. And so it's just like, well, and now here we are. Everyone lost their minds. They literally lost their minds. I had knew so many people, they just didn't know what to do. And so what did they do? What do you do when you don't know what to do? You dig in. You dig in and you fucking double down on everything. Yeah. And I'm like, well, this is all cute, but it's not going to mean a goddamn fucking thing because it's too late now. It's been decided. It's like that Jonathan Pye thing when he was talking about like, oh, we've got this We got this we got this Brexit thing, and now there are all these anti-Brexit protests. Where were these people before the election happened? It's too late now. It's been decided. And that's how I felt about a lot of things that were happening in the wake of the Trump election. It's like, we're protesting Trump. And I'm like, well, fat load of good it does us now.
Yeah, exactly. It's too late.
It's too late. It's already happened. But the only one that I attended was the immigration one. Mm-hmm. Because I'm like, oh, no. We can fight this right now. This is fightable and winnable right if we fight right now.
Right.
Tomorrow will be too late, but today we fight right now. And we give it everything. Because this is important. And it was important. And did we get everything we wanted? No, fuck no. We weren't going to. But the point wasn't to get everything. The point was to fucking fight over what we could get. And that was it. That was the truth. As Yuki said, like we saw the carrot, but we got the stick. Yeah, pretty much. And it's really one of the things that distresses me about a lot of the young Nazi Trump supporters, is how young they are.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's
terrifying.
That's not good. And the other is running into them and having them be like looking at them and just basically going, I know you. I know you're kind. You think you're in charge. You think you're powerful. You have no idea what awaits you.
Yeah.
And I can tell you what awaits you. You're going to march forward and you're not even going to notice when the other guy all of a sudden turns on you because they will have shot first. You're not even going to see it. You're going to be going like, but wait, I thought, and they're going to be like, we used you. Too bad. It's way too bad. In fact, it's so too bad, we don't even give a shit. Pow, pow, pow.
Exactly.
Why? Because that's the way it always goes.
Right, because
you go with Nazism, you will have a night of the long knives.
Yep.
And
it goes to figure, because when somebody gets absolute power, it corrupts absolutely.
Yeah, it's even better than that.
Yep.
It's even better than that. Because here's what it really is. What you really give rise to is human weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really give rise to that. Like, to be fair to the Nazis of old, they were terrifying looking.
Yeah.
But I look at the Nazis today and I'm just sort of looking at them and going, break you. Could break you guys.
Yeah.
I could probably break you just over my pure fucking anger.
Yeah.
You look like you're gonna blow over. And even like the ones that are like kind of nice looking, I'm just sort of like, I'm bigger than you.
Yeah.
Hey, might makes right, motherfucker. If we're gonna follow that path, let's take it to its natural fucking conclusion.
And I don't know what it is. Did they not listen in history class or something? Did they not listen?
Most people don't. Oh no, they don't care. They don't care. See, that's why it gives rise to human weakness.
Okay.
Like they actually don't care.
So it is just a home for me. All right.
Well, what it is it's the idea that you've got a lot of bad things happening all simultaneously and all at once. One, hate to admit it, but it is true. This started with us. This started with the left. It started with the left. Once it became okay to just demonize white guys for being white guys, it was over.
Yep.
It was absolutely over. I remember there was this thing that Movie Bob said where I went, that is the most monstrous thing I've ever heard.
Yep,
Congratulations, Movie Bob. Now you're evil. Now you're a piece of shit. Now you're just a fucking mouthpiece for whatever thoughts are fucking invading your mind. Congratulations, you're a sucker. And I don't like listening to suckers.
Yeah.
And it was when he said, I'm not mad at the tactics, it's only the targets I'm worried about. And I'm like, that is absolutely against everything. That's against everything that the logo stands for. Everything.
Yep.
Because it is actually saying, no, it is the method. The method is the most important part. Because if that's not the thing that separates you, then there is literally nothing that separates you.
Right.
And all the words that you're saying, they're empty. They don't have meaning. Nothing. It does not matter.
Mm-mm.
You know, because you're not actually having a conversation, so the words can no longer work. The words can no longer work their magic if no one is willing to listen.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, and it's very much that whole, you know, people trying to change the definitions of shit. You know, it's like, no, you can't take the meaning out of the word because then it has no power.
Yeah, that has no power. It's the Tower of Babel all over again. Babylon will fall. You know?
Yeah, it's just
and
crumble.
yeah, and I don't know what to say with that, where I'm like, oh yeah, that fucking tower did fall. It fell hard. It fell really hard.
And it pisses me off on a personal level because my grandpa was in the 82nd Airborne, and I grew up listening to his stories of what he went through jumping in the night before in Market Garden and seeing all the dead people and shit. You know, he made sure I knew all.
Well, it was one of those things where I was trying to explain to people, where I was like, look, you have to understand something about old conservative America.
Yeah.
They hate Nazis.
Yeah.
They hate them.
Whoa.
You know, they fuck, you know, and they're like, oh, do they really? And I'm like, yes, they're the ones that went in and killed them.
Yeah.
Literally the same people.
Mm-hmm.
They are the people that went in to Berlin and razed it to the ground. They're the ones that ferreted out Nazi encampments on the way to Berlin and just fucking killed them.
Yeah.
They're the ones who stormed D-Day. You know, you can't fucking tell the Republicans they're Nazis and have them respect you.
No.
Now, the younger pieces of shit maybe, but the old guys possess a lot of power. They have a lot of real power. So you can't just throw them under the bus because you're like, oh, well, you're a Nazi. And they're like, member of the 101st Airborne or something. You're going to be like, the fuck are you even talking about? Do you even know what that means? Do you really know what that means? Because in their mind, they're seeing fields of dead.
Yeah.
They're seeing all the people,
you
know, that had been killed. All the people that they knew personally who had died. And I'm like, you're not going to convince the conservatives with this line of talk. It will never fucking happen. You're telling them that they're evil for defending America.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
That is not.
Even if what we do is wrong, you can't really do that.
Mm-mm.
Now, granted, sometimes we do shit and it's like, maybe no ticker tape parade for this one. You know, but you can't tell them that they're evil for wanting to defend the country. And like for example, gotten to a rage over this, which is one of the dudes that used to be over at Channel Awesome, a Chaos D1, got into argument with Kyle on Twitter. And you're listening to Kyle and I'm like, first of all, this isn't you. This is some fucking college professor you listen to talking. Second of all, you can't tell Chaos D1 that he's just been brainwashed by the military. He served. He served and is therefore deserving of respect.
Yeah.
You know, like a bunch of these dudes, like they deserve respect. That doesn't mean that every idea they have is solid gold. But at the end of the day, maybe you should be listening to them when they talk about military matters.
Right.
They certainly know more than you.
They've been in
They're
it.
military people.
They've
been in it. Yeah, they've been in it and they've seen it. Like Mendo, he's a great example.
Yeah.
Like he's he's the guy who, when you talk about him, you're like, so what's war like? And he'll go, it's really boring
Yeah.
until it's not. And then it's too exciting. And then it's boring again. And you're just wondering, is this all there is? Because he was in Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so he's like, is this all there is? Are we just doing this?
The adrenaline,
What
yeah.
the fuck? Yeah. He's just sitting there day in, day out, waiting. He's like, God, I wish something would happen. Wait, no, I don't.
Exactly.
Wait, no, I don't. No, I wish I had something to do.
Yeah.
I don't wish something would happen.
Yeah.
Because last time something happened, we lost a couple of guys.
Yeah.
Like that's, oh man, like that's a fucked up feeling where you're like, where's Donnie? Sigway Shazag. Donnie's now gone. You're just like, ooh.
Yeah.
He's done. The player has left the game.
Yep.
Permanently.
Yeah. I remember listening to all of my grandpa's stories. There was one where there's the bulge. It was winter. They were having to steal uniforms off Nazis to keep warm. And they ran into a farmhouse. They hadn't eaten. And on the way to the farmhouse, they ran into this kid who had lied about his age to get in the military. And the kid had cracked. He was nuts. He was insane.
Yeah,
they were like, okay, we'll just pretend we're in his fantasy world and we'll try to keep him alive. Yeah, and that's all they could do.
Right.
And then it kind of ends funny because they got to this farmhouse, they found a dead cow, and they slaughtered it because his friend Busen was a farm boy. And they cooked it, they coated it in a can of chocolate syrup they found in the basement. And that was their Christmas dinner. And then all of a sudden they hear that telltale whistle. Yeah. And the kid dives on the cow, save the beef. And there was nothing they could do to get him off of it, so they had to leave him. But my grandpa was surprised. They blew up his dinner. He took out a tank by himself. Because he got...
Oh, you was a tank killer?
No, he was a sniper, but he got so
got it.
He ran at the tank, and he undid the thing, and he threw a grenade in, and he shut the lid.
Oh,
and then his buddy got mad because he's like, you just blew up our ride.
Oh, like if you had just killed the guys inside, then we could have gotten out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
To get out.
Oh, man.
So it's kind of...
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, but it's like funny, but not.
Yeah. Well, it's like, I love the story Christopher Lee tells.
Mm.
When, there's Peter Jackson telling him, all right, so he stabs you in the back and you go, ah! No, Peter.
Yeah.
When you stab a man in the back, he doesn't go, ah! He goes, ah! Because he is escaping his lungs.
Yep.
How do you, and Peter Jackson's like, you sound like you know. And he goes, well, I was in World War II.
He wasn't just in World War II. He was a spy.
Yeah. Oh, no. He was, what he was he was the guy you send. It's not quite spy. It's I forget, there's an actual word for it, but I'm forgetting what it is. He and his squad were the guys that you sent behind enemy lines to take out the artillery so that the Air Force can arrive.
Yeah.
So, like, they're literally dudes that you send out there with next to nothing.
Yeah.
And their whole job is kill everyone in the artillery area and take it over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he's talking about, like, well, when the air escapes someone's lungs, you're like, he's probably done that
a number of times.
More than once.
Yeah, it's have you ever seen any of Eliza Schlesinger's stand-up?
Who?
Eliza Schlesinger.
No.
She has a stand-up bit called 53 Confirmed Kills. And there's this part of where she goes, the young kids of today, the millennials have this habit of, grandma and grandpa are cute. You end up giving your grandpa some kind of pet name. It's like, okay, well, you do know that, Pip Pop can repurpose that Christmas bow around your neck to get the intel he needs, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, I remember
That's
there
what
was
Chris
this
tells you.
really great story about this young girl. Her father dies. This is like,
Mhm.
it's in Britain, and she's going through his stuff, and she finds like the Victoria Star. Victoria Star is a big deal. That is a
Yeah.
really big deal.
Yeah.
That's you're decorated by the queen.
Mhm.
You know, that is for extreme valor. She's like, what's this? And her mom goes, oh, he he never wanted you to know about that. She's like, what didn't he want me to know? And her mom just goes, I can't tell you. I'm not the one who should tell you. Here, go here, find this man, and have him tell you about your father, about who he really was. And she's like, what? She's like, I'm not going to tell you anything more. And I'm not talking to you till you do this. She's like, okay. So she goes out, you know, and it's like, you know, like a bar in the middle of like, I don't even know where, like farmland somewhere out. And, you know, like 5 Lincolns left of Lincolnshire or something, you know, whatever. You know, she finds this pub, you know, the address is a pub. She goes in. She's like, I'm looking for so-and-so. Bartender's like, okay, he'll be here around 5 o'clock. He always is. You know, and this guy comes in. She's like, okay, that's him. You know, because she's got a photo, but it's of a young man, but now this is an old dude. You know, and this girl comes up and he's just sort of like, what? You know, he's like a little grumpy. He's old. Doesn't really give a shit. And even like a nice young pretty girl is not really enough to make this guy care.
Right.
You know? So she's like, I'm told you know my father. And he's like, out with it. Whatever. And she gives her name. And he goes, You're the daughter of the tank killer. And she's like, what? And she's like, yes, your father was the tank killer. She's like, who the fuck is the tank killer? Here's who the tank killer is. The tank killer is this guy who, in the middle of a battle, and it was in a civilian area where the British forces were like, if only we could get through that fucking tank. But the minute that tank sees us, we're fucked because our tanks don't work as well as the fucking Panzers do. Like, they're going to see us. They're going to blow us away. We're stuck here. And this guy's like, where's the RPG? And they're like, it's in there. It's in the crate. He's like, I'll be back. And he fucking takes it. He sets it up in the middle of the street and fucking fires it. You know, he fires, like, fucking literally, it's a rocket launcher that he's firing, you know, by himself. The tank is destroyed. And they're just like, oh shit, tank is gone. Quick, like, sweep it up. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, Nazi's dead. Okay, we can go forward. Something similar happens again. And they're all like, what do you think? And he's like, yeah, I'll do it. He destroys single-handedly 12 Panzers.
Holy shit.
Yeah. 12. Just him firing a rocket launcher at these things, just by himself. And he becomes known as the tank killer. At this point, when she hears this, like, the guy's like, you have to meet everybody else. And so she gets to know his old squad. And they're all these, like, super old dudes, you know, but they're like, oh my God, you're the daughter of the tank killer. Did you hear the story about when your dad did this? She's like, no, I never did. And they're just telling her again and again all these stories about her father, you know, and she's like, why didn't he want me to know any of this? And they're like, oh, you've never been in war. You don't get it. war is not glorious. War is a duty. And every soldier is told to believe that he is not going to make it. Your father believed it. Nothing was more shocking to him than when he came home. When he got to see your mother again, he never thought that day would come. All he cared about at that time, from the moment he was drafted.
Yeah.
From the moment he was drafted, was that he's already dead.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to make sure that the Allies get to Berlin. You're just like, damn, that's dark. And he's like, and he didn't want you to know because he didn't want you to look up to him as a man of war. But they're like, but unfortunately, that's who he was. He was a man of war.
Yeah. That kind of happened with my mother. My grandpa didn't tell her anything, and then when I was little, I don't know what it was. I guess he somehow realized that he needed to pass it on so it would be remembered or something. And so he started telling me all the stories.
Oh, man.
In vivid detail. Some of the...
Yeah.
A few of them, even my grandmother didn't know. And I would hear them from some of his friends, when they came over and things. I would hear some of them, and so I'm kind of the family historian on that aspect because I know the most. But it's crazy.
Yeah, there are a bunch of books on the tank killers.
Nice.
Yeah. Like one of them is just called The Tank Killers. The history of America's World War II tank destroyer units.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of it's back-assward because it's not pretty and nobody wants to go through that, but it's kind of a source of pride for me. That it's like my grandpa was a sergeant. I have a copy of Operation Overlord.
Oh man.
I have the orders.
Yeah.
His medals are on my wall.
Yeah. It's good to come from duty and bravery. It's not always a bad thing.
Yeah, well, and he was the greatest man I ever knew, and it wasn't just because of what he did in the war. It was because of what he did after. He stayed in until Korea, and he helped integrate the military.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he helped.
Oh, that's interesting.
He was in the South, integrating units of black and white, and there were several times when they went in restaurants, and it's on record where they went in and owner goes, "We don't serve their kind here," and he goes, "Well, then you're not serving any of the military," and walks out with everybody following him.
Yeah. It's like you will serve all the servicemen, sir.
Yeah, you will serve us all, or you will serve none of us.
Yeah.
And that's like, so this whole shit about, people calling, it's like, no, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You don't.
Yeah. You can't tell guys like that. You can't tell guys like that that they're Nazis. They're not going to take it.
Really point and yell Nazi. You don't do that.
Yeah. You can't. Me and Guru talked about this a lot. We were like, I am okay with punching Nazis in the face, but then all of a sudden we moved the goalpost for what Nazi was, and then it wasn't okay.
Exactly.
Then it wasn't okay because everyone knows that once you get to a certain point, all right, now it's fighting time.
Yeah.
It's fight time.
Exactly.
But then it was like, well, we just don't happen to like these people. Well, that doesn't make them a Nazi.
No, it makes them a special kind of stupid, not a Nazi.
Well, not even. Not even, because I'm not even talking about like normal people.
Yeah,
because what's one of the things that Antifa went against?
Yeah.
Concerts. And I'm like, and when they were like, Antifa goes against white supremacist heavy metal, I'm like, well, okay, there's some of that. So who was it? And we're expecting I don't know, did Mayhem get back together or something? Is it Stormfront? What is it? And it turned out it was it Markuth? Fuck, I'm spacing on the name at the moment. But we're like, what? You mean the guys that did the World War II concept album? Yeah, they did a World War II concept album in the 90s.
Oh god.
And part
Oh,
of this
yeah.
concept album
Those
is
guys.
yeah, and part of that
Okay.
concept albums is that there is a song about being a Nazi in it
Right.
because they're the bad guys.
Yeah.
And so it's sung from their point of view, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's their equivalent. It's kind of their equivalent of Springtime for Hitler,
Yes,
you know.
exactly. I remember
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah, and they you know, Antifa was like, "See, they sympathize with Nazis," and you're like, "What?" If that's Nazi sympathizing, then you're gonna have to go out and kill a man called Mel Brooks, because
Exactly.
you know that's because that's Marduk. Thank you, Alex. Marduk.
See, those are the situations where
Yeah.
I feel like Jeff Goldblum in Independence Day. Ugh.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh my god. Why?
yeah. Why did you do that? Why did you do this?
Why did you
like,
do this?
This is the stupidest thing ever. Why didn't you tell anybody?
So dumb.
You know. But yeah. Yep. I hope those guys never find out about Sabaton. Yeah. Well, like that's kind of what I mean. Which is like, well, we were like, oh, there was some sort of Nazi concert in Oakland. All right, that sounds like a thing that could happen. You know, like, but then to find out they were talking about Marduk, we were like, what? Marduk?
Ow.
Like, give me Phil Anselmo at least. You know, like, really? You know, like, but no, not even close. Not even close. Not even Phil Anselmo levels. You know? And that guy's just fucking racist. Like, he's not even a Nazi. He's just racist.
Yeah, he's just a racist jackass.
Yeah, like, there's levels to this shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Ow.
So, yeah, so...
Ow.
But yeah, watching young people, like, young boys kind of get taken in by this whole Nazi rhetoric. And I'm sitting there going, like, how the fuck did Red Pill go from pickup culture to women are terrible to MRA to Nazi? That happened fast. That transformation happened quick. Like, how the fuck did this happen?
It's been building since 9/11.
9/11?
Yeah.
How 9/11?
I was in high school when 9/11 happened. I was in, I think, my sophomore year. And
Okay.
I remember some shit going down in my school. At first, there was a lot of patriotism. A lot of the boys were like, I'm going to go in the military, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
A lot of the teachers were like, no, you're not. You're not old enough yet. You know?
Oops.
But immediately after, there was some stuff that happened. Like, there was one time I was walking with, there's a girl, Pavarti, who, she was Hindi. She was from India. And she was wearing, like, she used to kind of combine Western wear and saris. And she was wearing
so she's wearing a sari.
Top with blue jeans. And she was gorgeous. I was always jealous of her because she had this like gorgeous, long to the inside of her knees, wavy black hair, and her eyes were periwinkle blue. It's like, nice. Oh my God, you're hot. Why? Why can't I look like that? You know? But we were talking, and this guy comes up to us in the hall between class, and he, you know, like, gets all up in her face for being a Muslim terrorist or something. And
right.
Half the hallway's like, are you an idiot?
Yeah. Well, I remember I put out a tweet,
you know,
when there was a new technician in my dentist's office.
Yeah.
And I had this apprehension when I saw her, and I was like, this is the dumbest thing. Why do we do this? So that's when I tweeted out, and now it's time to play everyone's favorite socially awkward game, Muslim or Hindu.
Right.
You know, like, now, and I didn't even think to ask. I was sort of like,
yeah.
And I'm trying to ferret around this concept. I'm trying to not say what's on my mind. And when I leave, I was just like, why didn't I just fucking ask? Why didn't I just fucking ask? You know, because it's not like it's not like fucking San Jose has like a non-existent Hindu population. It's got a huge Hindu community in San Jose. You know, like, you know, one of the reasons they live there they live in San Jose is because my uncle is part of that community. So he's like, I just gonna want to be around some Indian people occasionally.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, at any rate,
I love that
I
guy.
remember, as soon as like half the hallway was like, "Are you an idiot? She's Hindi, you moron." He responds with, "Well, she's still a chick."
Okay.
Yeah, and we're all standing there. There's
What?
like six of us standing there. There's
What's the logic behind that?
Don't know. But there was a good portion of the guys in the hallway going, "Okay, yeah, he's got a point," and we're like, the rest of us are looking around like, "What the?
That's a strange.
Happening?
That's a
here?
strange point of agreement.
Well, it was just weird because it was one of those. It was a "what the fuck is happening here" moment because the rest of us were going, "When did this become a thing? Like,
yeah, when did that become a thing?
when was that ever a problem? Because before the towers went down, I don't remember that ever being an issue."
Well, it was
It was just weird, and ever since then, I just remember it kind of like this slow build, and then it was like when Trump was elected.
Yeah. It's like
popped.
it was in full force.
Exploded. The bomb went off.
Yeah, like I actually, I haven't made a lot of Trev, we're still going. I haven't made a lot of bones about the fact that I'm like, all right, so what do you think is the real turning point? Like the point of no return. And I'm like, the point of no return. Gamer is dead. That was the point of no return. Yeah, that was the moment that the culture moved against the zeitgeist. And I'm like, oh, no, you're fucked. You're completely fucked. Like, why didn't you listen? It was definitely one of those like, oh, you guys were too big for your britches. And because how to put it? You insulted everybody. You insisted you were right. And then when people got mean, you cried for mommy and daddy.
Yeah.
At that point, you have succeeded in creating a cocktail of pure loathing in the people that you have insulted.
Right.
Because if you're allowed to get away with it, with calling them something that awful, getting away with it, betraying them because you were supposed to be their fucking representative, and then they're just going to let you off.
Mm-hmm.
No repercussions, no nothing. Now you live in a world without judgment, and a world like that cries for the devil. Because someone has got to make that right. Yeah, somebody, because I was like, actually, like, guys, actually, that was a huge injustice.
Yeah, and
that was a gigantic injustice.
Now that I think about it, I think 9/11 was really just the first excuse people had to go, okay, we can be prejudiced against something now, and it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Like that, I think definitely happened. That definitely happened. Although, man,
it built from there, and they took
all that fucking stuff.
Yeah, and then
like
it's just
during that period of time,
every opportunity along the way.
Yeah. Well, like it was that was rough because like no one knew who to hate.
Yeah.
At this critical moment, no one knew who to hate because no one knew what had happened.
And I can't be the only one who was sitting there going, "Wait, why are we going after Saddam? What does he have to do with this?"
No. That was very common. What? And it really was the like, no, we have to go after him because of 9/11. You're like, did he have anything to do with it? I thought we were after a guy named Bin Laden.
Exactly.
What the fuck's going on?
Wait a minute.
It's like, well, not all the Middle East is the same. It's different.
See,
and it was really bad.
That's the thing that annoys the hell out of me is this whole, you're racist if you're anti-Muslim. No. Muslim's not a race. It's a religion.
Yeah. Well, this is where it gets really tricky, but I know what you're getting at.
Well, no, but there are Persian Muslims. There are Yemen Muslims. There are African Muslims. There are
right. Islam's an ideology. It's not a race.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a belief.
It's like what? No.
Yeah, man. Like there's a friend of mine who is Muslim by birth.
Yeah.
Has talked about this and how she's like, yeah, you have to understand something about the way all this works, which is it's not about race, but it is totally about race. It's just that everything is divvied up in the way that it is not in the West. Like, for example, if you are born Malaysian, you are Muslim by law.
What?
You can't be anything else.
That
Yeah.
makes no sense. I have
Yeah, no, you can't be anything. You're not allowed to be anything else.
I had a Chinese Malaysian photography teacher, and his whole family, half of them were still in Malaysia. They were all
Because he's Chinese. He's not Malaysian. He's Chinese.
They were
If you're a
born in
foreigner, you're allowed to be something else.
even if they're born
But
in
if you're
Malaysia, that makes sense.
Malaysian, yeah. Oh no. Oh. Wait. Did he have children with a local woman?
Probably. I mean, they've been there for generations. They still had the family home.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. If they are ethnically Chinese, that law does not apply to them.
Well, he barely. I mean, might have mistaken him for being half Filipino.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. If he is technically Chinese, then the law doesn't apply.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know.
Yeah. If he's technically Chinese, law doesn't apply.
Huh.
It only applies
Crazy.
to the Malay.
I remember that because I remember when the tsunami happened over there. He called up his brother in a panic, wondering if he was okay, and his brother was celebrating with a hot pot in the yard and feeding random people because the hotel down below the cliff he lived on had crumbled, and
Right.
He was celebrating getting his view back. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Well, you gotta do that stuff.
Yeah.
You gotta do that in a tragedy. But if you're Malay legally, you have to be Muslim.
Huh.
And it's like, oh, it's just a technicality.
That's weird.
Oh, it's not just a technicality.
But then, how
Like,
about
I'm not-
in African countries? Because there are a lot of African countries where there are Malaysian folks,
They're not Malaysia.
or not Malaysian, but
They're not. They're not Malaysia. This is in Malaysia.
Huh.
You know, and by the way, but it is very common. It's extremely common. Or if it becomes like essentially the state religion, which is kind of a misnomer. It's more like the state merges with,
Yeah.
merges with Islam rather than the other way around.
Huh.
Like fucking like what is, how to put it? When Christians want to convert people, they send proselytizers and establish mission houses.
Right.
Jewish people don't want to convert you at all. And when Muslims want to convert you, they come in and set up court systems.
Yeah, it's join or die or join or
Yeah. It's join or die.
Yeah.
Like
Get punished or
absolutely. Like ever since the Ayatollah, in the 70s and 80s, like it's been this move in, establish a court system.
Well, and the
we're
whole-
Muslim now.
to my
And that's always one of the moves. This country is now officially Muslim.
Yeah, and to my very rudimentary understanding of what goes on over there, the whole root of the problem with why everybody's fighting each other over there is the Shiites and the Sunnis.
Well, they're the
Ottoman
biggest
Empire.
schism. They're the biggest schism.
Yeah.
Basically, that's pretty much what it is. But what it's really about is that Islam establishes its hierarchy by divine right.
Yeah.
And so if you say, well, the caliphate is not divinely chosen because they are not of the bloodline of Muhammad,
Right.
that is not just a challenge to whether or not your guy is got God juice in
It's
it.
a personal thing.
It's whether or not he has the right to tell you what to do and the right to rule and the right to have whatever he has. This is the big problem of divine right.
Mhm.
Because it's impossible to relinquish that. Let's see, Baron Kimbold saw an old interview with the Egyptian president in the 50s because one Saudi king was killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Saudi Arabia, one of the guys for whom the country is named, he was a secularist.
Yeah.
He wanted to abandon Islam as the state religion of the newly crowned kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
He wanted to get rid of it. He wanted to establish
Yeah.
public education. He wanted women in the public to be publicly educated.
Yeah.
He wanted to establish a university. He wanted to bring back the days before the caliphate fell.
Vague
And
learning about this in school. Yeah.
Yeah. And one day, and this is a huge fight because they're like, no, so one day he meets his nephew. He opens his arms to his nephew, and his nephew shoots him point blank.
Yep. Terrible.
Now he's dead. Now this kid's other uncles take over.
Yeah.
And why? Because they had told him that this uncle that he killed, is an immoral man who wants to get rid of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not right. He is. Yeah. And because it's everything. The word, the Quran, the word of Muhammad, all that, it's everything. It's everything to them.
Yeah.
But it's how to put it. Western civilization and Islam are coming into conflict for a reason. And that reason is on a metaphysical level, on a deep metaphysical level, that Islam is set up, as we've said, all three of the Abrahamic religions are logomancy.
Mm-hmm.
But Islam is set up like law. It's set up by law. You do this, you do that. The site of this does this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very isolationist, and it tends, at least in large portions of the Middle East, to be very dogmatic. And the problem is that when it runs into Western society's based on a mishmash of ideas, but largely Christian ones. As I said, secularism emerges out of Christianity. It's an extension of that idea. And on a metaphysical level, what you have is the believers of the word fighting the believers of the law. Yeah. And that's what's happening. And it's really interesting because a lot of what people don't understand about the sexism of Islam is you think Christianity is sexist, and it is.
Oh yeah.
It is.
Very.
You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. It's horrifying.
Oh, I know.
Like when you have someone explain to you
I've read
that
the
the
book.
naked, that the naked woman is evil,
Mm-hmm.
and you think you know what that means. Most people do not know what it means.
I don't know what it means. I know I don't know what it means.
The sight of the unclothed woman
Mm-hmm.
is a corrupting influence. It is in and of itself sin.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to think.
Yeah. It is in and of itself sin. It's not you might be tempted to have her sexually. It's not about the temptation. It is about the visage of the naked woman is inherently evil.
That's an
And you're like,
interesting take.
yeah, it's a very different take. It's a very different meaning.
I can kind of see how somebody kind of half crazy would come up with that, though.
Well, it wasn't crazy.
At the time, no.
It wasn't crazy because it's one of those, I'll tell you exactly what that was intended for. That is Muhammad going, I need you to stop raping each other.
Right.
I need you to stop raping each other because he's pulling together all these Arabian tribes under a single banner, and they all hated each other.
Yeah.
They
No,
all
right.
hated each other. They hate each other still.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and he's just like, guys, I need you to fucking pull together because there are these things called Crusaders that are making me very nervous. Actually, it was even before that, actually. It was long before that. But basically, you know, like, okay, like originally what a lot of it is based on is like, oh, those, you know, dirty Hebrews. You know, there's a lot of that going around. Because when you got right down to it during that period of time, the Hebrews, extremely powerful.
Oh, yeah, they
very powerful. They ruled that area. You know, the fucking, you know, the basically the Jews ruled everything in that area for a very long period of time. You know, and the fucking the Arabs never forgot it.
Mm-hmm.
They never forgot it. You know, so they're like, okay, so we need to band together and we need to create the singular idea that will bind everyone together. And a lot of this, the weird shit, the sky cake stuff that is in that religion is quite literally Muhammad basically going, all right, so the rule is this. Because he's just trying to get them to do shit that they probably shouldn't be doing.
Right.
Like, one, robbing the dead soldiers of your own side. You probably shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, stop that shit.
Yeah, but ironically, he wasn't ruthless enough.
Yeah.
Because he had to have everything go through the filter of God. Right. As opposed to, say, for instance, Sun Tzu, who is just like, there will be no doing of that.
Exactly.
Why? Because I say so. Or what? I will kill you. I will execute you. Who gives you the right? The emperor gives me the right.
Exactly.
You know, it's like, but is it just?
Doesn't have to be. I have this justice from the emperor that says I'm allowed.
Yeah. I have, like, who gives you the right? Literally, the highest moral authority in the land gives me the right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, Muhammad's trying to do that, but the problem is there's no king.
Right.
There's no real dude. So he has to filter it through his experience of the divine on the mountaintop.
Right.
But it only kind of, actually, it worked really well up until the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked really well until the Middle Ages.
And then shit started.
Yeah. And then Islam started falling apart because fucking their caliphate was corrupt and they couldn't even, in the eyes of the other Islamic world, they were like, wait, you couldn't keep out some petty barbarians from some land we don't care about? You know, like, you know, like, and then they were all saying it like, oh, well, it's just the Mongols. That's like saying it's just the atomic bomb.
Right.
You know, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, oh, well, they're uneducated, weird Asian people. Who cares? It's like, oh, who are you gonna care? You gonna care. They're gonna wreck your shit. And it's like, oh, really? And then like, yeah, there will be, at the end of it, there will neither be your shit nor you.
Yeah, well, these
to care. Folks. They're just gonna fucking kill you.
This is the same people that took a look at Western Europe and went, yeah, there's no point.
There's no point. Yeah. There's no point. Why continue? We could keep doing this, maybe conquer Europe, but who wants to?
Yeah, there's nothing over there that we need.
Yeah, there's no stuff. There's not enough stuff. We want stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those guys, they have the stuff. We'll go.
Yeah. Like as one guy said, like they had actually had this plan to conquer all of Europe within 10 years.
Yeah.
And most analysts agree that this was actually a very pessimistic.
Yep.
This is a very pessimistic projection. They probably could have done it in 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it probably would have been 5, but Kublai Khan was just like, you know what? I'm fucking sick of you guys always going out to Europe. This is conquer China. There seems to be a lot of stuff in China. This is conquer this shit.
Do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
No. I know more about the Catholic side of that shit, obviously, but ugh, it's just a mess.
Right.
It's a mess.
Yeah. Well, one of the things about the Whore of Babylon
Yeah.
is that she is actually in the original poem of Revelations.
Yep.
She's actually associated with the Temple of Diana.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's what he's commenting on. You know, because Saint John the Divine fucking wanted Rome to burn. He wanted to burn Rome to the ground.
Oh yeah.
That's the
He hated it.
Revelations is all about. He hated it. He hated
Passion.
Rome. Yeah, he just wanted to destroy everything. But to be fair, there is a lot in Revelations that is very, very, very aptly observed. You know, for example, like the relationship between essentially the media and, you know, the Antichrist. Most people figure that one out pretty quickly. Smart people realize that when they're talking about like the idolatrous, you know, you're talking about shit like the media.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you're talking, because that's the modern incarnation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but then you get into the weirder esoteric things like the seven-headed beast.
Yeah.
You know, that she rides, which represents the Senate
Yeah.
of Rome.
It's all the symbolism.
You know, yeah, it's all the seven. That's why seven keeps coming up again and again
Yeah.
and again. It's really interesting because the number of times he brings up the word seven, you would think that seven was the number of the beast.
Yeah, and it's not, which is
it's not. It's not. You know, but yeah, you know, the seven-eyed, seven-horned Lamb of God. Whoa. That's some wacky shit. It's no longer just Saddam behind the curtain. Oh, they're talking about Justin Trudeau
an
now.
acid trip the first time you read it.
It is. It might be quite literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, you know what? I think we've yammered on, and so I think we should probably shut things down.
Yeah.
So, Kim, thank you for being on with me.
Not a problem. I'd love to do it, and it was awesome.
Yeah. And I want to thank everyone in the Slut Pit for joining us for another Satanic Sunday. And I hope that you all gave obeisance to your mother, the mother of all harlots. For she watches over us all and loves us all very, very much. So tonight, I did just like to say, the Whore of Babylon loves you very, very much. And we'll see you again next time.